Chapter 1136. Dragon bones and dragon tendons were not easy to find, but it did not mean that they could not be found. After all, other than slaying the dragon, the only other way was to kill the dragon that had already died. He did not believe that there were no dead dragons among the Kim people. Ling Xiao found Ling Fei and told him about this matter. "Brat, don't you know that we have a friendship with the golden dragon? You actually want to find dragon bones and dragon tendons?" Ling Fei said with a hint of reproach. Ling Xiao replied, "Brother, I didn't say that I was going to get a dragon to kill. I just want to know if there are any dead dragons. Their dragon bones and dragon tendons are just sitting there. Let me use them so that I can add a killing weapon." He felt that Ling Fei was not really angry, which proved that there was room for negotiation. "You really know how to think," Ling Fei said snappily, then said to Ling Xiao, "If you want to use dragon bones and dragon tendons, it is not a problem. After all, these are all rare divine materials. Although we Kim people have a friendship with the Golden Dragon clan, using the bodies of their dead companions to make divine tools is also another way to resurrect them, but I can't make the decision on this matter. You have to go back and ask the Patriarch. Maybe he can reward you. It's not good to trouble the Patriarch for such a small matter, right?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei with a burning gaze. "Yeah, I can't do such a small thing." Ling Fei ignored Ling Xiao and refused. Then he said, "But if you can break through to the Divine King realm as soon as possible, maybe the Patriarch will reward you with a golden dragon as a protective spirit beast." "TCH, I don't need the Patriarch's reward. I already have a dragon divine beast and a Qilin divine beast brother," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Ling Fei did not argue with Ling Xiao, he only gave Ling Xiao a middle finger. Obviously, he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain. He could only put the matter of the golden dragon spear aside for now. Only when he suddenly became a divine king would he have the confidence to ask the Patriarch for it. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao had the women stay in his courtyard to cultivate while he returned to the Kim people. He planned to go into seclusion and break through to the God King realm as quickly as possible. At the same time, he would cultivate the third stage of the soul-controlling art. The land of the Kim people was full of majestic mountains and lofty ridges, so they would never have to worry about any invincible spirit beasts or humans. Ling Xiao opened a cave in a mountain ridge and set up a large number of restrictions before beginning his secluded cultivation. He had already comprehended the third stage of the soul-controlling art, and the only thing he had to do was familiarize himself with the control of his soul power. He planned to divide the work day and night. During the day, he would cultivate the dragon-subduing palm, the extreme ice blade technique, and the sky-scorching sword technique. At night, he would cultivate the soul-controlling art and absorb the accumulated power. The dragon-subduing palm was a secret technique left to him by the pinnacle divine king, God Xiao. Its power was rather terrifying. Before this, he had only cultivated the first 9 forms. He still had the last 9 forms to comprehend. The extreme ice blade technique and the sky-scorching sword technique were 2 divine skills that Ling Xiao had read from the Dragon Gate. They were used to replace the unyielding Snow's 6 secrets. He didn't have a fire attribute sword skill before, so the sky-scorching sword technique could make up for it. These 2 divine skills were quite powerful. They could solve the urgent problem of not being able to use the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique. It only took Ling Xiao half a year to master these 3 divine skills. He had finally grasped the basics of the soul-controlling art. He could use his soul power to attack a divine king without being detected. Even a divine king wouldn't be able to withstand an injury to his soul. After mastering all this, Ling Xiao abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to improve his strength. He took out the twin stars of water and fire grass that he had traded from the black market and consumed it. Low-tier divine herbs were definitely a superb tonic for a high-tier holy emperor like him. If it were any other holy emperor, he might not have dared to consume it directly. Otherwise, the surging power would cause him to explode or shake his foundation. Ling Xiao was different from ordinary people. He had a soul and had already formed a divine bridge that wasn't very obvious. He could absorb the energy of this divine herb, and this energy wouldn't even be able to satisfy his needs. Ling Xiao used the twin stars of water and fire grass to reach the pinnacle of the high-tier Holy Emperor in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also began to feel the feeling of his soul power and the spiritual power in his dantian fusing. Although there was no way for these two types of powers to become divine power immediately, Ling Xiao already realized that this day wouldn't be too far away. As long as he continued to accumulate power, he might be able to do it in the next moment. Or perhaps it would still take some time. In short, there wouldn't be any obstacles to all of this. This was because he already had all the conditions to become a god. If he still couldn't reach that point, he could only smash himself to death with a piece of tofu. This time, Ling Xiao spent a full 2 years in closed-door cultivation. This was something that happened in the blink of an eye for other warriors, but to Ling Xiao, it was a rare long closed-door cultivation. He had gained a lot in these 2 years, but his power was only at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor. He was still one step away from becoming a god king. The more it was at this time, the more he couldn't blindly force it. He needed to strike a balance between work and rest. Ling Xiao decided to come out of closed-door cultivation. With his current strength, even a demigod king might not be a match for him. Even if it was a low-tier god king, with the power of his soul, it was enough to challenge them. When Ling Xiao returned to the village, Kim people's people all knew who this little granduncle was. They all smiled and greeted him. Ling Xiao also returned the greeting. He liked the peaceful nature of his clansmen. They didn't have too many schemes and only had the ambition to develop their clan. Unknowingly, he had already integrated into this big family. He felt that it was no different from his home. The first thing Ling Xiao did was to greet the patriarch and the elders. When these old fellows saw that Ling Xiao was already infinitely close to the God-King realm, they all revealed satisfied smiles. As long as Ling Xiao stepped into the God-King realm, their Kim people would have another strong support. Not bad, not bad. You're already half a step into the demigod king realm, not far from the God-King realm. Great Elder Ling Xiao said as he looked at Ling Xiao with praise. Patriarch Ling Bo also said happily, it's best if you can break through to the God-King realm within 10 years. At that time, you might be able to help us old fellows gain some face. Ling Xiao didn't know what Ling Bo meant by that, but he could feel his anticipation. Patriarch, Great Elder, don't worry. Ling Xiao will break through as soon as possible. Ling Xiao replied. If there's anything you need, just say it. I don't have anything else, but I'll definitely give you enough cultivation resources. Ling Bo said with great pride. After pausing for a moment, he continued, of course, the clan also needs a lot of resources for the younger generation. After you break through to the God-King realm, you still have to do some missions to repay the clan. Yes, Ling Xiao will remember. Ling Xiao replied and returned to his residence. Just as he returned to his residence, his great-grandfather Ling Wei came over. Great-grandfather, you're looking for me? Although Ling Xiao and Ling Wei's bloodline was a little far apart, he still had to recognize this great-grandfather. Ling Wei looked at Ling Xiao and laughed heartily, very good. Our bloodline has prepared another god king like you. However, you must not be arrogant. After reaching the god king realm, there are still higher realms. Only when you reach the incipient god realm can you rule over a region. Ling Xiao nodded slightly to show that he understood. There was no limit to the martial path. There was no realm that was the peak. It all depended on how high one could reach. There were many god kings in the heaven region, and Ling Xiao's goal was not just this. However, his short-term goal was to reach the god king realm as soon as possible. After that, he had to reach the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryo's ranking. There must be a place for him there. Only then could he enjoy the good treatment in the heaven region. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was filled with fighting spirit. Ling Wei and Ling Xiao chatted for a while before leaving. He came to see Ling Xiao mainly because he hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't be arrogant and rash. He shouldn't be complacent. Ling Xiao adjusted his mind and hurried to the Dragon Gate. The Kim people called the Dragon Gate the Outer Circle. Most of the resources they collected would go to the Kim people. The Kim people were the leaders behind the Dragon Gate. When Ling Xiao returned to his residence, he found that there were many auras here. Kong Wen and Kong Wu appeared in front of Ling Xiao immediately. "Greetings, young master." They knew that Ling Xiao had returned to the Kim people. Although they were Ling Xiao's protectors, they couldn't enter the Kim people's territory. "Is there a guest inside?" Ling Xiao asked. He had already scanned the place with his spiritual force and sensed that the aura inside wasn't familiar, so he asked this question. Kong Wen hesitated before saying, "It's Elder He Gong's inner disciple, Wen Tai Lu. He's a guest inside." Ling Xiao didn't recognize Wen Tai Lu, but Elder He Gong had to recognize him. He was a genuine Senjin of Goguryeo. The Senjin of Goguryeo accounted for 1/3 of the Dragon Gate's population, which meant that there were more than 300 people. Although He Gong was only ranked in the top 800 of the Senjin of Goguryeo, it was enough to prove his strength. Ryoai's figure flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. He knew that He Gong and Ryoai should be on the same level. The inner disciple of the Senjin of Goguryeo must be one of the true disciples of the Dragon Gate. He just didn't know why they came to his courtyard. Just as Ling Xiao walked to the door, he heard Feng Qingyuan's voice, "You're not welcome here. Get out." Immediately after, a calm voice said, "Sister Feng, don't be angry. It's easy for a woman to age when she's angry." After pausing for a moment, the person continued, "You guys don't have many cultivation resources here. Your current strength is only at the Holy Emperor realm, so it's not enough. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you guys will be able to advance to the God King realm in the future. Stop talking, or I'll get someone to chase you away." This voice came from Euro Fei, and her tone was filled with coldness. That person didn't seem to mind. Fei, don't be so hurtful." "Oh right, little sister Ling, why don't you come with me to my place to play?" When Ling Xiao heard these words, he was enraged. Someone actually dared to tease his woman. They must be tired of living. Chapter 1137. Poaching people from the wall was a very technical job. Ling Xiao asked himself if he had ever poached anyone, and he disdained to do so. Because there were so many women who liked him. However, he did not expect that one day, someone would actually come to his territory and poach his people. Moreover, it was not just one person, but all the women in his house. This guy's mouth was really big. Ling Xiao stepped into the house. Other than his master's wife, Feng Qingyuan, his women, Euro Fei, and Xiao Ling, there was also a little man with a peach blossom face and some of his attendants. This little man was not really young, but his face looked like a baby's. He looked like a 17 or 18-year-old youth. His skin was also very white, and he looked very feminine. This little man was actually more than 170 years old. He was actually a demigod king, and the guards behind him were not weak. There were 3 peak holy emperor, 2 demigod kings, and 1 low-level divine king. That little man was Wen Tai, whom Kong Wen had mentioned. He was one of the disciples of divine King He Gong. One look at his greedy and obscene expression, and it was obvious that his desire for the 3 women had reached the point where he would not stop until he got them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the house, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The 3 women finally smiled knowingly. Xiao Ling even directly pounced on Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, this person is so annoying. His thoughts are not pure." Although Xiao Ling learned a lot about how to conduct oneself from Feng Qingyuan's teachings, she was still so naive. Feeling Xiao Ling's warm and fragrant body, Ling Xiao's anger grew even more. Xiao Ling was a very likable woman. She was amiable and approachable to everyone. She would not simply dislike someone. However, from Xiao Ling's evaluation of Wen Tai, one could tell how outrageous this person was. "Get out of here before I'm in a bad mood." Ling Xiao frowned and said faintly. He really wanted to kick these people out immediately, but this was Dragon Gate, and infighting was not allowed, so Ling Xiao had to restrain his emotions. Wen Tai's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. When he saw Xiao Ling snuggling up to Ling Xiao, a look of jealousy flashed in his eyes. What high-sounding sentiments! You are merely a newly advanced heir disciple. Could it be that you do not place me, your senior brother, in your eyes? Wen Tail spoke with extreme disdain. He could tell that Ling Xiao was only at the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor's strength and was nothing to be afraid of. I will count to 3. If you don't get out of here in 3 breaths, bear the consequences. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Wen Tail. Before Wen Tai Lu could speak, Protector Elder Qiu Jixiong, who was behind him, stood up and coldly snorted, "You really don't know who you are. Don't you know that my young master is Elder Hegong's disciple?" Qiu Jixiong was a pinnacle low-level god king, and he was Wen Tail's guardian elder. Relying on his status as a subordinate of Hegong, he always spoke with confidence. Even Kong Wen and Kong Wu did not dare to do anything to him. Although Kong Wen and Kong Wu were stronger than him, the disciple that Kong Wen and Kong Wu were originally protecting had died in an accident. They had been charged with the crime of failing to protect the disciple and had been sent out to handle matters. If not for Ling Chen taking a fancy to their strength and wanting to give them another chance, they would not have had the chance to return to the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao ignored Qiu Jixiong and counted to 3, then immediately called Kong Wen and Kong Wu back. 1, 2, 3, where are Elder Wen and Elder Wu? Kong Wen and Kong Wu came in at the same time and said to Ling Xiao, "Young master, what are your orders?" "Throw them out, I don't want to see them." Ling Xiao waved his hand impatiently. Kong Wen and Kong Wu were momentarily stunned. Wen Tai Lu, on the other hand, had a tyrannical look on his face as he said, "Hee, let's see who dares to be so bold." Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Kong Wen and Kong Wu, saying, "What? You don't even listen to me, do you want me to do it myself?" If Kong Wen and Kong Wu did not dare to make a move, then they would lose face for Ling Xiao, and this was something that Ling Xiao could not bear. Kong Wen and Kong Wu looked at each other and knew that there was no way out. If they did not help Ling Xiao now, they would definitely not be able to stay here. Kong Wen took a step forward and said to Wen Tai Lu, "Young master, please leave. Don't make things difficult for us." Wen Tai Lu did not speak, but Qiu Jixiong said coldly, "Do you really think that you can ignore us after entering the sect? Could it be that you really want Elder Hegong to send you away?" Kong Wu could not bear to see Qiu Jixiong's expression and immediately shouted, "Get out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." After saying that, his vigorous power wrapped around Qiu Jixiong, forcing him to take 2 steps back. The expressions of Wen Tai Lu and the others changed. It was obvious that they were going all out. If they were to really make a move, they would not be able to gain anything. "Tell them to scram." Ling Xiao shouted impatiently when he saw that those people did not move. Kong Wen and Kong Wu had no choice but to take action at the same time. Their combined strength was comparable to that of a high-level god king. At the same time, they used their claws to forcefully pull Wen Tai Lu and the others up from their seats and threw them out of the door. Bang bang. Wen Tai Lu and the others did not even have the strength to resist as they were all thrown out of the room. Scram. You really have the guts to eat a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. I will make you regret offending me, Wen Tai Lu. Wen Tai Li's unwilling roar came from outside the room. He was the disciple of Elder Sinjin of Goguryeo, yet he had been humiliated like this. He believed that in less than half a day, everyone in the vicinity would know about this matter. He had lost all his face. It was impossible for him not to get back at them. This was because this also concerned the face of his master, Hegong. Ling Xiao ignored Wen Tai Li's words. If he had the guts to come again, he would definitely not be as merciful as he was now. With a cold expression, he said to Kong Wen and Kong Wu, "If you let such irrelevant people in again, you will not be my, Ling Xiao's, people." Kong Wen and Kong Wu's expressions were somewhat unsightly as they said, "Yes, young master." When the two of them walked to the door, Ling Xiao said again, "Follow this young master well, this young master will not treat you unfairly." Following that, he looked at Feng Qingyuan and asked, "How did mistress get involved in this matter?" Before Feng Qingyuan could say anything, Xiao Ling revealed a bashful expression and said, this has nothing to do with mistress, it's Ling Er's fault. Ling Xiao caressed Xiao Ling's head and said, I believe that Ling Er will not cause trouble for me. They must have provoked Ling Er first, right? How could Ling Xiao not know what kind of personality Xiao Ling had? How could she cause trouble? Even if she wanted to cause trouble, she could only say that she was a femme fatale. The fact that a woman is born beautiful is a criminal act. After listening to Xiao Ling's explanation, with Feng Qingyuan and Euro Fei's help, Ling Xiao finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that Xiao Ling couldn't stand the loneliness and wanted to go out for a walk. The Dragon Gate's hierarchy was very strict, and no one could casually walk around, except for those disciples, deacons, and elders with status. For example, those attendants and followers could only stay in the territory near their followers. Without their orders, they could not roam around. Otherwise, if they disturbed the people who were in closed-door cultivation, it would be useless even if they were killed. However, Xiao Ling didn't break any rules. She merely begged Feng Qingyuan and Euro Fei to accompany her for a stroll around the vicinity. It was also because of this that the three of them met Wen Tai Lu. Wen Tai Lu was a man who liked beautiful women. When he saw three of them at the same time, he couldn't take his eyes off them. He immediately got people to investigate their identities and even tried to strike up a conversation with them. At first, the three women thought that Wen Tai Lu was a disciple of the Dragon Gate and didn't want to offend him, so they just dealt with him. Who knew that Wen Tai Lu would be like sticky candy and stick to the three women? Moreover, he often came to the manor to look for people. Kong Wen and Kong Wu knew his identity, so it was not good for them to stop him. At first, the three women had always used closed-door cultivation as an excuse to not see him, but today, he directly barged in and said a lot of excessive words. It was nothing more than to make the three women choose to follow him. That guy was very gentlemanly at first, but when he saw that we didn't like him, he revealed a disgusting face. How disgusting! Euro Fei said indignantly. Feng Qingyuan looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and said, I don't think that person will let this matter rest. Furthermore, from his tone, he seems to have a strong backer. Will Xiao cause you some trouble? Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao with her big, watery eyes, which were also filled with worry and guilt. Don't worry, I don't care about this kind of tramp. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. At this time, Ling Xiao carefully looked at the three women's realms and found that they had all made quite a bit of progress. With the many resources that Ling Xiao had given him, Feng Qingyuan had finally reached the Holy Emperor realm. Euro Fei was at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and Xiao Ling was already at the low level of the Holy Emperor realm. She was the one with the fastest cultivation speed. As for Xian Yuyi and Sha Tian, they were both in closed-door cultivation, so he didn't disturb them for the time being. But from the tone of the three women, Xian Yuyi was planning to break through to the Divine King realm, while Sha Tian was just accumulating strength, and was still far from the Divine King realm. After understanding everyone's situation, Ling Xiao felt a lot more at ease. However, Feng Qingyuan couldn't help but ask, Xiao, when are you going to find your master? Ling Xiao knew that he would have to face this question sooner or later. Now that he was asked again, he could only brace himself and say, only Ro Fei's foster father knows where he is. If he doesn't come, it's not easy for me to find him. Ling Xiao didn't mean what he said, mainly because he didn't want Feng Qingyuan to know that the evil emperor might be in the forbidden chaotic burial space, so that she wouldn't be afraid. Feng Qingyuan revealed a desolate expression. It had already been several years since she rushed over from the central region, but she didn't know about the evil emperor's situation. She was anxious. Ling Xiao looked sad and said, how about this, if Ro Fei's master still hasn't come in a year, I'll go look for him with you. Feng Qingyuan said with gratitude, I also know about our situation. It's good that you have this kind of heart. Ling Xiao planned to see if he had the chance to reach the Divine King realm within this year. Only by reaching the Divine King realm would he be able to go anywhere in the Heaven realm. Chapter 1138. Ling Xiao knew that they were bored out of their wits here, and it wasn't good for them to cultivate all the time. Hence, he planned to bring them around Dragon Gate and take a stroll outside Celestial Dragon City to relax. There were many forbidden areas in Dragon Gate, and as long as they avoided those forbidden areas, Ling Xiao could walk around freely. After all, he was a true disciple in name, and he had the Honorable Elder's token in his hand, so no one in Dragon Gate dared to stop him. After circling around, the three women finally witnessed the strength of this kind of giant-level sect. They exclaimed from time to time, realizing that it was already a great blessing for them to be able to cultivate in such a superior environment. Ling Xiao brought the ladies back to the courtyard again. He planned to rest for a day before going to Dragon Gate for a few days. Unexpectedly, he was held back by an irritating matter. It turned out that Wen Tail had issued a challenge to Ling Xiao, asking him to spar in Dragon Gate's arena tomorrow. This so-called private challenge was just a way to get back at him. However, Ling Xiao didn't have any reason to reject it. This was because Dragon Gate allowed disciples to challenge each other. If the one being challenged didn't dare to accept the challenge, it would only be considered as the one being challenged losing. His reputation would definitely be tarnished, and at the same time, those who liked him would also lose face. Of course, Ling Xiao was a true disciple in name, and he didn't have a master who represented him. Even if he lost, it would only be his personal matter, and it wouldn't affect anyone else. However, since Wen Tail didn't know what was good for him, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let him have it easy. If he wanted to challenge, he would fight to his heart's content. He would tell this so-called true disciple that a demigod king was nothing in his eyes. Tell him that I'll accept the challenge. Ling Xiao shouted as he crushed the challenge invitation in his hand into powder. Kong Wen reminded him, young master, Wen Tail is a demigod king. With his current strength, I'm afraid, there's nothing to be afraid of. So what if he's a demigod king? Even if he's a low-level god king, I won't let him off either. It's just nice to use him to flaunt my might in Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Kong Wen knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he could only leave. At the same time, he asked Kong Wu to report this matter to the sect leader to see if he could stop this fight. After all, there was a difference between Ling Xiao and Wen Tai Lu. Even if he refused to fight, his expression wouldn't be too ugly. Brother Ling Xiao, that person is so bad. You must teach him a lesson. Of course, Xiao Ling supported Ling Xiao unconditionally. Feng Qingyuan and Euro Fei both knew that Ling Xiao had many trump cards up his sleeves. Since he dared to accept the challenge, it meant that he definitely had full confidence. Wen Tail's challenge to Ling Xiao had been widely publicized. Many disciples had also received the news and planned to go watch the battle tomorrow. Moreover, Wen Tai Lu was the disciple of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Hegong. It was said that he had become a demigod king not long ago and had hopes of becoming a god in the future. In addition, who was this Ling Xiao? Could it be that this person with the surname Ling was one of Kim people's men? After all, within the Dragon Gate, only those with the surname Ling belonged to that clan. With a top-notch divine art that could increase one's combat strength, they definitely couldn't be underestimated. Wen Tai Lu had already arrived at an independent pavilion with dozens of floors. His master, Hegong, had gone into closed-door cultivation here. Elder Chun, is my master here? Wen Tai Lu no longer had his arrogant personality from before. Instead, he asked cautiously. The God King standing at the door looked at him indifferently and said, "Go in, your master is waiting for you." Wen Tail walked in with some apprehension. He knew that his master had already found out about his challenge. If he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to live a good life. Hegong looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He didn't look too old, but he wasn't too young either. He had the strength of a true peak god king. A few years ago, he was able to kill a Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo who was ranked in the 800s, thus becoming the new Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He had quite a bit of fame in the sect. That was why he was given this independent pavilion to show that his status in the sect was extraordinary. As soon as Wen Tai Lu entered, he immediately knelt down towards Hegong and said, "Disciple greets master." He Gong still had his eyes closed and didn't pay any attention to Wen Tai Lo, as if he didn't exist. Wen Tai Lo knew his master's personality and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He knelt on the ground and didn't dare to get up. About an hour later, He Gong slowly opened his eyes and said faintly, "Your head has been clamped." He Gong was very angry. This disciple of his had 10 been, so why was he always stirring up trouble instead of spending more time on cultivation? Otherwise, with the resources that he had provided him, he would already be a god king and not just a demigod king. Wen Tai Lo knew that nothing he did could escape his master's eyes, so he could only lower his head and not say anything. "Are you mute? You can't even handle a few women, and you were even thrown out by them. You've lost all of your master's face." He Gong roared. Wen Tai Lo said, "Master, we can't beat Kong Wen and Elder Kong Wu. They clearly know that I'm your disciple, but they still dared to make a move. In order to regain face for master, disciple has already challenged that brat. Tomorrow, I will definitely trample on him and let him know that we are not that easy to bully." "Then do you know where that brat came from? Do you know how strong he is?" He Gong asked in a deep voice. Wen Tai Lo hesitated for a moment before saying, "He seems to be called Ling Xiao, a new true disciple." He paused for a moment before saying, "Master, are you worried that he is from that clan and that disciple is not his match? You can rest assured that he is only at the peak of the holy god realm. Even if he can increase his battle strength, he will not be my match." "Only at the peak of the holy emperor's strength? No wonder you dared to challenge him. All right, I'll give you a mission. You can only win tomorrow's battle and not lose. If you lose, then you will no longer be my disciple. I can't afford to lose this face." He Gong said to Wen Tai Lo. A demigod king against a peak of the holy emperor was a sure-win situation. However, Ling Zhao's surname was Ling, which seemed to be a different story. Everyone knew that the Kim people had the abnormal power to increase their battle strength, and even the peak of the holy emperor had the strength to challenge a demigod king. In Dragon Gate, many of the higher-ups were completely suppressed by the Kim people, but there were also some people who were unconvinced. These people were not weak, and they were unwilling to be suppressed by the Kim people all the time. They always felt that they were lower than the Kim people's people, especially those who had divine bodies. They were even more unconvinced. As for He Gong's people, they were more disgusted with the Kim people's people. They always wanted to suppress the Kim people and obtain the true control of Dragon Gate. Therefore, now that his disciple was challenging Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to give his disciple a military order. He had to win this challenge no matter what. Of course, he also felt that this disciple's personality was a bit shameful. He actually fought with someone else for a woman in the sect, and he was even thrown out. It was truly a loss of face. Disciple will definitely not let master down. Wen Tai Lo replied with great joy. He was afraid of being punished by his master, but now he didn't have to worry about that anymore. As long as he could win, not only would he be able to obtain a beauty, he would also be able to obtain his master's appreciation. Inside the sect master's main hall, Ling Chen and Xiaozhencai also received the news. In the Dragon Gate, nothing could be hidden from their eyes and ears. Ling Fei was also with them, and he complained, "Looks like some people don't even care about their face. They actually let a demigod king challenge a high-level holy emperor. Maybe I should challenge them as well." Ling Fei didn't know that Ling Xiao was already a peak holy emperor, otherwise he wouldn't be so worried. This is too much. All these years, the Kim people have been good to them, but they're actually provoking them. "Husband, why don't you step in and stop this battle?" Xiaozhencai had a good impression of Ling Xiao, so she immediately tried to persuade him. Ling Chen's eyes flashed with wisdom as he said indifferently, "It's just a battle between the younger generation. If Ling Xiao loses, just treat it as the price for his growth. When the time comes, arrange for another opponent of the same level to challenge them." As the leader of a sect, the pressure on him was not something that ordinary people could imagine. In other people's eyes, the Dragon Gate was a big force, but it also had internal problems that others couldn't imagine. Big brother, you are still able to keep your composure at this time. In my opinion, we should directly drag that he gong out and beat him up. Also, call a few of our clan's elders to intimidate those arrogant guys. Otherwise, if they keep stirring up trouble, sooner or later, they will collude with outsiders to seize our heavenly dragon sex foundation. Ling Fei said in a very bad mood. Fifth brother, don't mess around. Although they want to take our foundation, they will never collude with outsiders. Ling Chen lowered his voice and then sighed. The main reason is that we haven't broken through yet. If we can have another incipient God realm expert in this generation, those people will have to be afraid. Moreover, besides Ling Ba, the others in the younger generation can't handle the situation. They don't have a high level of comprehension. Speaking up to this point, Ling Fei's expression became a little gloomy. The Kim people were an ancient clan with advantages that others couldn't compare to. With the support of the ancient emperor's divine technique, it was enough for them to be the overlords of an area. However, as more and more god bodies were born, the power of the Kim people's bloodline became thinner and thinner, which affected the position of the Kim people's new generation in the Dragon Gate. No, I have to find Ling Xiao. I hope it's not too late. As long as his competence increases a little bit, this kid will have the power to fight. Even if he loses, he won't lose too badly. Ling Fei said. Don't mess things up. It's just a competition between the juniors. We can afford to lose. Ling Chen stopped him. Xiao Zhensai also said, didn't Ling Xiao take a blow from a high-level god king and survive? Perhaps he has some trump cards that others don't know. Perhaps things aren't that bad. Ling Fei heaved a heavy sigh and said, tomorrow, I will go and supervise the battle for him. If he wins, I'll give him the golden dragon fruit that I've kept for a long time. Chapter 1139. The blue sky was clear and blue, and the spiritual energy was faintly discernible. Heavenly Dragon's sect has several special martial arts arenas, which are used to spar with the disciples and deacons of the sect. In one of the arenas for the true disciples, it was already a boiling cauldron of voices. Many disciples and attendants had already surrounded the arena, waiting for the battle to begin. Did you hear? Elder He Gong's disciple, Wen Tail, is challenging the new true disciple, Ling Xiao. The battle is about to begin. Aren't you spouting nonsense? If you didn't hear what we're doing here, is there something wrong with your head? I also know that Wen Tail is challenging for the 3 women in Ling Xiao's family. But I heard that Ling Xiao only has the strength of a high-stage holy emperor, while Wen Tail is a demigod king. Isn't this pure bullying? He really has the nerve to issue this challenge. Ling Xiao is surnamed Ling. Can't you guess who he is? Since he dares to accept the challenge, he must have enough trump cards. I believe that this battle will be very interesting. The battle had not even begun, but everyone was already looking forward to it. Many God King elders had personally come to watch the battle, and it was obvious that they were very interested in this battle. Wen Tail was the first to arrive at the arena. He was dressed in martial attire, which undoubtedly displayed his fit and beautiful figure. However, his feminine face gave off a gloomy feeling. I hope you won't disappoint me. Although this battle is a little unfair, it's nothing to do a little shameless for a few beauties, Wen Tail thought to himself. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already ready to go in his courtyard. It was just that the women around him were more or less worried. Ling Xiao was dressed in white today, and he looked like a dashing, elegant, and handsome man. He held a beauty paper in his hand, giving off the feeling of a handsome young master. It was impossible to tell that he was preparing to go to the battlefield, but rather that he was going on an outing with beauties. Ling Xiao was very calm and not worried at all. A charming smile hung on his face as he prepared to welcome the battle within the Dragon Gate. He wanted to win this battle fair and square. He wanted to win with dignity and decisiveness. He wanted to let the so-called geniuses here know of his existence. Let's go, let me see how powerful the geniuses of Dragon Gate are. Ling Xiao said as he flicked his flowing hair. Seeing Ling Xiao like this, Feng Qingyuan felt that he was like a competitive young master. He felt that it was a little funny, and at the same time, he seemed to have seen her big brother evil emperor when he was young, and his thoughts started to drift. Fei very naturally held Ling Zhao's hand and walked with him to the arena. Xiaoling also stuck close to Ling Zhao's body, a look of encouragement on her face. She hoped that Ling Xiao could beat that annoying person into a pig's head. Ling Xiao appeared in a very flashy manner. In the Dragon Gate, there weren't many disciples who could enjoy the blessings of having multiple partners like him. He actually brought 3 top-grade beauties to the side of the arena at the same time. One was mature and charming, filled with boundless amorous feelings. That ripe smell made any man want to take a bite. The other was so seductive that it made people suffocate. Every part of her skin seemed to be filled with the temptation of elegance. The last one was a pure and invincible beauty. Her eyes were pure and without any impurities. It was impossible for people not to fall in love with her. If a man could have these 3 women by his side, anyone would feel very satisfied. The men who looked at Ling Xiao were all filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially when Tai Lu, who was on the arena, he wished that he could replace Ling Xiao's position. When Tai Lu raised his middle finger at Ling Xiao, then beckoned Ling Xiao to come up. His appearance was filled with arrogance and disdain. Ling Xiao sneered. With a light kick, his entire body bounced onto the arena. So he's Ling Xiao. He doesn't seem to have much of an imposing manner. He's only at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. It seems like he's more likely to lose than win. I think he's really handsome and manly. No wonder these 3 beauties fell for him. These 3 women's strength is average, but they all have their own tastes. This Ling Xiao sure knows how to find women. Let's talk less. Let's see if this clash is worth watching. I didn't expect you to really dare to accept the challenge. However, you'll soon know the consequences of offending me, Wen Tai Lu. Wen Tai Lu looked at the smiling Ling Xiao and said unhappily. He paused for a moment before saying, if you're willing to give those 3 beauties to me, I'll allow you to surrender now. Otherwise, you'll have a different taste. I don't know if you look shameless, or if you're shameless. You're not as handsome as me, so you can't snatch my women away. Yet, you're using this kind of method to suppress others to show your existence. Don't you think you're like a clown? That's right, you're a little stronger than me, but you seem to be over 100 years older than me. An old man like you has the nerve to challenge a young and promising handsome man like me. Even I feel ashamed for you. However, I still uphold the traditional virtue of respecting the old and loving the young, so I accept your shameless challenge. I hope you don't hurt your waist and accidentally lose to me. Ling Xiao looked at Wen Tai Lu calmly and said. As soon as Ling Xiao said that, Wen Tai Li's face turned green. Not only him, but even the surrounding spectators felt ashamed and had the urge to vomit blood. That's right, Ling Xiao was only in his early 60s and was considered relatively young and promising among the powerful warriors. Wen Tai Lu was over 100 years old, close to 200 years old. He looked like a young man, but his age was enough to be a grandfather to Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, it was already very impressive for him to reach the demigod king realm at such a young age. He was considered a young and promising existence. However, when Ling Xiao said that in front of everyone, he almost wanted to find a hole to hide in. The others suddenly felt that Wen Tai Lu was really shameless. He failed to snatch someone else's women and even bullied the young. It really made people feel that he was narrow-minded and had no tolerance at all. After all, everyone in Dragon Gate was his senior and junior brother. All of a sudden, everyone felt ashamed to stand on Wen Tai Li's side. Most of them sided with Ling Xiao and felt that he was the one who had been wronged. Cut the crap. You and I are just learning from each other. Age doesn't matter. Elder, please start. Wen Tai Lu clenched his fists and glared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with anger, and he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his eyes 100 times over. Ling Xiao did not wait for the elder who was the referee to speak and said, I know you feel inferior, but I won't blame you. It's not your fault that you're ugly or that you want to pick up women. What's wrong is that you use despicable methods. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're Elder He Gong's in-house disciple? Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a true disciple of Dragon Gate? Do you think that you can take any beautiful woman you see as your own? You pitiful and self-abased fellow, you've ruined Elder He Gong and Dragon Gate's reputation. Even if I lose this match, I won't let you have it easy. The more Ling Xiao spoke, the more indignant he became. He criticized Wen Tai Lu to the point that he was worthless and even escalated the matter to the height of glory for Elder He Gong and Dragon Gate. Wen Tai Lu was so angry that he took 2 steps back. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao's words to be so incisive and actually disparaged him to the point that he was worthless. Before the battle had even begun, his character was destined to become the laughingstock of Dragon Gate. It was not only because he had challenged Ling Xiao, who was weaker than him, but also because in order to snatch a woman, he had spared no expense to humiliate Ling Xiao. This style of using one's power to oppress others was quite shameful. Everyone in the surroundings roughly understood the situation, and many righteous people began to crusade against Wen Tai Lu. I didn't expect Wen Tai Lu to be this kind of person. I've only heard that he's a bit lecherous, but I didn't expect him to snatch even his own fellow disciple's woman. In the future, will he even set his sights on the women around us? This fellow is truly shameless. Perhaps it's just as Ling Xiao said. He has an inferiority complex and no woman likes him, so he can only rely on this kind of despicable method to snatch women. I feel ashamed to be a fellow disciple like him, and I've lost face. Isn't that so? The sect and Elder He Gong spent so much effort to nurture him, but I never expected his character to be so unbearable. What a waste of resources. Even if Ling Xiao loses, I'll still challenge this shameless person and defeat him. He's really throwing away Elder He Gong's face. I think we should just surrender and get out of Dragon Gate. Right, surrender and get out of Dragon Gate. One by one, the disciples and deacons became impassioned, denouncing Wen Tai Li's shamelessness and despicableness. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became incomparably heated. Wen Tai Lu was so angry that his breathing quickened, and his entire face turned red from the pain. Ling Xiao secretly laughed. You haven't even grown hair yet, and you still want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself. Everyone, please be quiet. We'll talk about everything after this match is over. A voice came from an unknown corner, suppressing everyone in the surroundings and causing them to quiet down. Everyone came back to their senses and remembered that they were only here to watch the battle. Did you hear that? Just now, they all told you to surrender. Perhaps I, a great person, will not remember your wrongdoings and won't bother with you. Ling Xiao looked at Wen Tai Lu and sneered. Wen Tai Lu was furious. This was the first time someone had spoken to him in such an unbearable manner. It was as if he had been beaten black and blue. I'm going to kill you. Wen Tai Lu roared with red eyes and rushed toward Ling Xiao. Wen Tai Li's fist arrived in front of Ling Xiao's face in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao immediately shouted, "Wait, are you trying to launch a sneak attack? The elder hasn't said to start yet." Just as Ling Xiao shouted, Wen Tai Li's fist abruptly stopped, but his aura still caused Ling Xiao's face to hurt. Ling Xiao looked at the elder and asked, "Elder, can we start the competition?" The elder came back to his senses and said, "Yes, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao moved. Bang! Chapter 1140. At first, everyone thought that Wen Tai was shameless. Not only did he want his fellow disciple's woman, but he also wanted to bully the weak. What was even more shameless was that he wanted to launch a sneak attack. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao even before the referee called for the match to begin. However, in the blink of an eye, they realized who the most shameless person was. Wen Tai stopped his punch and did not hit Ling Xiao before the referee called for the match to begin. Ling Xiao also asked the referee if the match could begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Ling Xiao immediately made his move. Wen Tai was very close to him, and Ling Xiao's punch was very fast. It was so fast that Wen Tail, a demigod monarch, did not even have a chance to react before his nose was punched. Ka-cha! Even though Wen Tail's body was infinitely close to a divine body, and it was difficult for ordinary sage weapons to injure him, his nose was still broken by Ling Xiao's punch. Blood gushed out of his nose, and he was in so much pain that he choked on his tears. At that moment, everyone felt that the referee's voice was almost at the same time as Ling Xiao's attack. They all felt that this guy was extremely shameless. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would definitely cry out in grievance. I only punched when I heard the referee call for the match to begin. How is this shameless? This is called being open and aboveboard, okay? Ling Xiao would definitely refute in such an aggrieved manner. Wen Tail covered his nose as tears kept flowing. He said angrily, You're despicable and shameless. You actually launched a sneak attack. Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, Are you retarded or is there something wrong with you? Didn't the referee call for the match to begin just now? Then let's reason with the referee elder. Is this considered despicable and shameless? The referee elder's face darkened. It has already begun. Fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Everything should be done in moderation and should not harm each other's lives. Look, did you hear that? The referee elder said that it was only right for me to hit you. Ling Xiao said righteously. The surrounding people did not know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, the match had already begun. It was reasonable for him to attack. Do I have to wait until you're ready to make your move? This Wen Tai Lo was a little silly and unreasonable. You've got guts. I'll show you the difference in strength. Wen Tail let out a furious roar and his aura soared. His demigod monarch strength caused the surrounding spatial energy to flutter. At the same time, he also began to move. Wen Tail was using a strange palm technique called soft bone palm. Just like its name suggested, when it hit the opponent's body, it would shake and injure the opponent's bones. If it was light, the opponent would feel numb, and if it was heavy, the broken bones would be hard to heal. His palm technique seemed to be very slow, but it brought with it a sky full of palm shadows, like an endless tide bombarding wave after wave. Wait! Ling Xiao shouted as he retreated. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Wen Tail revealed a sinister expression. A sky full of palm imprints swept towards Ling Xiao. Every palm seemed very gentle and soft, without any powerful killing power. However, once they touched him, one would know how powerful they were. Bang! Many palm shadows had already come into contact with Ling Xiao's body. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape, so he did not make any move to resist. Ah! However, at the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded once again. A scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered resounded through the sky, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Someone was injured, but it wasn't Ling Xiao. Instead, it was Wen Tail, who was on the offensive. No one had expected this change in an instant. Ling Xiao had actually used a divine weapon in an instant instead of using his fists and feet to fight with Wen Tail before competing with weapons. Wen Tail's hands were dripping with blood. If he had not retreated quickly, his hands would have been chopped off. The bright red and eye-catching blood shocked everyone who saw it. They knew that not only was Ling Xiao shameless, but he was also very ruthless when his hands were chopped off. He had injured Wen Tail in just one move. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand and sneered, I told you to slow down, why didn't you listen? Sigh, an honest and kind person like me really can't bear to see fellow disciples kill each other. Why don't you admit defeat? I won't argue with an old fellow like you. Wen Tail wanted to vomit blood, and so did everyone else. Ling Xiao was simply pretending to be obedient after obtaining Ping Yi. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Hurry up and strike this bastard to death with a few bolts of lightning. Wen Tail hurriedly healed his injuries. The expression on his face became incomparably distorted. He had gone crazy to the extreme. He had actually been injured by the pinnacle Holy Emperor in an instant. This was simply a ruthless slap to his face in front of everyone. He remembered his master's words. If he lost this battle, his future would be ruined. He took a deep breath and restrained all his emotions. His expression also became indifferent, and the wounds on his hands were gradually recovering. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Very well, you actually want to anger me and defeat me while I'm distracted. I have to say that your plan is very good, but the difference in strength is still the key to victory. In this battle, I will do my best to defeat you." Wen Tail was able to become a true disciple of Dragon Gate. Although he was only at the end, his faith and mind were not easily shaken. "Is that so? Then let's give it a try." Ling Xiao sneered. His figure flashed, and the saber shadows were boundless. The cold intent instantly exploded the entire arena. The other party was serious, and he was also serious. Furthermore, he was going to take the initiative. After all, his opponent was a demigod king. Although he was confident that he could defeat him, he would definitely not be arrogant. This was the extreme ice saber technique that Ling Xiao had cultivated in seclusion for 2 years. The power that was absolutely cold to the extreme was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Moreover, the attack, which was like a collapsing iceberg, was like a heavenly might as it headed straight for Wen Tail. A blue divine sword had already appeared in Wen Tail's hand. He stomped his body lightly, and the sword's shadows surged like a tsunami. Traces of demigod power were mixed in it, and the power was earth-shattering. The arena was surrounded by the defense set up by a peak-stage divine king, so there was no need to worry that the two of them would destroy the arena. Rumble, rumble. The saber radiance and the sword's shadows intertwined, and there was an intense sound of collision. The ripples caused the spiritual energy in the arena to fly out. The ice saber shattered, and the tide surged and splashed. The two of them actually used all their strength in the first exchange without holding back. Moreover, the two of them did not seem to have the upper hand, and they were locked in a fierce and intense battle. Some of the weaker inner sect disciples could not help but exclaim softly. Is this Ling Xiao really not a member of the clan? He's using the ice attribute, not the metal attribute. Could it be that his surname is just Ling? That's probably the case. However, although this Ling Xiao is a little shameless, his strength is actually not inferior to Wen Tail's. It's no wonder that he can become a true disciple. I just don't know which elder he's under. That's more like it. It's a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Let's see who can last until the end and have the strongest trump card. Whoever wins will win. I like Ling Xiao to win. He has too much character, and he's my type. Senior sister, how can you fight with me? I took a fancy to Ling Xiao first, and I'm willing to be his cultivation partner. Wen Tail was now a little shocked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao did not seem to be one of the Kim people's people, but he had such powerful strength that he could fight on par with him. It had to be known that Ling Xiao was only at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength. No matter what, he must lose to me. Wen Tail shouted in his heart, and his strength increased by another level. Water flooding the divine mountain. Wen Tail roared in shock and blasted out with a divine technique. Waves of water containing divine power rushed towards Ling Xiao from all directions. These waves contained countless killing intent, and sword shadows rushed towards him from within. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Wen Tail was serious now, and the true power of a demigod king was being displayed. Ling Xiao could only secretly increase his battle prowess by several times. The ice and fire swords in his hands danced even faster, scattering the water swords one by one. His Perlicue felt a little numb, but everything was under control. Even if the sword's shadows that he could not block landed on his body, they would not be able to harm him in the slightest. His body was already comparable to a demigod weapon, and it was infinitely close to a divine body. Ice eruption in all directions. Ling Xiao counterattacked. His body swayed as he attacked in all directions. The icicle blade rays broke through the waves and rushed out in all directions, and many of them even attacked Wen Tail. Wen Tail already knew that Ling Xiao already had a battle prowess that was not inferior to his. He clenched his teeth and used many powerful moves. The entire arena was filled with blue water, making it difficult for people to see the two figures. Just when everyone thought that Wen Tail had gained the upper hand, the situation suddenly changed. A red light actually appeared in the water waves. This light was not blood, but flames, a type of extreme flame that could burn and evaporate water. What? What's going on? Why is there another elemental power? Could Wen Tail be a demigod king who cultivates both fire and water? No. That's Ling Xiao using it. He's actually the holy emperor who cultivates both ice and fire. No wonder he has the power to challenge a demigod king. Moreover, this fire isn't an ordinary fire, it's the heavenly origin fire. This is going to be fun. Ice and fire are incompatible. It's really unbelievable that such a physique can appear in the same person. It seems like Wen Tail's battle prowess isn't optimistic. No, the outcome of this battle has already been decided. Wen Tail will definitely win. Even though Ling Xiao has the battle prowess of a demigod king, he doesn't have divine power. Once Wen Tail uses all the divine power that he has comprehended, Ling Xiao won't be able to withstand it. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They were shocked by Ling Xiao's change. The fire was swift and fierce like a prairie fire, completely burning and evaporating the waves. Many sword shadows fell from the sky, and the raging fire illuminated the sky like a gorgeous beauty that was on fire. However, it also contained infinite killing intent. Another series of blood-curdling screams rang out, and a figure retreated to the edge of the arena in a sorry state. His whole body was burnt black, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a refugee, and didn't have the demeanor of an expert. Chapter 1141. The person who escaped the attack range was not the weak Ling Xiao, but the demigod king Wen Tail. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Ling Xiao had gained the upper hand in the short confrontation. Ling Xiao did not take advantage of the situation to attack again. Instead, he held the ice and fire sword and said coldly, "A demigod king is just a so-so. Arrogant. Boundlessly arrogant." If an ordinary peak holy emperor dared to say something like that to a demigod king, it would simply be courting death. People would even think that his head must have been clamped. However, now that it was Ling Xiao who said it, the surrounding people did not think that Ling Xiao's words were inappropriate. They only thought that Ling Xiao was really arrogant and had the real ability to defeat a demigod king. Pfft. Wen Tail was already in a sorry state from Ling Xiao's sudden counterattack of fire elemental power. Now that he heard what Ling Xiao said, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao revealed a pitiful look and said, "Admit defeat. I've always respected the old and cherished the young. If you continue to fight, you'll only lose even more miserably." "Huh? You want me to admit defeat? I'll die." Wen Tail laughed ferociously. His entire body bounced high up into the sky. Balls of powerful power kept circling around him, and a lot of origin energy kept sweeping over from all directions. These powers were quite different from ordinary warriors. These powers were more condensed and vast, so much so that people did not dare to look directly at them. At this moment, Wen Tail completely unleashed all the divine power that he had comprehended. The divine power was vast and unpredictable. Was it reasonable to say that someone who was close to God did not have some skills? Ling Xiao felt Wen Tail's power. There seemed to be some kind of feeling between his god's soul and Dantian. The spirit bridge in his body was faintly discernible, and traces of power intersected, flowed, and merged between his god's soul and Dantian. Although this power was very little, Ling Xiao could feel that this power was indeed very strong and very pure. Could this be divine power? Ling Xiao's eyes shone as he murmured. Ling Xiao really did not expect that he would actually sense the power fusion between his divine soul and Dantian at this moment. While he was in a daze, Wen Tail, who was high up in the sky, had already finished accumulating. He raised his sword with both hands and gathered a large amount of power, forming many water curtains with him at the center. The water curtains formed a massive waterfall, looking extremely majestic. Inverted silver waterfall. When Tai Lo made his move, this huge waterfall formed by divine power crashed down from the 9 heavens. The power was like 10,000 galloping horses, and the momentum was enough to make anyone look at it. It was believed that any holy emperor would be smashed into pieces by this attack. Even an ordinary demigod king would have a hard time withstanding such a powerful attack. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao did not even have the strength to react before he was completely drowned by this terrifying power. When Xiao Ling saw this scene, he cried out involuntarily, "Brother Ling Xiao." Feng Qingyuan and Euro Fei, who were at the side, revealed incomparably worried expressions. Euro Fei clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth as she thought to herself, "If anything happens to my husband, I will definitely not let you off in the future." The surrounding people also became nervous. They already had an answer in their hearts, and they felt that this martial arts competition might be over. The martial arts arena shook for a long time before it gradually calmed down. When Tai Lo panted lightly and laughed maniacally, "Damn brat, you've lost, haha." When Tai Lo looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, as if he had won an incomparably glorious battle. His voice was so ear-piercing to the ears of the people around him. "He's really arrogant. It's just that he won against a peak holy emperor and he's already so happy. If he won against a demigod king, wouldn't he be so happy? You don't understand. He just likes to bully the young. Otherwise, if he met someone of the same level, he wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. It's a pity for Ling Xiao. I really don't know how Elder He Gong accepted such a top-notch disciple. His character is really terrible." "Stop talking, that Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be dead yet." Ling Xiao was naturally alive. He had once taken a blow from a high-level god king and did not die, but this demigod king's full power attack. However, he looked a little disheveled. His white clothes were more or less damaged, and his hair was a little messy. This was all because the divine artifact in Wen Tai Li's hand had the effect of increasing his attack. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Laugh, laugh louder. Do you know that this set of clothes of mine is very expensive?" After shouting, his entire body suddenly rose from the ground, and his aura instantly soared. He was ready to end this battle because there was a change in his body. His power was constantly changing, and he had to grasp this opportunity. The shadow cloud movement technique, coupled with his wind attribute and concept, made his movements as smooth as flowing water, looking very elegant and at ease. Limitless doppelganger. Ling Xiao split into 108 clones, and the power of each clone blasted out different kinds of power. An ice-cold blade radiance that carried the coldness of absolute zero and a fiery power that incessantly burned in all directions. The two powers continuously intertwined and attacked, causing the destructive power to multiply, making people unable to endure the feeling of alternating hot and cold. All of these changes happened too quickly. Ling Xiao's movement technique was even faster, and his attacks were as ferocious as a violent storm. Wen Tai Li's laughter stopped abruptly. Just as he was about to fight, he was already in the middle of a violent storm. He was like a small boat that was being persecuted by the heavenly might, and he did not have much room to resist. He could not understand why Ling Xiao was so powerful. This power was already comparable to those demigod kings who had been famous for a long time. Ling Xiao was clearly only a peak holy emperor. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? Ah, ah. Cries of alarm rang out incessantly in the sky. Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene, their faces filled with astonishment. "A piece of trash like you dares to snatch a woman from me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I can crush you to death with one hand." Ling Xiao shouted angrily as he attacked. He did not dare to kill Wen Tai Lo. Otherwise, with his speed and his divine artifact, he would have directly chopped off Wen Tai Li's head. He only wanted to injure him all over so that he would have a taste of the consequences of provoking him. In the end, Ling Xiao flicked the long sword in Wen Tai Li's hand away and grabbed Wen Tai Li's neck with his other hand. His entire body swooped down from the sky and he made a shocking move. He was actually going to smash Wen Tai Li's head into the arena. Based on the speed and strength of his charge, Wen Tail's head would probably split open and he would die from this smash. Wen Tai Lu felt a strong threat of death, and he was afraid. He did not expect to provoke such a malefic star, and he was already regretting it to death. No. I don't want to die. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Wen Tai Lu was so scared that he wet his pants. Seeing that his face was about to hit the stone floor, he kept struggling and crying. However, his cries for mercy did not receive Ling Xiao's approval, and he continued to fall. Wen Tai Li's body and mind turned cold, and he could only close his eyes and wait for death. However, at the critical moment, Ling Xiao stabilized his body and half-squatted. Wen Tai Li's face was just a hair's breadth away from touching the stone floor. Disgusting. You're already so old, yet you still dare to defecate and pee. You stink to death. Killing you will only dirty my hands. Ling Xiao threw Wen Tai Lu away and pinched his nose with one hand, looking disgusted and uncomfortable. Everything had happened too quickly. Before anyone could react, the battle had ended just like that. Everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. At the same time, they were also scared off by the stench coming from Wen Tai Lu. Elder referee, can you announce the result? Ling Xiao asked the referee. The referee looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression before looking in Wen Tai Li's direction. He immediately announced, Ling Xiao is the winner of this spar. When the referee's voice fell, a burst of cheers rang out from all directions. They had witnessed a breathtaking battle and witnessed Ling Xiao's extraordinary battle prowess. Only now did they know that there was such an expert hidden in the sect. Ling Xiao was like a shining star as he waved to the people below and said, "Thank you, everyone. This younger brother, Ling Xiao, has only joined the sect for 2 years. I hope that all of you will take care of me. This younger brother has always adhered to the traditional virtue of respecting the old and loving the young. I hope that everyone will love each other." When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, they felt like vomiting. This guy was simply outrageous. He could even say such disgusting words. However, the female disciples were extremely excited. Not only was Ling Xiao handsome and confident, but he was also powerful and humorous. He was their ideal Prince Charming. Ling Xiao glanced disdainfully at Wen Tai Lu, who was crying incessantly, and planned to leave the martial arts arena. However, at this moment, a terrifying force surged over from a direction. "Do you want to leave just like that?" A cold voice suddenly rang out, and a powerful aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt his body being pressed to a stop, and the aura was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. He cried out in his heart, "Divine King!" Ling Xiao looked at the young man who had suddenly intervened. He didn't know who this person was, but he had already secretly used the power of his divine soul to disintegrate the aura. Could it be that you want to stand up for him? Or are you planning to bully the young just like him? Do you think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a divine king? Ling Xiao's aura continued to circulate, and his entire body emitted an awe-inspiring imperial might. He stared at the man with his bright eyes and shouted. The man frowned slightly and shouted, "You humiliated my junior brother like this. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Immediately after, he actually attacked Ling Xiao. However, just as he was about to make his move, another silhouette appeared and dispersed his power. A lazy voice rang out, "Some people are really shameless. They can't even afford to lose. It's a shame that our Dragon Gate has people like you." Chapter 1142. The first man to appear on the stage was dressed in blue. He had a dignified figure, a powerful aura, and a rather handsome appearance. However, like Wen Tail, he had a pair of feminine eyes that made others loathe him. This man was Wen Tail's senior brother, He Gong's chief disciple. His name was He Jiang, an orphaned disciple that He Gong had picked up. He was given the surname He and could be considered He Gong's adopted son. He possessed the strength of a low-level god king. As for the man that appeared behind him, he wasn't handsome, but he had an insolent expression on his face. He was the kind of person that could be seen as very flamboyant at a glance. His untidy appearance added a bit of an overbearing aura to him. His body was full of explosive muscles, as if it was filled with infinite power. He also had a name that was similar to his appearance, Ling Ba. He was a monster of the Dragon Gate and also the strongest existence of the new generation of Kim people. He had the strength of a mid-level god king. He Jiang knew how powerful Ling Ba was, but he didn't expect that he would appear for Ling Xiao. He cursed inwardly, didn't this guy go out to train? When did he come back? Although he couldn't beat Ling Ba, he wasn't afraid of him. He immediately responded, Ling Ba, don't go too far. Didn't you see that this brat scared my junior brother so much? Ha! I'm dying of laughter. You're really an idiot. Ling Ba held his belly and laughed. Ling Xiao laughed along with him, and the people around him were also sniggering. This person was really shameless. His junior brother had challenged him first, and now that he had lost, he actually said such words. He was indeed worthy of the word idiot. He Jiang's expression alternated between green and red. He also realized that his words were inappropriate, but he had already said them, so how could he take them back? He Jiang frowned and said, in a spar between fellow disciples, we must not overdo it. We can't kill each other, but this brat clearly wanted to kill. If we don't teach him a lesson today, I'm afraid he won't put us senior brothers in his eyes in the future. Ling Ba, get out of the way. Although his surname is Ling, he shouldn't be related to you. He Jiang didn't dare to make a move in front of Ling Ba. First of all, he didn't have a chance. Moreover, if he provoked Ling Ba, he wouldn't be able to get off scot-free. That fellow was famous for being overbearing and ignoring all rules. Those with the surname Ling are family. Whoever dares bully him is bullying me. You guys can't even afford to lose. The Dragon Gate has lost all its face because of you guys. I have to go find Elder He Gong and ask him how he teaches his disciples. Moreover, that this competition was started by you guys, Ling Ba shouted at He Gong. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? If you want to fight, then fight. I, Ling Xiao, won't be afraid of a divine king like him. Ling Xiao revealed a fearless expression from the side. Based on the power of his divine soul, he sensed that He Jiang had just entered the divine king realm not long ago. With his divine soul at the peak of a low-level divine king, if he fought with He Jiang, he would win more than he would lose. Ling Ba didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so heroic, so he gave him a look of admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Sure enough, you're all from the same family. You've got guts. He Jiang's face was ashen as he said, good guts. I won't kill you, but I will let you know the consequences of insulting my junior brother. You must pay a heavy price. He Jiang prepared to make a move again, but he was stopped once again. The referee elder said in a low voice, He Jiang, could it be that you want to openly challenge the sex rules? This referee elder was also a low-level divine king. Although he didn't have any status, he knew that there were some rules that couldn't be broken, so he spoke out to stop him. He Jiang revealed an indignant expression and said, Brat, if you have the guts, then fight me. He actually challenged Ling Xiao with the strength of a divine king. This guy was even more shameless than Wen Tai Lu. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. If you want to fight, then fight. Ling Xiao replied coldly. Alright, I'll show you what a true god is. A small fry like you can't even withstand a single blow from me. He Jiang said fiercely. Ling Xiao was already on guard. His power surged non-stop, and the energy conversion and fusion between his divine soul and Dantian actually became much faster. His aura became unstable. Oh no, could it be that I'm going to break through now? Ling Xiao cried out anxiously in his heart. He Jiang was really prepared to attack, but he was once again depressed. Because he was stopped by someone again. A faintly discernible voice sounded out, "He Jiang, why aren't you taking your junior brother away? Don't you think that you haven't lost enough face?" If it was someone else's order, He Jiang could ignore it. However, this voice belonged to his master. How could he openly disobey it? He could only stop and stare at Ling Xiao unwillingly. "I hope you can live longer and give me a chance to trample on you." "Hee, you can rest assured about that. This youth is still young. An old fellow like you will probably die faster than me," Ling Xiao retorted. He Jiang coldly snorted and no longer argued with Ling Xiao. He brought Wen Tai Lo, who had already lost his fighting spirit, and left the competition grounds. At this time, Feng Qingyuan, Yu Rou, and Xiao Ling jumped up and arrived beside Ling Xiao to check if he was injured. Ling Xiao was naturally fine. He looked at Ling Ba and said, "Ling Ba, this name is not very suitable for you. If it were me, I would have beaten that bastard into a pig's head long ago. There's no need to talk so much nonsense." Ling Ba was stunned. He did not expect Ling Xiao to evaluate him like this. He did not dare to refute. Instead, he revealed a silly smile and said, "Granduncle is right to lecture me. If anyone dares to cause trouble for Granduncle in the future, I will immediately beat them into a pig's head." Ling Ba was much older than Ling Xiao, and his strength was also much stronger than Ling Xiao. However, in terms of seniority in the clan, he was several generations lower than Ling Xiao, so he still had to obediently call him Granduncle. "All right, stop trying to get close to me. Are you afraid that others don't know about our relationship? I'm going back to close it. It seems like I have gained something from this battle," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Immediately after, he hurried back to his residence with the three women. Ling Ba sensed Ling Xiao's unstable aura, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. "This little granduncle looks very good. I think he won't be too lonely in the sect in the future." He Jiang had already brought Wen Tail back to his master, He Gong's residence. "Mas. Master." Wen Tail looked at his master with a dispirited expression. He knew his master's character. After losing this battle so shamefully, his fate could be imagined. He Gong frowned, and anger flashed across his old face. He pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Then, he waved his hand and signaled for someone to take him away. "Master, please give me another chance. I don't want to leave the sect," Wen Tail pleaded loudly. Unfortunately, his pleading made He Gong even more annoyed. He could not even be bothered to say another word. He just closed his eyes and let the others take him away. After Wen Tail was dragged away, He Gong shouted heavily, "Useless trash." He had nurtured Wen Tail for so many years, but unexpectedly, he could not even defeat a peak holy emperor. He had probably lost all his face, and he would become a laughing stock in front of his fellow disciples in the future. He Jiang, who was at the side, said, "Master, which elder's disciple is that little bastard? His surname is Ling. Is he really not a member of that clan?" He Gong's old eyes flashed with a complicated expression as he said, "Those with the surname Ling are all from the same clan. It doesn't matter whether he is or not. In any case, I already treat him as one. I actually don't know who took in such an outstanding disciple. It seems like there are some things that we are still unaware of. So what? Are we just going to let him continue? He cultivates both ice and fire. Once he becomes a divine king, his battle prowess will not be weak." He Jiang said with some worry. "What are you trying to say? Could it be that you think that master would do such a thing to harm one's own brother?" He Gong said in a deep voice. He Jiang hurriedly said, "No. No, I'm saying that if he joins that faction, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us." Outsiders did not know that Dragon Gate had already been divided into 3 factions. One faction was led by the Kim people. They were the strongest and were also the orthodox faction that had been passed down from the founder of Dragon Gate. The other faction was the new Godly Body faction. They joined Dragon Gate and received great support from Dragon Gate, allowing them to become the new generation's leader. However, as their strength grew, their ambition also surged. They actually wanted to replace the Orthodox faction and take charge of Dragon Gate. The other faction did not help either side. They only wanted to stay in Dragon Gate and develop peacefully. As long as there was no conflict of interest, they would not interfere. The Orthodox faction of Dragon Gate was naturally the Kim people's people. However, this only referred to a small portion of the Kim people who managed Dragon Gate. Most of the Kim people's experts stayed in the clan and rarely came out to interfere. The Godly Body faction had a few supremes in the sect. As for Higong, this Sinjin of Goguryeo, he was only one of their representatives. Sigh, what a good seedling. If they could give their position to us to manage, there would be no need for us to fight among ourselves. Higong sighed softly. He then said, "You don't have to worry about this matter. When the time comes, someone will help us get back at them." He Jiang tactfully replied, "Yes, master." The news of Ling Xiao defeating Wen Tail spread very quickly. Almost everyone in Dragon Gate knew about it. Of course, this included Ling Chen and his wife, as well as Ling Fei, who had been paying attention to it. They were holding a recording crystal bead and watching the battle. Xiao Jinsai was puzzled. Why does Ling Xiao cultivate both ice and fire? Isn't his attribute metal? Ling Fei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you might not know this, but not only does this kid cultivate both ice and fire, he also cultivates wood, wind, and metal attributes. Moreover, he has cultivated each attribute to the extreme." Ling Fei had already seen the records of Ling Xiao's battle in Stone Sky City. He already knew that Ling Xiao didn't only cultivate one attribute. There's actually such a thing? But, how can he activate his bloodline to such an extent? Xiao Jinsai asked again. There were some people in the clan who intermarried with other clans, such as her and Ling Chen. She knew that because of this, the children born from the union of two clansmen with different attributes would definitely have different attributes. Even if the child was of the metal attribute, it would be difficult to activate the power of his bloodline to the peak. However, Ling Xiao's bloodline had long been proven to be pure and rich. This was what Xiao Jinsai was puzzled about. Chapter 1143. Only the heavens know what's going on. Perhaps this brat was born to be a divine being. 5 different elements are supposed to be very difficult to cultivate, unless his chaotic body is different. However, he lacks earth and wind. It's fortunate that he can cultivate all 5 elements to a balanced state, and he can advance so quickly. After not seeing him for 2 years, he's already at the peak of Saint King. Looks like he has a chance to become a god in the near future. Ling Fei said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. He was glad that he had gone to the Blazing Flame merchants to welcome him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid attention to such an outstanding genius. Ling Chen smiled and said, "I can see that he hasn't used his full strength yet." He actually dared to challenge Higong's chief disciple. Although that kid is just an ordinary god king, he's not someone that the Holy Emperor can easily deal with. He's really crazy. After a pause, he looked at Ling Fei and said, "Did you ask Ling Ba to go there?" Ling Fei showed an embarrassed expression and said, "I knew that those people were shameless and ungrateful. If I didn't ask Ling Ba to go and have a look, and if something happened to this kid, those old guys in the clan would go crazy. I'm afraid the sect wouldn't have peace." Ling Chen sighed with his hands behind his back and said, "You did the right thing this time. They've gone too far. Looks like we need to call a meeting to suppress their arrogance." Ling Fei knew that this time his elder brother was really angry. This was also a side that he was happy to see. These past few years, those people have been getting more and more restless. Clearly they don't put their Jin clan in their eyes. And his big brother normally handles things with too much compassion. He has always tolerated those people, but those people always want a yard after taking an inch. They will only be happy when Heavenly Dragon's sect is torn apart. You two brothers can talk. I'll go and see Ling Xiao. Xiao Zhensai knew that the two brothers had something important to talk about. As a woman, she rarely interfered with internal affairs, so she took the opportunity to leave. Xiao Zhensai only brought 2 or 3 people to Ling Xiao's courtyard. Kang Wen and Kang Wu greeted him at the same time. The two of them were now determined to follow Ling Xiao, because they had just discovered how terrifying Ling Xiao's potential was. It was no wonder that the sect master had personally assigned them to protect Ling Xiao. When they thought about how they had allowed Wen Tail to come and go frequently, they felt that they had failed to protect their master. They hoped that they could repair Ling Xiao's impression of them as soon as possible. When Xiao Zhen entered the house, Feng Qingyuan, Euro Fei, and Xiao Ling had to go up and greet her, sect mistress. Xiao Zhensai looked at the 3 outstanding women and sighed inwardly. Ling Xiao's luck with women was not shallow. He actually had a mistress in his house. However, when her gaze landed on Xiao Ling, her beautiful eyes flashed with some emotion. Su Wei. The 3 women were confused, and Xiao Ling blinked her big eyes in confusion. However, when she looked at Xiao Zhensai, she felt that she was a family member, as if they were connected by flesh and blood. Madam, my name is not Su Wei, it's Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling introduced himself. Your surname is Xiao, Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling, you are the daughter of my younger brother Xiao Wei. Xiao Zhensai instantly pulled Xiao Ling's hand and said excitedly. Xiao Ling was confused. She said in confusion, Madam, I don't understand what you are talking about. Xiao Zhensai asked anxiously, aren't you from the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region? I am your aunt. You look like your mother, and your name was given to you by aunt. I didn't expect that you would have been found. Poor child, if aunt hadn't asked you to come to the Sky Dragon region as guests, you wouldn't have suffered so much. As she spoke, tears flowed down Xiao Zhensai's face. Xiao Ling felt her heart ache, as if the person in front of her was her family. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes, but she still maintained her rationality and said, Madam, I don't know what you are talking about. Did you recognize the wrong person? I grew up with my grandfather. How could you be mistaken? Is there a little red mole on your left shoulder? Xiao Zhensai asked. Xiao Ling's face turned red. This was her secret place, and no one else knew about it. At this time, Feng Qingyuan said from the side, Madam, is there a mistake? Ling Er was entrusted by a senior to take care of her. As far as I know, Ling Er lived with that senior since she was young, and only came here with us in the past 2 years. Xiao Zhensai was stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiao Ling and said, Is that really the case? Xiao Ling replied, Of course, I have always lived in the village with my grandfather. Later on, when my brother Ling Xiao was seriously injured, my grandfather and I brought him back to take care of him for a few days. However, my grandfather left without saying goodbye and told me to follow my brother Ling Xiao. As she spoke, she thought of her grandfather, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Xiao Zhensai understood everything. It turned out that this child had not returned to his family. Instead, he had been saved by someone and had been living with that person. If it wasn't for this opportunity, she wouldn't have been able to meet this child. Xiao Zhensai pulled Xiao Ling and said, It's really been hard on you, child. I'm not bitter, I'm very happy with my grandfather, and the neighbor's uncle is also very good to me. Now that I'm with brother Ling Xiao, big sister Ro Fei and Aunt Qingyuan, I'm also very happy. Xiao Ling explained. Xiao Zhensai nodded, and said happily, It's good that you're not bitter, it's good that you're not bitter, it's all Aunt's fault. Come, tell Aunt how you've been doing all these years. Xiao Zhensai also didn't remember to ask about Ling Xiao, so she pulled Xiao Ling to sit down, wanting to hear about her experiences over the years. Feng Qingyuan and Euro Fei both knew that Xiao Zhensai might really have some sort of relationship with Xiao Ling, so they tactfully retreated, allowing them to speak freely here. When Ling Xiao returned from the competition grounds, he immediately entered the closed-door cultivation room. In every courtyard here, there would be a closed room to facilitate cultivation. When Ling Xiao was fighting, he felt Wen Tail's divine power. traces of changes seemed to have occurred between his soul and Dantian, causing his aura to become extremely unstable. This feeling might be a sign that he was preparing to produce divine power. Ling Xiao calmed his heart and began to circulate the two completely different powers of his Dantian and soul. At the same time, he recalled the experience recorded by Qiao Feng, as well as some of the situations that Ling Fei had once told him. He wanted to connect these two powers through the divine bridge, fuse them together, and produce another new type of power. The power of the 5 colors Dantian went up, while the power of his soul spread down. The two of them intertwined with each other. In the beginning, the two types of energy repelled each other and found it hard to fuse. However, the divine bridge acted as a bridge between the two types of energy, gradually twisting the energy together. In the end, it formed an incomparably pure power that condensed on the divine bridge. Outside the closed-door cultivation room, there were countless powers surging in continuously. These powers entered Ling Xiao's body, and fused together from his Dantian towards the divine bridge. In the end, they condensed into a bit of divine power, which carried a vast divine might, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to become incomparably radiant. Ling Xiao wanted to condense even more divine power in one go, but he realized that the power in his Dantian seemed to have dried up. This made Ling Xiao extremely depressed. He could not remember how long it had been since this happened. With his abilities, his Dantian's power had always been endless. However, he had only condensed over 100 drops of divine power, and it had been used up. However, even though his Dantian's power was gone, his aura had become several times more tyrannical than before. He had actually reached the demigod king realm, and was no longer the peak holy emperor. It hasn't been long since I reached the peak holy emperor realm, so the power in my Dantian isn't enough. I actually didn't manage to reach the divine king realm in one go. I'm only a demigod king. However, this feels pretty good. I can already feel the various origin powers. As long as I accumulate more power, the divine king realm is just around the corner. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and said happily. He did not expect that the battle with Wentail would actually make him salivate with divine power. This battle was really quite rewarding. Of course, this was closely related to the fact that he already possessed a divine soul and a divine bridge. If he did not possess these two conditions, Ling Xiao might not have been able to take this step so quickly. If Wentail knew that he had allowed Ling Xiao to take another step after his crushing defeat, who knew if he would vomit blood again? Ling Xiao did not force himself to continue his closed-door cultivation. He calmly walked out of the closed-door cultivation room. However, at this moment, there was a strong energy fluctuation coming from another closed-door cultivation room not far from him. It seemed like someone was also breaking through. After a while, the aura also stopped. Then, a person walked out of the closed-door cultivation room. It was Xian Yuyi who had been in closed-door cultivation. Xian Yuye's condition was also very good. He actually reached the demigod king realm on the same day as Ling Xiao. Congratulations, old Yi. Ling Xiao smiled at Xian Yuyi. Xian Yuyi thought that Ling Xiao was here to welcome him, so he immediately smiled and said, "Hee hee, it's only a half-step breakthrough. I don't know when I can break through the other half." It was all thanks to Ling Xiao's help that Xian Yuyi could reach the demigod king realm so quickly. He admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. It's not easy to take half a step. I believe that with your Tenbin, you can become a real demigod king very soon. Ling Xiao encouraged him. Xian Yuyi nodded happily. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk and his gaze towards Ling Xiao changed. He said softly, "Boss, you're a demigod king too?" Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Everyone has to improve. While you're getting stronger, I have to work hard too. Don't you think so?" Xian Yuye's expression became a little dejected. He thought he was proud that he spent 2 years to reach the demigod king from the peak holy emperor. However, in just 2 years, Ling Xiao actually reached the same height as him from the high stage holy emperor. In comparison, it was clear who advanced faster. Xian Yuyi was shocked. "Boss, did you take some divine pill? How did you reach the demigod king realm so quickly?" Hee, I know alchemy, but I rarely take divine power-enhancing pills. But, if you want, it's not impossible, Ling Xiao smiled and said. Chapter 1144. To be honest, ever since he left Raging Flame City, Ling Xiao rarely practiced alchemy. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have the ability to. What he wanted to do was concoct divine pills, not just a simple divine pill. However, Ling Xiao knew that concocting a divine pellet was not as easy as it was before. He needed to have the support of a great amount of energy in order to successfully concoct a divine pellet. Furthermore, every divine herb was extremely precious. He did not dare to attempt to concoct a divine pellet because he could not afford the loss. However, things were different now. He had reached the demigod king realm and his divine soul had reached the peak of low-level god king realm. There were signs that he was going to improve further. With such strength, he was confident enough to concoct divine pills. Of course, he didn't have full confidence. He just wanted to regain his alchemy skills and become a divine alchemist. That way, he would have more confidence in the Dragon Gate. With this plan in mind, Ling Xiao told Xin Yi that, but he still had to prepare a lot of materials. Is that true? Could it be that boss can concoct divine pills? Xin Yi asked with anticipation. The more he understood Ling Xiao, the more he felt that Ling Xiao was a monster. So now, he believed that Ling Xiao might really be able to concoct divine pills. If that was the case, there was hope for him to break through to the Divine King realm. I can try, but don't get your hopes up too high. I still have to prepare the materials. Ling Xiao didn't give a definite answer. Okay, I believe boss can do it, Xian Yi replied excitedly. Then, the two returned to the hall inside the house. Only Feng Qingyuan and Yuro Fei were in the house. Xiao Ling wasn't there. Ling Xiao scanned with his divine sense. There was no trace of Xiao Ling's aura in his courtyard. He immediately asked the two girls nervously, "Where's Ling Er? Where did she go?" He was worried that the people behind Wentail had come and taken her away. Xiao, don't worry. Ling Er was just taken away by the sect master's wife. Feng Qingyuan said. Ling Xiao was puzzled. What's going on? Therefore, Feng Qingyuan told him about Xiao Zhensai's visit when Ling Xiao went into closed-door cultivation a month ago. It turned out that Xiao Ling might be Xiao Zhensai's niece. According to the conversation between Xiao Zhensai and Xiao Ling had completely believed that what Xiao Zhensai said was the truth. Now, Xiao Ling had been invited to the main peak where the sect master was. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was happy. That's great. Her grandfather asked me to help her find her family. I didn't expect them to be from the same family. After a pause, he looked at Yuro Fei and said, "Has there been any news from Yuro Fei's adoptive father?" Yuro Fei shook her head, "Not yet." Back then, Sha Yan had said that he would come to find Yuro Fei. At that time, he would bring Ling Xiao to the chaotic burial space to check on the news of the evil emperor. But after such a long time, he still hadn't come. He must have been delayed by something. Feng Qingyuan, who was at the side, knew that this matter was related to finding the whereabouts of the evil emperor. "Mistress, don't worry, I'll go and inform the sect master. Let's prepare to go find master," Ling Xiao said to Feng Qingyuan. Feng Qingyuan revealed an incomparably happy expression and said, "Really?" Ling Xiao nodded his head heavily and said, "It's true. In the past, I was worried that I was too weak and liked to cause trouble. I was afraid that I would implicate you guys, but now that I have my identity and Kong Wen and Kong Wu's protection, we can do whatever we want in the Sky Dragon region. I believe that it will be much easier to find master." Feng Qingyuan nodded his head repeatedly and said, Yes, we can go find your master now." Feng Qingyuan was very excited and happy. Her love for the evil emperor was something that others could not imagine. It had already been a few years since she came here from the central region, and if she continued to worry about it, she would really not be able to hold herself back from searching for the whereabouts of the evil emperor. Ling Xiao revealed a look of guilt and rushed to the main peak. When he arrived at the sect master's residence, he saw Xiao Zhensai and Xiao Ling chatting outside the elegant courtyard. The two of them seemed to be extremely intimate and happy. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao felt very gratified. Now that Xiao Ling had someone to take care of, he could rest assured and do what he wanted to do. "Greetings, Madam Sovereign." Ling Xiao bowed and said to Xiao Zhensai. Xiao Zhensai waved his hand and said, "There are no outsiders here, just call me sister-in-law." Ling Xiao nodded, and his gaze landed on Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling intimately went to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you've come out of seclusion. It seems like you've become stronger." Ling Xiao lightly scratched Xiao Ling's nose and said, Of course, if I can't become stronger, why would I go into seclusion?" After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Did Ling heir and sister-in-law have a good chat?" Eldest aunt treats me very well." "Brother Ling Xiao, do you know? So Madam is Ling heir's relative." "Other than grandfather and brother Ling Xiao, Ling heir has another relative. Ling heir is very happy." Xiao Ling nodded happily. Ling Xiao rubbed her head and said, "That's good." Then he said to Xiao Zhensai, "Sister-in-law, are you from the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region? You know about it?" Xiao Zhensai looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. This matter was only known to the upper echelons of the Dragon Gate, outsiders did not know about it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I heard Ling heir's grandfather say that she might be related to the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region. He told me to go take a look when I have the chance in the future to see if I can confirm it. Now that sister-in-law has recognized Ling heir, I can only guess." Xiao Zhensai revealed a look of understanding and said, "So that's how it is. You're right, I am from the Xiao family of the Profound Sky region, and Ling heir is the daughter of my brother Xiao Wei." Then, Xiao Zhensai told Ling Xiao the whole story. It turned out that 20 years ago, Xiao Zhensai invited her brother Xiao Wei and Su Wei to visit the Dragon Gate. At that time, Xiao Ling was still very young, not even 1 year old. After staying at the Dragon Gate for a few days, Xiao Wei and Su Wei were about to return to the Profound Sky region, but along the way, they were attacked by an unknown enemy. At that time, although Xiao Wei and Su Wei brought many experts with them, they still suffered heavy losses. Xiao Ling was also lost after that battle. When Xiao Wei and Su Wei returned to the Dragon Gate to ask for help, Xiao Zhensai was furious and had Ling Chen send many experts to help and search for Xiao Ling's whereabouts. However, no matter how they searched, Xiao Ling was already missing and could not be found. Because of this, Xiao Wei and Su Wei were heartbroken, while Xiao Zhensai lived in guilt. She felt that the disappearance of Xiao Ling was caused by her. If she had not invited her brother and sister-in-law over to play, such a tragedy would not have occurred. Now that she was able to meet Xiao Ling again, she was extremely happy. She wished that she could immediately bring Xiao Ling back to the Profound Sky region and send this daughter back to the hands of her brother and sister-in-law. However, this time, she had already sent people to deliver the news. She believed that before long, someone would come to bring Xiao Ling back. After hearing this, Ling Xiao came to a sudden realization. He now completely believed the relationship between Xiao Ling and Xiao Zhensai. "Ling heir, in the future, with your aunt taking care of you, no one will dare to bully you." Ling Xiao smiled at Xiao Ling, "Of course. Aunt said the same thing." Xiao Ling replied proudly. Ling Xiao smiled and said to Xiao Zhensai, "Sister-in-law, I will leave Ling heir in your hands. Recently, I want to go on a long trip, so I came to inform the sect master." Before Xiao Zhensai could reply, Xiao Ling anxiously said, "Brother Ling Xiao, where are you going? Don't you want Ling heir anymore?" Ling Xiao said, "How could that be? Ling heir is about to reunite with her family. Don't you like it? When your family reunites, your father and mother will take care of you. Big brother has something to do, so I won't be by your side in the future. You have to learn to take care of yourself, understand?" To be honest, he really didn't want to leave Xiao Ling's naive sister. Her simplicity, innocence, cleverness, intelligence, and cuteness all cleansed Ling Xiao's heart. When he was with her, Ling Xiao couldn't have any distracting thoughts. However, he still had to face reality. Only by returning this girl to the arms of her parents could she grow up better. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ling immediately hugged Ling Xiao's arm and cried, "Brother Ling Xiao, you don't want Ling Air anymore?" I don't want to leave brother Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao gently stroked her hair and comforted her. "Silly girl, brother Ling Xiao will always be your big brother. I will visit you in the future. Don't be sad, okay?" Xiao Ling shook her head and said sadly, "No. I don't want to. Grandpa has left me, and I don't want big brother Ling Xiao to leave me too. Isn't it good for big brother Ling Xiao to be with me?" Ling Xiao had no choice but to look at Xiao Zhensai and ask for help. Xiao Zhensai pulled Xiao Ling's arm and said, "Ling, don't be sad. It's not that your big brother Ling Xiao doesn't want you anymore. He just has to go and do something. You know, a man's ambition is to travel far and wide. How can he stay by your side all the time? When your big brother Ling Xiao is done with his business, Auntie will let him accompany you, okay?" Xiao Ling wrinkled his nose and said, "Is that true?" Xiao Zhensai nodded and said, "Of course it's true. If he doesn't go to see you, I will skin him alive." Ling Xiao also nodded and said, "Ling Air, don't worry. Don't you worry about your brother's character. If he says he will go see you, he will go see you. Don't worry." "All right, brother Ling Xiao, you have to come back quickly to see Ling Air," Xiao Ling said reluctantly. Ling Xiao chatted with the two women for a while. Just when he was about to leave, Ling Fei appeared at this time. "Brother." Ling Xiao saw Ling Fei and called out. Ling Fei nodded. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, You broke through?" Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "How could it be so easy? I just took half a step." Ling Fei went forward and gave Ling Xiao a light punch and said, "Good boy, this speed is not worse than any divine body. Good, now no one will object to you joining the team to go to the divine pond." "Join the team to go to the divine pond?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei with a puzzled expression. He was preparing to go out and didn't want to be delayed by other things. "Let's talk outside, don't disturb sister-in-law and the others," Ling Fei said and pulled Ling Xiao outside. Chapter 1145. Ling Fei brought Ling Xiao to a side hall. After asking the waiter to serve some good wine, they began to talk about business. "Brother, what's with this divine pond?" Ling Xiao went straight to the point. "This divine pond has great benefits for you. Any peak holy emperor or demigod king that enters will have a chance to form a godly soul and increase their chances of becoming a divine king." Ling Fei drank a mouthful of wine. "Forming a godly soul? That doesn't seem to be of any use to me, right?" Ling Xiao was puzzled. He had formed a godly soul long ago. If this divine pond was as simple as forming a godly soul, it would be of no use to him. Ling Fei waved his hand and said, "No, this divine pond has more benefits. Other than helping people form a godly soul, it also contains the purest non-elemental source energy. As long as you can absorb that energy, you won't have to worry about becoming a divine king." Ling Xiao was tempted. If it could help him reach the divine king realm faster, perhaps this divine pond would be of some use. After Ling Fei's explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood what this godly soul was about. The divine pond of souls was one of the 3 special places in the Sky Dragon domain. It existed in a crack in the void and would only open once every 100 years. There were many holy items, divine materials, beasts, and even a wonderful place like the divine pond of souls. The divine pond of souls could cleanse one's sea of consciousness. It could allow peak holy emperor and demigod king to form a godly soul and sense the existence of divine power. In the depths of the divine pond, there was also a non-elemental godly spring that could help people break through from demigod king to divine king. However, the Divine Pond of Souls was not a place that anyone could enter. This was because the Divine Pond of Souls was forcefully occupied by several super forces in the Sky Dragon domain. Other forces and rogue cultivators could not enter at all. It would only open once every 100 years, and after opening, it would only last for a month at most. If one could not come out within this month, he might be trapped there for 100 years. There were many beasts inside. One could imagine the situation after being trapped for 100 years. How about it? Are you interested? In about half a year, the Ghost Divine Pond will open. Every year, our Dragon Gate will take the majority of the quota. We can send 50 people there, and these 50 people will be the most outstanding disciples in our sect. I had recommended you, but some old men said that you were not strong enough. Now, you have the strength of a demigod king. Let's see who is not convinced. Ling Fei said angrily. Ling Xiao fell silent. A month's time wasn't very long, but there was still half a year before the opening. He didn't know if his master's wife was willing to wait a little longer. Otherwise, he was afraid that she would blame him for delaying the time. Where is the exact location of the Ghost Divine Pond? Asked Ling Xiao. Ling Fei replied, it's at the edge of the Sky Dragon region. He paused for a moment before adding, speaking of which, that place is very close to the chaotic burial space of the 8 great forbidden areas. Many people wonder if the Ghost Divine Pond is a part of the chaotic burial space. What a coincidence. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. What's so coincidental? Ling Fei asked in confusion. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, it's nothing, I'll go to the Ghost Divine Pond. He wanted to go to the chaotic burial space, and the Ghost Divine Pond was nearby. He didn't have to worry about these two things anymore. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling Xiao had a reason not to agree. Alright, I'll go find Big Brother now. No matter what, I'll arrange for you to go up there. Otherwise, Laozi will be angry with them. Ling Fei said and hurriedly left. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei and felt that this Big Brother was really good to him. Now that he had the strength of a demigod king, he had the strength to even challenge a low-level god king. He could finally truly walk around the heaven domain. If he could find the evil emperor this time, then his next stop would be to find Yunmingqi. He had been looking forward to that day for a long time. He could only hope that Yunmingqi was really above the heaven domain. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to look for traces of her. Ling Xiao shook off the melancholy of leaving with Xiao Ling and rushed back to the manor to tell Feng Qingyuan the news. As expected, when Feng Qingyuan heard that there was such a good thing, she became even more happy. She firmly believed that she would definitely be able to find her big brother evil emperor this time. However, Euro Fei was a little depressed. She had been waiting for news of her foster father for a long time, so she was a little worried. Ro Fei, you have to come with me this time. Ling Xiao emphasized. That was where one could become a god king. It was a rare opportunity for you Ro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xian Yuyi. Ling Xiao planned to bring them along so that they could enjoy the benefits of the Ghost Divine Pond and speed up their advancement to the Divine King stage. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't ask for a spot from Dragon Gate for them. He didn't need this at all. He only needed to put them in the cauldron and everything would be fine. Euro Fei hesitated. Then what if foster father comes looking for us? If he comes, then get someone to tell him to stay. We'll come back after we're done with our business. This Ghost Divine Pond only opens once every 100 years after all, and it has great benefits for us. We definitely can't miss this opportunity. Ling Xiao said solemnly. Euro Fei knew that Ling Xiao was right, so she immediately nodded in agreement. And, then it's decided. Ling Xiao replied, and then told the 2 girls about Xiao Ling's matter, making them feel at ease. Heading to the high slope at the border of the Sky Dragon region wasn't something that could be decided in an instant. The sect still needed to arrange the final candidates and the escorts for this trip. All of these needed to be discussed by the higher-ups of the sect before the itinerary could be arranged. Ling Xiao also used this time to rush back to Kim people. He wanted to tell the clan leader about his trip and ask for the dragon bones and dragon tendons. Ling Bo didn't expect Ling Xiao to reach the demigod king stage from the peak holy emperor stage in less than a month after leaving the clan. This surprised him, but at the same time, he was overjoyed. "Good lad, this speed puts us old fellows to shame," Ling Bo said happily. Ling Xiao was more satisfied with Ling Xiao the more he looked at him. "Looks like you're getting closer to the divine king stage." "Very good. I heard that you suppressed the demigod king's direct disciple as a peak holy emperor stage. You've made our clan leader proud." Very few things that happened in the heavenly dragon sect could satisfy the two old men. It was just that they would not come forward to interfere unless it was absolutely necessary. Clan leader, great elder, since I've made our clan proud, shouldn't you give me a reward or something?" Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and smiled. Ling Bo and Ling Xiao looked at each other and smiled. Ling Bo said, "Good lad, I thought you came to see us old fellows. So you want something? Tell me, what reward do you want? As long as it's not too much, we'll fulfill your wish." Ling Xiao said seriously, "I want to ask the clan leader if the clan has any dragon bones and dragon tendons. I need them urgently." Ling Bo and Ling Xiao's expressions changed when they heard Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice, "Xiao, do you know what you're talking about?" Ling Xiao knew that Kim people had a great relationship with the golden dragon, so he immediately explained, "Please don't be angry, elders. I have a weapon that needs these two things to be smelted again. If you have any in stock, please give it to Ling Xiao. If not, then forget it. I've never thought of disrespecting the dragons." After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Ling Xiao was going to slay a dragon, peel off its bones and extract its tendons. Well, it's good that you can think that way. Our Kim people and the Golden Dragon clan have been related to them since the time of our ancestors, and the ancient emperor's divine skill created by our ancestors is also related to them. We can't be disrespectful to them. Ling Bo taught Ling Xiao meaningfully. Then he said, "However, I'll find a way to get the dragon bones and dragon tendons you need for you, but I can't guarantee it." Ling Xiao thanked him again and again. "Thank you, Patriarch. If you can get it, please send someone to send these things to the outer sects Zhang Meng. He will help me reforge my divine weapon." "So you've assigned this task to us?" Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiao with interest. This was the first time they had met a junior who dared to ask them to do something like this. Ling Xiao scratched his head, knowing that he was being a bit rash. He laughed dryly and said, "Brother has assigned me a task. I have to go back and wait for the task to be assigned. If it's not convenient for the two elders, I'll arrange for someone else to help me." Ling Bo waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Since you've asked, consider it your reward. I'll have someone send it to you." After pausing for a moment, he asked Ling Xiao, "What task did Ling Fei give you? Could it be about going to the Ghost Divine Pond?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, Patriarch." Not bad. With your current conditions, you can join the list," Ling Bo replied. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, said, "This time, there are also a dozen kids from the clan who want to go with you. How about this? You have the highest seniority among them, so you'll take care of them. Don't let others bully them." "Will this affect them?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Although the Kim people were quite particular about seniority, some of his nephews were several hundred years older than him. He was afraid that some of them wouldn't listen to his orders. "You can rest assured. I'll have someone warn those kids," Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and agreed. After leaving the Kim people and returning to the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao received news from Ling Fei. In another half a month, he would be able to set off for the high slope with the other 49 disciples. At the same time, Ling Fei also told Ling Xiao that this trip wouldn't be smooth sailing, and that he had to be prepared to fight and protect his life at any time. This was because inside the Ghost Divine Pond, not only would there be people from the Sky Dragon region, but there would also be people from the Sky Tiger region. The Ghost Divine Pond wouldn't just open at the border of the Sky Dragon region, it would also open at the same time in the Sky Tiger region. This group of people would definitely clash with each other, which was unavoidable in the past. Chapter 1146. 50 outstanding true inheritors were gathered in the Heavenly Dragon Sect's Great Hall. Most of the direct disciples were at the Demigod King realm. A few of them were at the peak of the Saint King realm. They could enter the Ghost Divine Pond on the high slope because of their own advantages. Although the Demigod King realm was a Demigod King realm expert, the Demigod King realm expert was a Demigod King realm expert. The peak Holy Emperor's advantage was their outstanding physique, or they were the direct descendants of some big shots, which was why they were selected. Otherwise, they would not have been able to occupy the quota in such a situation. After all, there were many people in the Dragon Gate who were stuck at the Demigod King realm. Sect Master Ling Chen gave these 50 disciples a speech of encouragement. He hoped that they would be able to gain something from this trip and quickly become godly kings to serve the sect. At the same time, he warned them to stick together and not let their emotions affect their decisions. Finally, he announced that Elder Hegong would be leading the team to the high slope area, and that everyone had to listen to Elder Hegong's arrangements. Ling Zhao's heart sank when he heard that this person would be leading the team. After all, Wen Tai Lu was Hegong's disciple, and Ling Xiaoxiu had insulted Wen Tai Lu. Hegong might not be able to take this lying down. Would Hegong take advantage of this trip to deal with Ling Xiaoxiu? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. He thought to himself, what's wrong with the headmaster? He knew this old man would target me, and yet he still let him lead the team. Isn't he just looking for trouble? However, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Chen announce another person to lead the team. This was because that person was Ling Ba, the strongest person in his nephew's generation. With him restraining Hegong, he believed that Hegong would not dare to deal with him openly. After making the announcement, Hegong waved his hand and led the group of people to the space array, heading towards the high slope. The high slope area was at the edge of the Sky Dragon domain, and it was very far away from the Dragon Gate. Fortunately, there were spatial arrays between the major cities, so the distance of teleportation was relatively far, greatly reducing the time needed to travel. Even so, it took them 3 months to reach the high slope. The high slopes were more desolate. Apart from a few tall mountains, most of the land was plains. It was a vast expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. The blue sky was clear, the wild grass was thick, and cattle and sheep could be seen occasionally. It looked abnormally peaceful. But from time to time, poisonous insects and ferocious beasts would appear and prey on these cows and sheep. The high slope area was sparsely populated. Only some weak warriors lived there. To the north of this area was the chaotic burial space. Layers of clouds and mist flashed strangely in the sky, as if they were trying to devour the sky, making people feel surprised and frightened. In fact, the chaotic burial space was still very far from where they were, but they could still see the scene there. Any warrior that came close would be sucked into the chaotic burial space, and it would be hard for them to come out again. The Ghost Divine Pond's void crack was quite far away from the chaotic burial space. It would open once every 100 years, and it would last for a month. When they reached the high slope area, there was no more spatial array to teleport them, because the spatial energy here would be affected by the chaotic burial space. They could only choose to fly at a low altitude to the destination of the void crack that would open every 100 years. The high slope area was very vast, and it took them close to a month to fly to the border. This was the speed of a demigod king. If a real god king were to fly at full speed, they would probably reach their destination in about 10 days. Along the way, Hegong did not cause any trouble for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also very tactful and kept a low profile, so he did not do anything out of line. On the other hand, Ling Ba introduced the new generation of Kim people to Ling Xiao. All of them had to call Ling Xiao granduncle. There were a total of 16 of them, which was quite a large proportion. Among them, Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and Ling Yuelu had the highest prestige, and they were all demigod kings. The three of them had also activated the rich power of their bloodline, and they had condensed the shadow of a real dragon. They were the focus of the clan. Among the others, Ling Xiao found out from Ling Yuelu that Chang Haoyou, Lei Jingyang, Yao Meihong, and a few others had the highest expectations. Their combat power was quite impressive, and they could already fight low-level god kings. Moreover, the three of them had extraordinary physiques. Chang Haoyou was only around 220 years old, and he had a dual physique of earth and wood. Both attributes were in an extremely balanced state. Although he was not considered a god physique, his combat power was not any weaker than a normal god physique. Lei Jingyang, on the other hand, had the real thunder god physique. He had just reached 130 years old, and he was the youngest among the 50 people besides Ling Xiao. Although he had just become a demigod king not long ago, no one dared to doubt the terrifying power of his strongest attack attribute. Yao Meihong, on the other hand, had the wind god physique. Her ancestor was one of the big shots of the Dragon Gate, and she had received a lot of resources from a young age. She was around 150 years old, and her speed was unparalleled among the people here. Apart from the three of them, the others could not be underestimated. To be able to become a true disciple of the Dragon Gate, they must be extraordinary, and ordinary demigod kings could not be compared to them. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to know about the situation was not only because he wanted to get to know these outstanding talents, but also because he wanted to know who could threaten him during this trip. When the group arrived near the opening of the spectral divine pond, there were already quite a number of people stationed there. Ling Xiao only had a limited impression of these forces from the records, and he did not know much about them. Ling Ba, on the other hand, told him through telepathy that those who carried ancient swords were from the sword cleansing manor, those who held axes were from the godly axe gang, those who wore sun and moon prints were from the sun-moon sect, and those who wore blazing fire prints were from the blazing flame merchants. These super forces were the overlords of the Sky Dragon domain, and they all had 30 slots to enter the Ghost Divine Pond. Some of the weaker forces only had 20 or 10 slots. When the people from the Dragon Gate arrived, the leaders of the various forces all came over to greet them warmly, showing their respect for the Dragon Gate. He Gong took the responsibility and started to chat with them, but he had an extremely arrogant look on his face. The other 20 god kings guarded the disciples, in case anything happened. Ling Ba took the opportunity to tell Ling Xiao some things to take note of when entering the Ghost Divine Pond. Ling Xiao gained a deeper understanding of the Ghost Divine Pond, and at the same time, he knew what he had to take note of. At this moment, a surprised voice rang out from nearby. Ling Xiao, you've come as well? Two beautiful women and two god kings walked over from a direction, and the voice came from one of the women. Of these two women, one was dressed in gorgeous satin. The gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wing revealed the fiery red divine armor underneath, wrapping around her graceful and seductive figure. Her perfectly sculpted face was overflowing with a happy expression, and her beautiful hair lightly fluttered with waves of enchanting fragrance. The other woman was graceful and charming, flashing with a mature and enchanting intoxicating fragrance. She was dressed in a light-colored satin, making her look like a blooming lily in the midst of a forest. These two women were Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing from the Blazing Flame Merchants, and behind them were Guardian Elder Rai Oi and Lai Shi. After not seeing each other for 2 years, Lai Ruyu looked even more beautiful and mature, while Zhou Zhijing's temperament had improved, and she looked even more like a lady from a wealthy family. They were now at the demigod king realm. Ling Xiao walked towards them and smiled. You're here too. Lai Ruyu had not seen Ling Xiao for 2 years, and her heart was beating fast. When she saw Ling Xiao smiling at her, she could not help but blush slightly. Zhou Zhijing also sensed that Ling Xiao was different from before, and he looked even more handsome. Although his overbearing aura was restrained, it still gave people a feeling of being as steady as a mountain. The current Ling Xiao was even more handsome and charming, and he was definitely a poison to any woman. You're advancing so fast, you've actually caught up to me. Lai Ruyu said, her beautiful eyes staring at Ling Xiao without blinking, as if she did not want to look away. Ling Xiao was very happy to meet his old friends, and he said, haha, of course, who am I, Ling Xiao, advancing is a matter of course. Lai Ruyu agreed with his words, and nodded repeatedly, yes, I believe you, you're the best. Ling Xiao listened to Lai Ruyu's direct praise, and his old face still could not take it. It's just a so-so, I'm only third in the world. He paused for a moment, and then said, Ruyu, Miss Zhou, you've become even more beautiful. The two women did not expect Ling Xiao to say such direct words, and their hearts were filled with endless joy, and their faces were flushed red. Elder Yong, Elder Shi, how have the two of you been? Ling Xiao greeted Ryoi and Lai Shi. Ryoi and Lai Shi nodded in response to Ling Xiao's words, and their eyes revealed a look of admiration for Ling Xiao. Back then, Ling Xiao was only an intermediate holy emperor, and in just a short 2 to 3 years, he had reached the demigod king realm, which was even more abnormal than the cultivation speed of those divine physiques, and could be described as unreasonable to describe his monstrous speed. Ling Xiao and the two women were chatting happily, and from time to time, bursts of laughter could be heard. This attracted the attention of many people, and some even looked at Ling Xiao with envy and jealousy, and thought to themselves, this guy is really lucky with women. Junior Ling, these two are. Why don't you introduce them to me? A man with a dragon-like gait brought the three people in front of Ling Xiao and asked. This man's aura was unusually domineering, and his purple eyes were shining brightly. His entire person looked mighty and dignified. This man was the thunder god's body, Lei Xingyang, and behind him were the other three direct disciples. Ling Xiao was not familiar with Lei Xingyang, and he also hated his condescending attitude, but he still smiled and introduced Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing to him. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also knew that this man in front of them probably had an extraordinary position in the Dragon Gate, and they also showed the quality of a wealthy family, so they greeted him back. So it's the two senior and junior sisters of the Blazing Flame merchants. Very good, when we reach the Soul Divine Pond, let me, Lei Xingyang, protect you. Lei Xingyang said with a smile. Chapter 1147. Lei Xingyang was a representative of the godly body faction. He had an inexplicable hostility towards the people of Kim people. He had the urge to step on the people of Kim people. Lei Xingyang was a genius. He had the thunder god's body and had the strongest attack power. He had reached the demigod king realm at such a young age. He was truly a monster. After entering the Ghost Divine Pond, he was confident that he could reach the divine king realm in one go. He would become a 100-year-old divine king and stand shoulder to shoulder with those amazing geniuses in history. He had a halo above his head. He was appreciated by many big shots in the sect, so he always had an arrogant expression. Now that he saw Ling Xiao surrounded by two beautiful women, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Moreover, he didn't like people with the surname Ling, so he came forward to provoke him. His words seemed to have planned for Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing to be by his side. Lai Ruyu stared at Lei Xingyang with dissatisfaction and said, "Who do you think you are? We don't need your protection. If we wanted to protect someone, it would be Ling Xiao." She wanted to say, "You don't deserve it," but she swallowed her words. He was from Dragon Gate after all, so she didn't want to hurt the interests of the Blazing Flame merchants. Lei Xingyang didn't expect this girl to refute him like that, but he wasn't angry. He still had a smile on his face and said, "Your surname is Lai, right? I believe you are related to Union Leader Lai. Don't you know that many of the businesses of the Blazing Flame merchants are taken care of by Dragon Gate?" Lai Ruyu didn't expect Lei Xingyang to get to the point so quickly. Her expression turned ugly. The more Lei Xingyang looked at Lai Ruyu, the more tempted he was. He said, "Don't worry. As long as we have a good relationship, your merchant union will develop well in Dragon Gate. You should know this, right?" Lei Xingyang's threatening tone made Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing angry, but they couldn't say anything else. They just hoped that a disciple like him couldn't interfere with the relationship between the two forces. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Lei Xingyang. What a righteous name, but his character is not so good. Let's just call him Lei Xingyin." It sounds nicer. What do you think, Senior Brother Lei? Ling Xiao dragged out the Senior Brother Lei behind him, his face full of mockery. In the Jin clan, Ling Zhao's status was equal to Ling Chen and Ling Fei. However, in the Heavenly Dragon sect, Ling Zhao's status was temporarily the same as Lei Xingyang and the others. However, hypocrites like Lei Xingyang made Ling Xiao feel disgusted. He really did not expect the Heavenly Dragon sect to have so many traitors. It seemed that if the Heavenly Dragon sect was not rectified, it would soon split. Lei Xingyang's smiling face instantly turned the color of an eggplant, and he said angrily, "What did you say? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said?" Ling Xiao met his eyes with a faint smile. The sarcasm in his eyes was unmistakable. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing were very happy to see Ling Xiao stand up for them. Impudent. How can you speak to Junior Brother Lei like that? Could it be that you're tired of living? That's right. This kind of person has no manners. How dare he talk to Junior Brother Lei like that? He's really going against the heavens. We must report to Elder He Gong and deprive him of the right to enter the Soul Divine Pond. He's not worthy of being a disciple of our Dragon Gate. The three followers behind Lei Xingyang immediately jumped out and shouted at Ling Xiao. Their faces were full of anger, as if their women had been raped. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them and said to the two girls, "I'll accompany you over there to talk, in case some clowns affect your mood." With that, Ling Xiao was about to leave with the two girls. Lei Xingyang was finally angry. "Ling Xiao, stop right there." Lei Xingyang shouted, and a purple aura circled around him. Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, Ling Yuelei, and the other 16 people instantly surrounded them. "Lei Xingyang, what do you want? Do you want to spar with us before entering the Soul Pond?" Ling Muxin looked at Lei Xingyang arrogantly and said disdainfully. In terms of combat power, the people of Kim people were not afraid of anyone. They had the power to increase their combat power, and people of the same level would retreat. This was also the reason why they had always been strong. If it weren't for the fact that their numbers were small and their bloodline was thin, it wouldn't have been a problem for them to completely rule the Sky Dragon District. As Ling Muxin and the others moved, other people from Dragon Gate also moved closer to Lei Xingyang. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Ling Ba frowned and shouted, "Are you all tired of living? Do you all want others to see our Dragon Gate as a joke?" As soon as he said this, everyone unwillingly dispersed, but the smell of gunpowder did not lessen at all. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them and went to a quiet place to chat with the two girls. There were still a few days before the opening of the Void Crack, and the young disciples of the various powers began to interact with each other. It could be considered as forming some good friends and contributing to the development of the sect in the future. The disciples of the few superpowers were the most popular, and the disciples of the other powers all came to curry favor with them. After all, there were many dangers in the Soul Divine Pond, and at the same time, there was a possibility of encountering the elites of the Sky Tiger District. They had to rope in their allies to prevent themselves from being weak and being attacked by fierce beasts or others. These days, Ling Xiao didn't interact with others at all. He only accompanied the two girls to play around. His relaxed state of mind was enviable. Every time Lei Xingyang saw Ling Xiao smiling happily, he felt like there was a thorn in his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. "Just you wait. Once we're inside, you'll know the consequences of offending me," Lei Xingyang said in his heart. On this day, there was still no movement from the Void Crack, and everyone continued to wait. But on this day, something unexpected happened. A disciple of the Sun sect and a disciple of the Divine Axe gang started fighting for some reason. The sound of their fight attracted everyone's attention. What's going on? They're actually fighting, and it's even with their lives on the line. Who knows, but the two sects don't seem to be fighting. Could it be that it's just a personal grudge? Who knows? The Divine Axe gang and the Sun Moon sect have always had some friction. Maybe it's because of this. The Sun sect's disciple's Holy Sun Fist has already reached the perfection realm, and there's actually a trace of fist intent. It's very powerful. The Divine Axe Gang's disciple isn't weak either. His sky-splitting axe can already use the power of 64 broad axes. Su Tian, although your Holy Sun Fist has reached the perfection realm, you're still too weak. You're destined to lose to me in this battle. The man holding the divine axe shouted excitedly. He waved the divine axe in his hand, and a fierce axe shadow seemed to split the sky and earth. A burst of yellow energy burst out, and its power was endless. This man was the leader of the Divine Axe Gang's new generation, and his name was Ba Zhongxing. His defense was extremely strong, and the power of his axe was even more powerful, so he temporarily had the upper hand. The Sun-Moon Sect's disciple who had the upper hand was called Su Tian, and he was the leader of the Sun Sect's disciples. He was also a demigod king, and he had comprehended the elementary fist intent realm. He was at the perfection realm of 9 suns, but he still couldn't break through Ba Zhongxing's strong defense, and he looked a little anxious. Ba Zhongxing, don't be so full of yourself. You're the one who's going to lose. Su Tian roared, and his power exploded to its peak. A colorful celestial fire covered the sky and the earth, and it burned towards Ba Zhongxing. Holy Sun Fist's 8th stage, Celestial Flame Celestial Sun. These fiery fists contained the source power of the celestial-colored heavenly fire. Ling Xiao, who was watching, trembled a little, and a familiar feeling spread through his body. Back then, he obtained a trace of the source power of the celestial-colored heavenly fire in the ruins of the Holy Sun Sect, and that was how he managed to cultivate the 8th stage of the fist force. Su Tian, who was in front of him, also contained the source power of the celestial-colored heavenly fire. No wonder Ling Xiao felt that it was so familiar. The power of Su Tian's attack was shocking. A bright sun fell from the sky, and it was so fast that it seemed like the whole world was going to be devoured by this bright sun. The intense heat forced everyone to activate their protective divine skills to withstand it. The people of the Sun-Moon Sect all exclaimed softly, and they all felt that Su Tian's attack would definitely turn the tables. Ba Zhongxing also revealed a serious expression, and balls of yellow light appeared around his body, which wrapped him up tightly. He waved the divine axe in his hand continuously, and 49 axes were used to block the colorful sun. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strong power vibrated continuously, and it was as if the whole world was collapsing. It was deafening. Ba Zhongxing was blasted down from the sky, and his defenses were cracked. Su Tian's fighting spirit was awe-inspiring, and the torrential fist intent danced, and the bright sun danced, bombarding towards Ba Zhongxing crazily. He, only like this is worthy to be my opponent. Ba Zhongxing sneered, and he reorganized his formation. He waved the divine axe again, and the figure of an ancient giant appeared behind him. The giant was like the Panga god who split the sky and earth, and its saliva gave birth to life. Its aura was suffocating. Heaven-opening giant 64 axes. The power of each axe was multiplied, and each axe could break a bright sun. Its power was terrifying, and it was not inferior to a low-level god king's attack at all. This was the terrifying part of the heaven's pride. They all had the powerful ability to fight above their level. Another series of trembling sounds rang out, and the 2 types of divine power kept flying in all directions. It was quite shocking. Too scary. These 2 are truly worthy of being the leaders of the new generation. Their power has already far surpassed that of ordinary demigod kings, and they are comparable to low-level god kings. I wonder who will have the last laugh. This is related to the honor and reputation of the 2 forces. The Holy Sun Fist is the Sun Sect's divine fist, and its power has long been famous in the heaven region. It's a pity that Su Tian's comprehension of the fist intent is not enough, or else he would have definitely won this battle. That's right. The Holy Sun Fist requires the combination of the origin flame and the fist intent in order to unleash its true power. As for the heaven-splitting disc axe, it requires boundless divine energy to unleash its greatest power. This Ba Zhongxing is about to become a god king. Chapter 1148. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the two of them finally separated from each other. Su Tian was severely injured, and there were several bloody wounds on his chest. If not for the protection of the divine armor, he would have already been split in half. Ba Zhongxing had the upper hand, but he was also injured. A few fist marks dented his flesh, and blood flowed continuously. But compared to Su Tian, his injuries were nothing. Seems like you're out of tricks. Admit defeat, and I'll let you go. Ba Zhongxing sneered, panting. Su Tian's breathing was also extremely unstable. He swallowed many medicinal pills and said coldly, "Impossible, unless I die. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Ba Zhongju also swallowed a medicinal pill, and he rushed towards Su Tian again. He waved his divine axe again, and the axe aura enveloped Su Tian. Su Tian gritted his teeth and prepared to fight again. At this moment, a beautiful figure rushed over, and a cold light rushed toward Ba Zhongxing. Ba Zhongxing frowned, and he could only give up on attacking Su Tian. He swung his axe back and dissipated the attack. Rumble. The person was only interfering with Ba Zhongxing, and didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue him. That person came to Su Tian and asked with concern, "Holy Son, are you all right?" This person was obviously a stunning beauty. She was dressed in a moon-patterned satin dress, and her graceful figure was undoubtedly reflected. Her whole body emitted a holy light, and people didn't dare to look at her directly. She was the moon sect's new holy lady, Mu Yanhong, and Su Tian was the holy son of the sun sect. The holy son and holy lady had always been the representatives of the sun sect. They would usually watch over each other, and together, they would become the new sun emperor and moon empress in the future. "Step down, who asked you to interfere in the battle?" Su Tian glared at Mu Yanhong ungratefully. In this situation, how could Su Tian let a woman help him? He was the new holy son, and he definitely couldn't show weakness in a one-on-one battle, and he didn't want anyone to help him. Mu Yanhong scolded, "Now that the crack in the void is about to open, as the holy son, how can you be so impulsive? At worst, we'll fight to the death with them, and see who can win in the end." The Sun Clan and the Moon Clan had always been separated. They would only act together when something big happened. Therefore, although Mu Yanhong was the holy maiden, she might become Su Tian's cultivation partner in the future, but she might not necessarily listen to Su Tian's commands. After all, there weren't many holy sons and holy daughters who could end up together in the end. The reason was that if the two people's cultivation bases were not in sync, one of them would be eliminated, or if one of them died young, and the other would be freed of his status and choose another successor. Not bad, not bad. The holy maiden of the moon sect is indeed courageous. Why don't the two of you come at me together? Let me, Ba Zhongxing, witness the divine might of the future Sun Emperor and Moon Empress. Ba Zhongxing said arrogantly. Bastard, we'll talk about that after you defeat me. Su Tian shouted as he threw a punch at Ba Zhongxing. Ba Zhongxing sneered and swung his axe again. The two of them fought fiercely for a while more, and Su Tian was ruthlessly sent flying. His entire body was already covered in blood, and his combat strength was almost depleted. I've said it before, the holy sun fist of the sun sect is only so-so. Ba Zhongxing said disdainfully. The disciples of the sun sect were all furious. If not for the divine king elders holding them back, they would have rushed out to fight the people of the godly axe gang to the death. Su Tian was also very tenacious. He actually stood up again, but his aura was in a mess and was extremely weak. Don't you dare sully the name of the Holy Sun Fist. Su Tian glared at Ba Zhongxing and said. Then, he continued to walk towards Ba Zhongxing step by step. It seemed like he was going to fight to the death. Everyone looked at the unyielding Su Tian, and they all had looks of admiration on their faces. Mu Yanhong frowned. She really wanted to fight for Su Tian, but she resisted the urge. This was a duel between men. If she rashly joined in, she was afraid that she would hurt Su Tian's pride and destroy his proud character. You have guts. Come, I'll let you die a quick death. Ba Zhongxing said to Su Tian like a cat crying for a mouse. Everyone felt that if Su Tian continued to fight, he would definitely die, and all of them showed a look of pity. It was not that Su Tian was weak, but that Ba Zhongxing was stronger and had more condensed divine power. It was only natural that he had the upper hand. However, at this moment, a person suddenly flew high up in the sky and attracted everyone's attention. No one knew why this person suddenly appeared. He didn't release any aura and didn't have any intention to challenge anyone. He murmured, "This is the essence of the Holy Sun Fist's fist intent." His voice wasn't loud, but it fell into everyone's ears, including the heavily injured Su Tian. The person started to move. His body seemed to have merged with the heaven and earth. Every punch was filled with an inexplicable force. The torrential fist intent stirred up the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth. This person didn't use any elemental power, but he had already unleashed his fist intent to the realm of endless and infinite power. It was an eye-opener. In the eyes of the people of the Sun sect, they were even more shocked. The fist intent realm was a supreme realm that could only be comprehended but not explained. It was a realm that could only be comprehended by everyone. Among millions of people, it was already very good if one or two could comprehend it. In the Sun sect, there weren't many people who could comprehend the fist intent realm. Su Tian was named the Son of Saint because he was the first to comprehend the fist intent realm among the new generation. However, his fist intent realm was only at the entry level, and he was still far from reaching a deeper level. Now, there was suddenly someone who was using the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect and was able to unleash the fist intent to the fullest. It felt no worse than the few elders in the sect. This shocked them. They all wondered if this person in front of them was the elder of technique imparting in their sect. However, this person in front of them was too young, and they had never seen him before. They were sure that there was no such person in the sect. Su Tian slowly raised his head and looked at the young man's dancing figure. His pupils shrank, and he was momentarily stunned. He had seen this kind of fist intent more than 100 times before his master. However, he had never seen it so clearly and thoroughly like this time. He seemed to be infected by this kind of fist intent. He forgot the pain in his body and wholeheartedly felt that kind of feeling. Every punch was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he kept waving it repeatedly. Although there were only 9 punches in the Holy Sun Fist, each punch contained all kinds of ever-changing power. These 9 punches contained the essence of simplification, and when they were blasted out with the surging fist intent, they reached a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, and burn the sky and evaporate the sea. After a set of fist techniques, the young man disappeared from the sky. Not many people paid attention to the direction in which the young man disappeared. Everyone took the opportunity to comprehend the fist intent. After all, every kind of fist intent had something in common. Whether or not they could comprehend it depended on the person's comprehension. After a long time, everyone came back to their senses. He. Who is he? How can he know the Holy Sun Fist? And that fist intent is so terrifying. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend it. Could he be an elder of the Sun sect? But his strength seems to be about the same as ours. I almost grasped that feeling just now. If he had hit me one more time, I would definitely be able to comprehend my own fist intent. What a pity. I think I saw him a few days ago. He seems to be from Dragon Gate, and he seems to be related to the 2 beauties of the Blazing Flame merchants. What? He's from Dragon Gate? How can he know the Sun sect's Holy Sun Fist? Could it be that Dragon Gate is related to the Sun sect? Or did the Heavenly Dragon sect obtain the Sun sect's secret? Lower your voice. If he really hears you, you won't be able to keep your head. Ba Zhongxing frowned and snorted coldly. Acting mysterious. He then looked in Su Tian's direction and said, Su Tian, do you still want to fight? As long as you admit defeat and admit that the Holy Sun Fist is inferior to our sky-splitting axe, I will let you go. Su Tian didn't reply. He had already closed his eyes as if he was comprehending something. His aura was actually gradually rising. Ba Zhongxing seemed to have sensed something. He wiped away his cold expression and charged towards Su Tian. Since you don't want to admit defeat, then don't blame me for being ruthless. But before he could attack, Mu Yanhong once again blocked in front of him. Ba Zhongxing, do you really want to start a war between our two sects? Heh, this is a battle between men. Don't go too far. If you don't step aside, I don't mind letting you have a taste of my power. Ba Zhongxing sneered. Then you can try. Mu Yanhong replied. Then I'll let you have it. Ba Zhongxing replied and swung his axe towards Mu Yanhong without any hesitation. Just as Mu Yanhong was about to accept the challenge, a ball of intense flame rushed towards her from behind. At the same time, a voice rang out, "Stand down. I will definitely defeat him." The person who had rushed over was Su Tian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed. Now, there was a new change in his spirit, and his aura was once again vigorous. The raging flames met Ba Zhongxing's axe. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two young outstanding talents once again collided with each other, and the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Yellow earth rays and red flames continuously splashed in all directions, and the space around them continuously collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, shocking everyone. This time, Su Tian was actually evenly matched with Ba Zhongxing, and he even had a slight advantage. The realm of his fist intent gradually deepened, and the power of each of his punches grew stronger. The suns also became larger and more scorching. How could this be? Could it be that he was inspired by that guy's fist intent? The more Ba Zhongxing grew, the more anxious he became. He didn't expect that in such a short time, he would actually be suppressed by Su Tian. This was a fact that he couldn't accept. Ba Zhongxing, I will now tell you the true power of the Holy Sun Fist. It is not something that your sky-splitting axes can compare to. Su Tian was like the son of the sun. After a shout, his fist intent had already reached the middle realm, and the torrential fist light smashed down like meteorites. Ba Zhongxing counterattacked with all his might, and 67 axes blasted out continuously. Unfortunately, he was still drowned by the torrential fist light. Chapter 1149. Everything happened too quickly. Before the crowd could react, Ba Zhongxing was already on the verge of death. His entire body was charred black and looked extremely ugly. He fell into a pool of blood with only half a breath left. Su Tian, who had won, only lasted for a while before he fell heavily from the sky. Su Tian won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, mainly because he was too heavily injured. He was able to counterattack and defeat Ba Zhongxing in the end because of his unyielding willpower. Otherwise, he would have fallen long ago. Just when everyone thought that a large-scale battle was about to break out between the two great forces, the weather in the sky suddenly changed. Dark clouds began to surge in this part of the world, and a violent storm suddenly came. After a while, there was a burst of thunder and lightning. The terrifying heavenly might made people feel that it was difficult to resist. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sea of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and the void seemed to slowly open up a small crack. Looking through the crack, there seemed to be another space inside. Ancient trees, spirit flowers, strange plants, fierce beasts, all kinds of creatures flashed past, and there was even a pool of dark blue water that emitted a pure mist. Everyone could not help but shout out excitedly. Quick, look, the void crack has opened. This is great. It only appears once in 100 years. The Soul Divine Pond is inside, everyone, hurry up. Don't rush, this crack still needs a while to stabilize. Right now, the power of the heavenly lightning is at its peak. Once you get close, only death awaits. I can already see the Soul Divine Pond. That beautiful pond, no wonder it can condense one's divine soul. This time, I will definitely be able to condense my divine soul. In the near future, I will definitely be able to break through to the Divine King realm. Hurry up, we must get a good spot. Many people couldn't resist the temptation and quickly flew towards the crack. However, they were immediately bombarded by the lightning bolts. They didn't even have time to scream before they exploded into minced meat. They were all demigod kings, and the lowest was at the peak of the Holy Emperor, but they could not even withstand a single blow. This could only mean that the power of the purple lightning was too terrifying. Everyone watched this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This purple lightning was not at all weaker than the power of a divine king's attack. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. With this natural barrier, it was enough to stop many people from entering. However, many divine king elders knew that when the crack widened, the purple lightning would weaken a lot. At that time, their disciples would be able to enter. This heavenly threshold had to be passed by themselves. The older generation naturally wouldn't enter again, because everything inside was no longer tempting to them. After the first few people died, the others did not dare to move rashly. However, some disciples of the super forces of the other powers did not dare to move rashly. With the help of the divine shield, the damage caused by the purple lightning was minimized, and they forced their way through. At this moment, He Gong from the Heavenly Dragon sect gave Lei Xingyang a meaningful look. Then he shouted, "All disciples, prepare to charge in." However, at this moment, Ling Ba said, "There's no rush. Even if we can rush in now, we'll have to pay a heavy price. We don't need to be the first to enter the Nethersal Divine Pond. We are Dragon Gate's people, how can we let others suffer? Everyone, charge in immediately." He Gong said in a tough tone. "As long as we can gain the most from the divine domain, there is no need to let them enter with heavy injuries. It is not beneficial for condensing divine souls. Ling Ba, you need to understand that I am the leader. I have my reasons for letting them in." He Gong replied unhappily. He then shouted to the 50 disciples, "Go in." Lei Xingyang laughed, "Brothers and sisters of Dragon Gate, charge. We cannot fall behind others." With that, he took the lead and charged towards the Sea of Lightning. The disciples of Dragon Gate were all abnormally arrogant. They naturally did not want to fall behind others, so they all charged forward. They all took out their divine artifacts and forcefully opened up a path, rushing in. Ling Xiao followed the others in, but he was quite a distance behind the others. It was not that he was afraid of the impulsive formation, but he could faintly sense a few different auras. He could feel that when He Gong told them to charge in, He Gong had unintentionally revealed his killing intent towards him. He didn't know what He Gong's next move was, but there was nothing wrong with being a little more careful. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. This purple lightning was much more terrifying than the lightning sea that he had used to block through the 9 layers of space. The ice and fire sword in his hand continued to spin, deflecting many of the lightning bolts and preventing them from getting close to his body. "Great uncle, don't delay, hurry up and charge in." Ling Muxin called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "You guys go in first and take care of the others. I will be there soon." Ling Muxin and the others nodded their heads and sped up to rush in. Ling Xiao was constantly paying attention to his surroundings, but it was hard to detect anything amiss in the thunder and lightning. The only thing that made him feel uneasy was the terrifying lightning, which was extremely painful when it splashed on his body. The power of this sea of lightning was relatively dense, but it would not take much time to rush through it in one go. However, Ling Xiao was moving forward slowly. He wasn't anxious at all. Just as he reached the middle of the sea of lightning, a figure hidden in the purple lightning attacked him rapidly. Originally, all the auras were disrupted by the sea of lightning, and no one expected a sneak attack. Ling Xiao was already very careful, but he still did not expect that there would be someone who could come and go freely in this sea of lightning to attack him, and the strength was very fast. Ling Xiao had been dealing with the purple lightning around him, and faced with this sudden attack, he was still caught off guard. "Go to hell!" The person shouted, and the divine artifact attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could only use the ice and fire sword to block it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao was pushed back quite a bit, and his entire body was drowned in lightning. After the sneak attack, the person did not care whether Ling Xiao lived or died, and immediately shuttled through the sea of lightning towards the crack. In his opinion, demigod King Ling Xiao would only die if he fell into the sea of lightning. Indeed, ordinary divine kings would not be able to escape death if they fell into the sea of lightning in time to block the purple lightning. However, Ling Xiao was different. His defense was insane, and now that he had reached the demigod king realm, his body was no less than a low-level divine artifact. Even without the divine artifact to block the purple lightning, his body could still withstand the purple lightning. However, his body was in so much pain that he could not help but scream a few times. He used all his defensive power to stabilize his body, and the ice and fire sword started spinning again. Damn it, it's Lei Zhengyang indeed. How dare he play dirty and try to kill me? Wait until I enter the divine soul pond, I will make you wish you were dead. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Apart from Lei Zhengyang, who had the body of the thunder god, Ling Xiao did not think there was anyone else who could move freely in the sea of lightning. Even though he had covered his face with a cloth, Ling Xiao could still recognize him from his voice and figure. Ling Xiao was going to make him pay for what he'd done. Ling Xiao was no longer in danger, and the ancient emperor divine technique continued to repair his body. He was still not in a hurry to rush in, and his divine soul clone flew out of his sea of consciousness. Two identical Ling Xiao stood face to face, and it was difficult to tell which was the body and which was the divine soul. Ever since he passed through the 9 layers of space barrier in the Xianling continent, Ling Xiao knew that he could use the power of lightning to cultivate and cleanse his soul power. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally had to make good use of such natural conditions. His current divine soul was already at the peak of a low-level god king, and it could advance at any time, and these purple lightning could make his soul power purer and his flesh stronger. Ling Xiao's body guarded by the side, while his divine soul faced the attacks of these purple lightning bolts. This made Ling Xiao feel a suffocating pain. The defense of his flesh and divine soul was still a little lacking. If not for the fact that he already had the power of a god king, Ling Xiao would not dare to rashly bring him out. Otherwise, his soul would be blasted into smithereens. Ling Xiao circulated the soul-controlling art with his divine soul and continuously condensed his soul power to resist the purple lightning. For the next few days, Ling Xiao did not enter the void chasm. Over the past few days, people had been breaking in, but no one had noticed that there were 2 identical Ling Xiaos in the room. Because they were already in a sorry state because they were busy dealing with these purple lightning bolts. How could they have the time to care about other things? More or less adapted. If I can cultivate properly here for a few days, I believe my divine soul can advance. What a pity. Ling Xiao muttered and kept his divine soul. He had to rush in now. After all, a month's time was rather limited. Passing through the sea of lightning, he came to a piece of land. This piece of space was a little bigger than imagined. It was like a piece of land in another world, filled with a primitive aura. There were no sudden sounds of thunder and lightning here, and it seemed much quieter. It was not much different from the wilderness outside. Ancient trees were lush, and spirit flowers and rare grasses were in full bloom. Everything was very natural and beautiful. Ling Xiao observed carefully. The ranks of the spirit flowers and rare grasses here were actually not low. Tiers 6 and 7 could be seen everywhere. Occasionally, he could also discover Tier 8 ones. No one actually went to pluck these spirit flowers and rare grasses. Perhaps in their eyes, these were already not of much use to them. They were all making the best use of time to rush to that ghost divine pond. Condensing the divine soul and breaking through to the divine king realm was the most important. It's good that no one wants it. It's all mine. Ling Xiao said happily. Then, he uprooted some of the precious spirit flowers and rare grasses in the vicinity and kept them into the medicine cauldron. He temporarily had no use for these, but he could plant them in the medicine cauldron. Who knows, he might need them in the future. Ling Xiao walked leisurely, plucking wild flowers and spirit herbs. He was not in a hurry at all. Occasionally, he encountered some spirit beasts, but they were directly peeled off by Ling Xiao's true dragon battle chi. After Ling Xiao collected enough, he immediately flew towards the depths of the Ghost Divine Pond. Chapter 1150. The Netherworld Divine Pond was a wondrous place. It was surrounded by mountains and was located in a valley in the middle of the mountains. There were many high-rank sacred beasts coiling around it, devouring the heaven and earth and protecting the divine pond. The ancient trees, spiritual flowers, and strange herbs all seemed to be absorbing the essence of the divine pond and were brimming with vitality. Their levels were not low either, causing the environment to be very beautiful. When Ling Xiao arrived, he realized that no one had entered the Netherworld Divine Pond. Instead, they were fighting with the Ninth Order sacred beasts. Among these sacred beasts, there were several 10th Order sacred beasts. They had already sealed off the area, their powerful bodies forming the strongest shield. Anyone who approached the Netherworld Divine Pond would be mercilessly attacked. There were thousands of these sacred beasts, like a herd of beasts. There were lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, eagles, all sorts of sacred beasts were present. Many wanted to forcefully break through the sacred beasts' blockade and enter the Netherworld Divine Pond, but they were powerless. Although they were demigod kings or peak holy emperors, they were powerless against 10th Order sacred beasts. Moreover, there were so many 9th Order sacred beasts around them. Their powerful bodies and attacks were not something ordinary weapons could harm. For a moment, the humans and the beasts were locked in a battle. Blood splattered everywhere, and roars and screams rang out incessantly. No matter how dangerous it was, they were willing to risk it all in order to become true godly kings. As long as they could become godly kings one day, they would not be afraid of these sacred beasts. They could even suppress them and make them submit to them as protective spiritual beasts. It was killing two birds with one stone. Ling Xiao smacked his lips and said, "This is huge. There are so many holy beasts in this place. Could it be that this is a paradise for holy beasts?" He could not be bothered with them. His gaze was constantly searching for his fellow Dragon Gate disciples. However, before he could find it, a level 9 lion eagle descended from the sky, pouncing towards him. That sharp beak, sharp claws, all of them were lethal weapons. "Come at me!" Ling Xiao shouted. His body fluttered like a willow leaf and instantly dodged the lion eagle's attack. His body then gently landed on the lion eagle's back. The lion eagle was furious. It did not expect that this human could actually dodge its attack and even step on its back. It spun and flipped its body, trying to throw Ling Xiao off. However, Ling Xiao's feet were like a waterfall, heavily stomping on its back. Yo! The lion eagle's back caved in from Ling Xiao's stomp. Fresh blood spurted out, and the lion eagle's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. He directly cut off the lion eagle's head and took out its beast core. At this moment, Ling Xiao scanned the area in front of him again. He also discovered that the Dragon Gate disciples had joined forces to fight against some sacred beasts. Each and every one of the Heavenly Dragon sect disciples are holding divine tools. They are the elites of the Heavenly Dragon sect. They will not be lenient when killing sacred beasts. They are the most valiant group. Lei Xingyang is showing off his valiant attacks. He is actually able to challenge a rank 10 sacred beast and is not at a disadvantage. It is clear that he has some ability. However, if it were not for Yao Meihong who was beside him, he would not have been able to show off so much. Ling Xiao fixed his gaze on the dozen or so juniors in the clan. He discovered that they had already unleashed their full strength. Their abilities had increased tremendously. Ordinary sacred beasts could not do anything to them at all. If it were not for the fact that there were too many sacred beasts, they would have long broken through the encirclement and entered the Ghost Divine Pond. Ling Xiao was relieved. They were the pride of the clan and naturally had extraordinary abilities. It was not his turn to help them for the time being. Ling Zhao's gaze shifted again and landed on the disciples of the Blazing Flame merchants. The overall abilities of the Blazing Flame merchants were not bad. Only a few of them had died. Compared to the other forces, they were considered to be intact. When Ling Zhao's gaze landed on Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing, the two of them found it a little difficult to deal with him. They did not know if these sacred beasts were male. There were a few more around them compared to the others. Lai Ruyu's combat abilities were much stronger than Zhou Zhijing's. The power of her twin fire rings was very strong. The moment the sacred beasts came into contact with them, they were smashed to pieces. The surging flames immediately burned them until they screamed. Her protective fire phoenix was also very powerful. It had the bloodline of a divine beast and could suppress a few sacred beasts at the same time. As for Zhou Zhijing, she was also a demigod king. However, in terms of combat abilities, she was much weaker than Lai Ruyu, who had the body of the fire god. Her sacred beasts were also surrounded and killed by those sacred beasts. If not for Lai Ruyu helping her from time to time, she would have been swallowed alive by the sacred beasts. Junior sister, don't worry about me. As long as we get through here, the divine pond will not be attacked by the sacred beasts anymore. Zhou Zhijing called out to Lai Ruyu. No, I'm here. I can definitely help senior sister break through the encirclement. Lai Ruyu was a stubborn person. She responded and the fire rings turned into countless rings that continuously attacked the surrounding sacred beasts. Zhou Zhijing gritted her teeth and fought on the side. However, at this time, a dragon leopard was waiting for an opportunity to attack. While she was dealing with another sacred beast, it pounced towards her. Lai Ruyu was busy and did not realize that this beast was actually so cunning. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhijing was so scared that her face turned pale. It was already difficult for her to fight two sacred beasts at the same time. Now, a mid-tier 9th stage wind attribute sacred beast suddenly appeared. Wasn't this going to kill her? Zhou Zhijing's heart had already fallen to the bottom of the valley. It was already impossible for her to escape. There were still two high-tier sacred beasts waiting on her left and right. There was no way out. Just as she was about to perish, a strong gust of wind came and a sparkling sword ray streaked across like a shooting star. Pfft! The dragon-patterned leopard didn't even have the time to scream before it was split into two. A huge pool of blood blossomed in the sky like brilliant fireworks. Zhou Zhijing was still stunned on the spot. That person exclaimed, "You silly girl, there are still two sacred beasts." Then, like a light breeze, that person pulled Zhou Zhijing into his arms and dodged the combined attack of the other two sacred beasts. Zhou Zhijing felt that firm and safe chest and a sense of security that she had never felt before came over her. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the man who was hugging her. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable feeling. At this time, Lai Ruyu had also shaken off the sacred beast's combined attack and rushed towards Zhou Zhijing. When she saw the man who was hugging Zhou Zhijing, her eyes turned sour. She no longer cared about her image and shouted, "That damned Ling Xiao, he only hugged senior sister and not me." Then, she threw herself at Ling Xiao and hugged Ling Xiao's sturdy waist tightly. There were beauties in front and behind him. The fragrance of virgins made Ling Xiao feel that it was incomparably wonderful. However, he knew that this was not the time to be intimate. There were many sacred beasts in the surroundings, eyeing them covetously. "All of you, move to the side. I will kill a path for you and send you in first." Ling Xiao shouted as he released Zhou Zhijing from his embrace. Zhou Zhijing left his embrace and felt a faint reluctance in her heart. Lai Ruyu also unwillingly released Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was free from the restraints, he dashed forward. His speed was extremely fast, and the saint beasts were unable to react in time. Streaks of fiery sword light swept across their bodies. Roar! Roar! Those sacred beasts were cut by the ice and fire swords and cried out in pain. The heavenly fire directly burned their bodies, making it even harder for them to escape. Ling Xiao had long since treated the two girls as his good friends. He planned to send them in first before returning to help the people of Dragon Gate. He kept increasing his battle prowess. The limitless doppelganger technique split into 100, and the nearby stage 9 sacred beasts were all surrounded by his attacks. The sacred beasts' bodies were powerful, but their speed was far inferior to Ling Xiao's, who had already comprehended the profound realm of movement techniques. He was like a puddle of mud, and the 108 figures constantly shuttled through the gaps in front of them. None of the sacred beasts could withstand the power of the ice and fire swords in his hands. In just a few blinks of an eye, the position that was blocked by a dozen sacred beasts was forcefully blasted open by Ling Xiao. Before the other sacred beasts could close in, Ling Xiao had already shouted at the two girls who were in a daze, "Hurry up and go over." Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing came to their senses and rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu yelled, "Ling Xiao, come in with us. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and get in." Ling Xiao urged. He could already sense that even more powerful sacred beasts were coming, and if they didn't go in now, they would be in trouble. Lai Ruyu still wanted to say something, but Zhou Zhijing pulled her and said, "Little junior sister, let's go in first. Ling Xiao will definitely find a way in." Zhou Zhijing had just pulled Lai Ruyu away when a black shadow that blotted out the sky appeared above Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked up and felt his scalp go numb. This was the most powerful sacred beasts among them, the three-tailed bat. When it spread its black wings, it already occupied more than half of the area in the sky. Its sinister eyes, bloodthirsty mouth, powerful claws, and three powerful tails were like a black devil attacking, instilling an incomparable sense of malevolence and fear. This was a mutated ancient beast that liked to eat living things, and it was unusually ferocious. This was a genuine 10th-order savage beast. Although it was only at the peak of the low level, it was definitely enough to shock everyone here. This was not something that the 10th-order lion beast that Lei Xingyang was dealing with could compare to. This three-tailed bat had been paying attention to the humans here, and the sudden killing power that Ling Xiao displayed just now had attracted its attention. It was certain that this human was the most powerful one among them, so it had to get rid of him first. "Oh, my God!" Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and instantly dashed in a certain direction. He was now using all his combat power and his body technique to the extreme. He was like a gust of wind, and no one could catch his figure. The three-tailed bat was much more powerful than Ling Xiao, so it could naturally capture Ling Xiao's figure. It spread its wings, and its huge body moved like a mountain, but it was also astonishingly fast. Ling Xiao looked at one of the people who was going to fight, and a fierce look appeared on his face as he muttered, "Let's see how you're going to show off this time." Chapter 1151. Lei Xingyang had the Thunder God's body. He grew up under Dragon Gate's nurturing. The elders in his master's faction doted on him, providing him with countless resources to squander, allowing him to grow up quickly. He did not disappoint them. His strength continued to rise, and his combat power was also extremely shocking. He was one of the best among his peers. However, when he entered the Void Fissure, he was humiliated by Ling Xiao in front of everyone. He was extremely angry. He knew that although Ling Xiao was a martial artist who cultivated both ice and fire, he might not be one of Kim People's people. However, Ling Xiao was very close to Kim People's people, so he was the enemy of the Divine Physique faction. He Gong had hinted to him to do something in the Void Fissure to break Ling Xiao's spirit, to let him know that the Divine Physique faction was not so easy to bully. In Dragon Gate, members of the same faction were not allowed to kill each other. Violators would be expelled from the faction, or killed without mercy. Although there were constant conflicts within Dragon Gate, if they wanted to deal with someone, they had to openly challenge and suppress them. He Gong did not want to go overboard, so he only wanted Lei Xingyang to break Ling Xiao's spirit. It would be best if he was injured for a period of time, so that he would give up on becoming a divine king. He Gong's thoughts were quite vicious, but Lei Xingyang did not think that way. He had been fawned over by people since he was young. This time, he was humiliated by Ling Xiao in front of everyone. He decided that he would not let Ling Xiao go. Therefore, when he entered the void Sea of Thunder, he used his unique physique to hide in the Sea of Thunder, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When Ling Xiao entered the Sea of Thunder, he suddenly attacked and blasted Ling Xiao away, causing him to lose his defense and fall into the Sea of Thunder. The power of the thunder in the Sea of Thunder was comparable to the power of a low-level divine king. Even though Ling Xiao had the strength of a demigod king, it was difficult for him to withstand it. Therefore, Lei Xingyang hoped that Ling Xiao would be struck to death by lightning. How could he be so ruthless? In addition to this ruthless scheme, he also had a vanity to show off. Hence, the moment he arrived here, he chose a 10th level Saint Beast. Usually, he would not be at a disadvantage when fighting with ordinary low-level god kings. Hence, he was confident that he could kill this 10th tier Saint Beast. But when it came to a true life and death struggle, he knew how terrifying this 10th tier holy beast's power was. He had no choice but to ask Yao Meihong for help. The two divine bodies each had their own advantages. With their combined strength, they managed to suppress the 10th level holy beast and gain the upper hand. However, just as the two of them were about to kill the 10th tier holy beast, a shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the sun rushed over. Their eyelids twitched as they saw a level 10 three-tailed bat approaching menacingly. There was also a shadow that was fleeing in front of it, making it hard for them to see who it was. The two of them thought that the three-tailed bat was here to help the 10th tier lion holy beast, and they were scared out of their wits. "Senior brother Chang, hurry up and help." Lei Xingyang shouted at Chang Haoyou, who was dealing with the other holy beasts not far away. Chang Haoyou's combat strength was not inferior to Lei Xingyang and Yao Meihong's, but he belonged to the neutral faction and had never helped either side. Now, he was ignoring Lei Xingyang and Yao Meihong. After all, the three-tailed mutant bat's aura was terrifying. Even if he joined in, he might not be able to deal with it. He pretended not to hear anything and continued to unleash his dual elemental powers. With great difficulty, he carved out a bloody path and charged into the netherworld divine pond. The saint beasts that tried to stop him were all forced to retreat. Damn it! Lei Xingyang cursed. He could no longer care about killing the lion holy beast with Yao Meihong. He turned around and charged towards the spectral divine pond with his lightning spear. The power of lightning continued to explode around him, and the 9th tier holy beasts all dodged. The might of his lightning spear was boundless, and he directly picked off the holy beasts in front of him. Yao Meihong saw that Lei Xingyang wasn't going to kill them, and she naturally wouldn't stay. Her speed was much faster than Lei Xingyang's, and she flew in another direction. She seemed to have comprehended some movement techniques, and she could actually weave through the holy beasts, rendering them helpless. Trying to escape. Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he charged in Lei Xingyang's direction. The three-tailed bat was like a shadow, and its speed increased once again. It swore to swallow the human alive. Lei Xingyang was obstructed by the two holy beasts in front of him, and he slowed down. Furthermore, speed wasn't his advantage. He sensed that the terrifying aura was already behind him. He flew forward with all his might, and the spectral divine pond didn't seem to be far away. He just needed a moment to reach it. But at this moment, an invisible soul power penetrated through space and directly attacked his sea of consciousness. Soul Needle. This was one of the soul attacks that Ling Xiao could condense, and it was the primary power of the last scroll of the soul-controlling art. It was an upgraded version of the soul needle that Ling Xiao used to condense with his spiritual power. Even spatial power couldn't stop it. Lei Xingyang was at his most tense moment, and he didn't realize that his sea of consciousness would suddenly be attacked. He only felt a piercing pain in his soul, and he screamed in pain. After this move, it would be impossible for Lei Xingyang to condense his divine soul in the near future, unless he had soul grass that could quickly repair his divine soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao quickly swept past him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Enjoy the feast that's coming up. When Lei Xingyang saw Ling Xiao suddenly appear, He screamed again as if he had seen a ghost. His soul had already been injured, and he felt terrible. When he saw Ling Xiao, who he thought was dead, he wondered if he was hallucinating. While he was in a daze, the three-tailed bat had already arrived in front of Lei Xingyang, and its huge mouth swept past. No! Lei Xingyang felt his vision go black, and he became food in the three-tailed bat's mouth. The thunder god's body had fallen just like that. If others knew about this, they would feel sad for him. That was the thunder god's body, which was 1 in 10,000, and had the chance to become a supreme in the future. Seeing that Lei Xingyang had been swallowed by the three-tailed bat, Ling Xiao didn't plan on wasting time. He wanted to rush over to the ghost divine pond. However, he caught a glimpse of the younger generation in his clan being besieged by 2 10th-grade holy beasts. The situation was rather dangerous. Without thinking, Ling Xiao decided to help them, but before that, he had to kill the three-tailed bat. Ling Xiao turned around and fought with all his might. He mobilized the more than 100 drops of divine power in his body, and the ice and fire swords in his hands slashed at the three-tailed bat. The three-tailed bat's reaction was not slow. It tilted its body and dodged Ling Xiao's attack, and its black wings turned into sharp blades that slashed at Ling Xiao. The three-tailed bat flapped its wings with terrifying power, and the spatial energy became extremely distorted, pressing down on Ling Xiao. A peak-low-tier 10th grade attack was no joke. Even ordinary god kings would not take it head-on, let alone a demigod king like Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, and he was able to dodge the three-tailed bat's attack by a fluke. However, he still felt how terrifying the spatial energy was, and he almost lost his balance. The three-tailed bat was determined to eat Ling Xiao. It shouted ferociously, "Damn human, you can't escape." It spat out a few mouthfuls of black mist energy at Ling Xiao, and its body did not stop moving. It pounced at Ling Xiao to bite him. Ling Xiao could only keep retreating. He definitely could not fight the three-tailed bat head-on. He was thinking of a plan to kill it. He would only have a chance if he summoned his divine soul. Otherwise, he would not be able to hurt the three-tailed bat. Ling Xiao increased his speed to the maximum, and his divine soul flew out of his consciousness at the same time. Ling Xiao handed the ice-fire sword to his divine soul, and he let him restrain the three-tailed bat while his real body put on a pair of gloves. The gloves were also a mid-tier divine weapon, and their power should not be underestimated. They were given to him by Qiao Feng. "I'll try the dragon subduing palm's power today," Ling Xiao thought to himself, and he retreated. His divine soul was indeed a peak-low-tier divine soul, and it had been baptized in the Sea of Lightning a few days ago. Its power was not weaker than the three-tailed bat's. It was like Ling Xiao had a real clone, and it could use all of his techniques. His divine soul increased its combat power, and he waved the ice-fire sword to fight the three-tailed bat. Rumble, rumble. The battle between the man and the beast was so intense that heaven and earth were shaking. Ling Xiao's real body had already activated all of its defenses, and he was waiting for an opportunity to strike. The three-tailed bat attacked with all its might, and it did not have time to consider other people's sneak attacks. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity, and his whole body was covered with dragon scales for defense. He plunged into the three-tailed bat's protective light. "Go to hell!" Ling Xiao roared, and a peerless true dragon appeared. Violent palm prints blasted toward the three-tailed bat's body. Squeak, squeak. There were many palm prints on the three-tailed bat's body, and blood spurted out. It immediately let out a painful cry, and its black wings flapped toward Ling Xiao's real body. Ling Xiao's real body retreated rapidly, and his divine soul waved the ice-fire sword, which was accompanied by intense flames, at the three-tailed bat's face. The three-tailed bat could not attend to anything else, and a deep wound appeared on its face. It was in so much pain that it kept rolling around, and its wings flapped blindly, and its spatial power was constantly being blown away. The ice-fire sword was a mid-tier divine artifact, but it could only leave a scar on the three-tailed bat, and could not cut it in half. However, the heavenly fire power contained in the sword force had already started to burn. The three-tailed bat was of the dark attribute, and it was most afraid of fire attribute attacks. When the heavenly fire touched its body, it was simply fatal. It could no longer care about killing Ling Xiao, and it actually adjusted its body and fled in fear. The 10th level holy beast had thick skin and flesh, and even the heavenly fire could not do anything to it immediately. Ling Xiao did not have time to care about its life, and he flew in the direction of his juniors. Now, Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and Ling Yuelu were dealing with two 10th level holy beasts. Among the 16 of them, a few were already seriously injured, but fortunately, none of them had died yet. Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and Ling Yuelu were the strongest among them, and they were no weaker than Chang Haoyou and Lei Xingyang when they fought with all their might. However, it was still very difficult for them to deal with two 10th level holy beasts. Chapter 1152. The three of them activated the power of their bloodlines, so they condensed true dragon silhouettes. However, these silhouettes were a level lower than Ling Xiao's. The three of them could increase their battle prowess by 27 times, 25 times, and 24 times respectively. This increase in power was already rather terrifying. It should be pointed out that Ling Fei was only condensed from a top-notch flood dragon, so he could only increase his battle prowess by 21 times. However, it was enough for him to look down on godly kings of the same level. The three of them already had the qualifications to fight against ordinary low-level godly kings. This was also why they were the newest generation of juniors that Kim people valued more. Fortunately, their group was rather united. They did not fight alone like the others, but fought as a team. They did not abandon anyone, which allowed them to withstand the two 10th-tier holy beasts. When Ling Xiao's soul and true body arrived, Ling Muxin and Ling Yuelu were both heavily injured. Although they had the ancient emperor's divine technique to heal their injuries, their strength was already greatly reduced. One of the three-legged golden crows was spewing blazing flames at Ling Yuelu. Ling Yuelu specialized in the metal element, so she hated flames the most. Moreover, her movements were already much slower. If this continued, she would probably die. At this moment, Ling Xiao's soul descended from the sky and pushed Ling Yuelu aside. He then swung the extreme ice blade technique at the three-legged golden crow. Ice blades descended from the sky with earth-shattering might, causing the space here to collapse. The ice-cold blade energy made people feel that it was sharp and domineering. The three-legged golden crow spewed out intense flames that burned the surroundings. For a moment, Ling Xiao's soul and the three-legged golden crow were engaged in a rather intense battle. At the same time, Ling Xiao's true body also went to the other side to help Ling Muxin. He had already increased his battle prowess by 50 times and attacked the 10th-tier holy beast. The dragon-subduing palm constantly struck out with dragon silhouettes. The terrifying palm imprints seemed to be able to overturn the heavens and overturn the seas. They were extremely powerful. Apart from the increase in battle prowess, Ling Xiao had also comprehended a deeper level of palm intent. His strength had already reached the level of a regular god king. These two level 10 saint beasts were not as powerful as the three-tailed bat. They had only just reached level 10 not long ago. It was not a problem for Ling Xiao to deal with them. He called out to Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and Ling Yuelu, "Immediately bring the injured people into the divine pond. Those 9th level holy beasts can't do anything to you. Leave these two 10th level holy beasts to me." When the three of them saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, they were momentarily unable to tell which one was which. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. Moreover, they could feel Ling Xiao's increased battle prowess and that seemingly real dragon shadow, which made them feel an urge to submit to him. After hearing Ling Xiao's shout, they did not dare to hesitate and immediately charged into the divine pond. It was not because they were not loyal, but because Ling Xiao was their senior and their leader this time. They had to obey his words. Moreover, If Ling Xiao was confident that he could escape unscathed in front of these two 10th-level holy beasts, they would only be a burden if they stayed behind. Seeing that Ling Muxin and the others had already charged out a path, Ling Xiao did not want to waste his battle prowess. After his spiritual soul returned to his body, he directly used his body technique to charge into the divine pond. After shaking off the pursuit of all the holy beasts, Ling Xiao caught up with Ling Muxin and the others. Apart from them, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing were also waiting for him. Ling Xiao, are you alright? Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing, the two stunning beauties, came forward and asked in unison. The two women were taken aback at first, then they looked at each other and blushed. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Do I look like someone who is in trouble?" After a pause, he looked at Ling Muxin and the others and said, "What are you waiting for if you don't enter the divine pond now?" In front of them was the divine pond of souls that they had been yearning for. There seemed to be some kind of power here that made the holy beasts not dare to approach. Waves of faint aura rose from the clear blue divine pond, as if it was covered with a mysterious white veil, giving people a vague sense of beauty. A lot of rich origin energy was exuding here, making people feel as if they were floating in the air. There were faint signs that their strength was rising, and the souls in their sea of consciousness were jumping slightly, giving people the urge to condense their spiritual soul immediately. Many people had already dived into the divine pond, thinking of ways to condense their spiritual soul. Ling Muxin and the others did not dare to hesitate and jumped into the divine pond one after another, looking for a suitable divine pond domain for them to comprehend. At this point, no one dared to cause trouble. If someone else comprehended their spiritual soul, they would definitely be attacked by the group. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing looked at Ling Zhao's imposing manner and knew that he had made a name for himself in the Dragon Gate. Their beautiful eyes rippled with indescribable feelings. "Beauties, don't look at me like that, I'll be shy." Ling Xiao looked at the two women and teased. It was rare for the two girls to say such words, so they laughed out loud. The fullness of their chests was jiggling non-stop, looking majestic. It was truly a spectacular sight. "Your skin is as thick as a rock, why are you blushing?" Lai Ruyu glared at Ling Xiao. Her exquisite face exuded a soul-stirring sense of beauty. She was truly as beautiful as a delicate flower. Zhou Zhijing also agreed, "Little junior sister is right." She paused for a moment, then stepped forward and kissed Ling Zhao's cheek. "Thank you for saving me just now." Then, she ignored Lai Ruyu and with a light step, she dived into the divine pond like a mermaid. Lai Ruyu watched this scene from the side and immediately felt a sour feeling in her heart. Damn senior sister, she actually got here first. Lai Ruyu silently cursed in his heart. Then, without a care for anything else, he hugged Ling Xiao and fiercely sucked. Being kissed by two stunning beauties in a row made those people who had risked their lives to enter the divine pond extremely jealous. "Remember, you're mine." Lai Ruyu blushed. Halfway through her sentence, she followed Zhou Zhijing and charged into the ghost divine pond. Ling Xiao touched his face and sighed helplessly. "There's nothing I can do about being handsome." If other men heard this, they would definitely join forces to beat him into a pig's head. Damn it, if you're handsome, then you're handsome. Why do you have to run around and attract people's attention? Is there any justice in this world? Ling Xiao did not care about the others and rushed in a quiet direction. Finally, he soaked his body in the divine pond. The warm water of the pool made people feel comfortable and relaxed. Ling Xiao immediately relaxed, and his state of mind became much calmer. The divine soul in his sea of consciousness also became happy, and he had an urge to rush out and soak in the spring. This divine pond could allow a peak holy emperor or demigod king to condense their divine soul. However, Ling Zhao's divine soul was already formed long ago, and he could not experience the wonders of condensing one's soul. However, he knew that this water should have a certain effect on the divine soul. Perhaps it could allow his divine soul to break through the bottleneck and reach the power of a mid-level god king. Ling Xiao did not hesitate and summoned his divine soul out. Just as his flesh and divine soul soaked in the divine pond, Ling Xiao immediately had an urge to moan. The feeling of a warm current flowing through his heart simply made him feel extremely comfortable. In the divine pond, a mysterious force circled around his divine soul, strengthening his divine soul's power and cleansing his marrows again. It was as if it wanted to cleanse his body of any impurities. This was the magic of the divine pond. However, this force was not enough to improve his divine soul. It only perfected his divine soul to the great circle of a low-level god king. There was still a small barrier before he could cross over. Ling Xiao knew that this was all the divine pond could do. However, he would not let it go just like that. This was because Ling Fei once said that there might be a god spring in the divine pond, which was enough for him to step into the ranks of a true god king. However, it was definitely not easy to find the god spring. It required a lot of luck. Moreover, there were unknown dangers in the divine pond. No one dared to enter the depths of the divine pond rashly. Otherwise, it would be a one-way trip. Ling Xiao had always been clear about the principle of seeking riches from danger. Perhaps the god spring that he needed was in the depths of the divine pond. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to search the surroundings first. If he really could not find anything, he could only head to the center of the divine pond. Ling Xiao started to walk around the divine pond, carefully observing the surroundings. At the same time, he used his divine will to scan the surroundings, just in case. After Ling Xiao attained the divine soul stage, the range of his divine will had expanded greatly. Few living beings within tens of thousands of miles of him could escape his eyes and ears. Ling Xiao did not discover anything strange for the time being, so he swam in one direction. He only swam along the divine pond, not daring to head to the center of the divine pond for the time being. However, Ling Xiao had not gone far when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He saw that the surface of the divine pond was actually suffused with a blood-red color, and a faint smell of blood drifted over. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "Could there be some kind of fierce beast in the divine pond?" Ling Xiao started to worry. If there was an attack from underwater fierce beast, then these outstanding talents who were comprehending in the divine pond would probably suffer a calamity. However, before entering, Ling Xiao had heard that there would not be any danger in the periphery of the divine pond. Even the saint beasts would not attack. These were the experiences of the seniors who had entered the divine pond before, so it should not be wrong. Could it be that something has changed in the past 100 years? Ling Xiao thought to himself. He was now wondering if he should give a hint to Ling Muxin, Lai Ruyu, and Zhou Zhijing. Otherwise, it would be such a waste if he died inexplicably before he could condense his divine soul. At this moment, Ling Xiao sensed that there was also a blood-red color appearing in another direction. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Ling Xiao stared closely at the surroundings, and his divine will began to extend into the divine pond. He had to find out what was going on. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to sense something. Without thinking, he flew up and struck out a palm in the direction of the divine pond with all his might. Rumble. Chapter 1153. The power of Ling Xiao's palm was astonishing, and it caused thousands of ripples to appear in the divine pond. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout the area. The people in the pond were all startled awake, and they all leaped out of the spectral divine pond. Bastard! Who's causing trouble here? Does he want to die? Everyone, hurry up and drag him out. We have to tear him to pieces. I almost condensed a divine soul just now, and I don't know if I'll be able to grab this opportunity again. Damn it! Who's so sinister and despicable? We can't let him off. Look! It looks like that kid did it. Has he gone mad? Or is it because he can't condense a divine soul that we can't rest in peace? Don't worry about that for now. Damn it! Let's get rid of him together. The people who emerged from the divine pond were all cursing and swearing. It would be a huge taboo for anyone to be startled during an important moment of cultivation. Everyone's gazes were focused on Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with ferocity. It was as if they wanted to kill him immediately to vent their hatred. Chang Haoyou was a heaven-blessed disciple of Dragon Gate, and his battle prowess was also one of the best. He had indeed almost condensed a divine soul, but after being startled by Ling Xiao, he was so frightened that he gave up on the chance to condense a divine soul. In his heart, he hated the person who had used force here. No matter who it was, he would definitely make them pay the price. However, he had never expected that the person would be from Dragon Gate, or even one of the people surnamed Ling. This made him feel even worse. They were all disciples of Dragon Gate, and he belonged to the neutral faction. He had no ill intentions towards Ling Xiao, but now, even if the Heavenly Emperor was here, he would not let him off. Ling Xiao, you bastard! Chang Haoyou roared, and his entire body burst forth with a powerful aura as he charged at Ling Xiao. He punched out with both fists. His left fist glowed with an earthen light, and his right fist glowed with a green light. The two different powers of earth and wood were blasted out at the same time, and their power was close to that of a low-level god king. Ling Xiao frowned. His figure flashed like a ghost, dodging Chang Haoyou's attack and diving into the pool. His palms once again struck out in several directions. Boom, boom, boom. No one understood what was going on with Ling Xiao. They were all wondering if Ling Xiao wanted to destroy the spectral divine pond because he couldn't condense his divine soul. Chang Haoyou chased after Ling Xiao regardless of the consequences. Ling Xiao simply ignored it. Every time Chang Haoyou's attack arrived, he would already be in another direction. At this time, Ling Xiao stopped and shouted, "Enough! There's a ghost in the pond." Ling Xiao's roar contained a supreme dragon's roar, and it caused the surroundings to tremble. Chang Haoyou was originally charging at an extremely fast speed, but he was also temporarily stopped by the tremor. At this moment, more figures emerged from the bottom of the pond. The others didn't know what was going on. They looked at these people and realized that they didn't recognize any of them. They immediately realized that these people were definitely from another group of people. Just now, you were the ones who launched a sneak attack under the pond, right? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he looked at the dozens of people in front of him. He already knew where these people were from. To be able to appear in the spectral divine pond, other than the people from the other Heaven Tiger domain, there couldn't be anyone else. This void chasm was originally between the Heaven Dragon domain and the Heaven Tiger domain. Therefore, when it opened, the elites from both domains would come in to condense their divine souls. The people from the two domains naturally didn't want to submit to the other. Every time it opened, there would be a lot of friction. But this time, the people from the Heaven Tiger domain were extremely sinister. They actually assassinated the people from the Heaven Dragon domain who were comprehending the divine pond. If not for Ling Xiao's discovery, the people from the Heaven Dragon domain would have suffered greatly. I didn't think that there would still be people who could sense our presence. Among those people, one of them laughed maniacally. Then, he shouted, "Everyone, come out and meet our friends." As his voice fell, a group of people actually swept over from a direction not far away. There were close to 400 people in this group, each of them surging forward violently, their fighting spirit awe-inspiring. The people from the Heaven Dragon domain completely didn't expect such a group of people to be hiding here. In their hearts, they already understood what was going on. Chang Haoyou couldn't be bothered with Ling Xiao's mistake, so he could only vent his anger on another group of people. "You're from the Heaven Tiger domain?" Chang Haoyou snorted coldly. "Chang Haoyou, I trust you've been well since we last met." A cold laugh came from the group of people. A sturdy man strode forward like a tiger. His entire person carried the aura of a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, giving people a great sense of oppression. "It's you, Yu Yong," shouted Chang Haoyou angrily with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were filled with intense hatred, as if he had met an enemy and his eyes were bloodshot. Loser, I didn't think that you would also be able to come here. I heard that you went to the Heaven Dragon domain and joined the Dragon Gate. Just nice, just nice. I, Yu Yong, will step on you again. I'll let you know that the Dragon Gate is nothing," said the man called Yu Yong arrogantly. Not many people knew that Chang Haoyao wasn't from the Heaven Dragon domain, but from the Heaven Tiger domain. The Heaven Tiger domain's martial arts style was relatively strong, and they didn't have as many major forces as the Heaven Dragon domain. Their most powerful force was the Devil Tiger sect, and Yu Yong in front of them was a member of the Devil Tiger sect. The nature of the Devil Tiger sect and the Dragon Gate were similar. They still had the support of an ancient family behind them, and that was the Devil Tiger clan, which was their true support. When they were young, Chang Haoyao and Yu Yong were youths who wanted to enter the Devil Tiger sect to participate in the disciple selection. However, before Chang Haoyao entered the selection, he was provoked by Yu Yong, who threatened that whoever lost would not be able to join the Devil Tiger sect. In the end, the two dueled. Chang Haoyao cultivated two attributes. Yu Yong was one level lower than him, but his strength was not inferior to Yu Yong. However, Yu Yong used some small tricks to obtain victory. Chang Haoyao was ruthlessly humiliated by Yu Yong and beaten half to death. When Chang Haoyao was disheartened, he met an elder who traveled to the Heaven Tiger domain and was brought to the Dragon Gate by his master to learn martial arts. Therefore, Chang Haoyao and Yu Yong were indeed enemies. You know clearly who used despicable means. Today, I will wash away the humiliation. Chang Haoyao roared. Two swords appeared in his hands. His protective spiritual beast also appeared by his side. He was about to kill Yu Yong. Don't be impulsive. I will let you kill to your heart's content. First, find out what they want. Ling Xiao stopped in front of Chang Haoyao and advised. Get out of my way. Chang Haoyao was frightened to the point of condensing his soul. Now that he met his enemy, he was extremely angry. He shouted at Ling Xiao and slashed at Ling Xiao with both swords. Ling Xiao frowned. He moved like the wind and circled behind Chang Haoyao. He patted his shoulder heavily and said, "Calm down." Ling Xiao was really angry. He wanted to forcefully suppress Chang Haoyao. These two pats contained his full strength. Chang Haoyao felt as if several mountains were pressing down on him. Even with his strength, he felt pain in his shoulder. If Ling Xiao heard him just now, he would not have a good time. He suddenly paid more attention to Ling Xiao. He suppressed his anger and coldly snorted. He turned around and did not immediately find trouble with Yu Yong. Why are you scared? Or have you become this brat's follower? Trash, waste, your life. Yu Yong looked at Chang Haoyao and said disdainfully. He knew that Chang Haoyao had a short temper, so he planned to provoke him with words and then teach him a lesson. But before he could finish his words, he felt his vision blur and an imposing aura came rushing at him. He didn't even think about it and immediately attacked. However, what he hit was only his opponent's afterimage. Then, with a "pa" sound, his face was slapped heavily. His whole body flew to the side, and several of his front teeth fell out. At this moment, there was another person in his place. This person was Ling Xiao. This is the consequence of having a bad mouth. When did our Dragon Gate's people dare to criticize you? Ling Xiao coldly snorted, then he said to the people behind him, look at the people around you. If anyone is not here, they might have been assassinated by these guys. What, they? Could it be that they want to escape from the war between the two domains? Junior brother Zhao? Junior brother Zhao, where are you? Damn it, don't tell me. Don't tell me he was really killed. Damn it, my junior sister Lian is also gone. Damn bastards, they are actually so despicable, let's fight it out with them. The people of the Heaven Tiger region have always wanted to occupy this Ghost Divine Pond for themselves. It seems like they are going to make their move now. We definitely can't let them succeed. No matter how much the people of the Dragon Gate shouted, they didn't immediately take action. Because they were nearly twice as few as the other party. A group of people had died when they entered the Void Crack, and another group had died when they were attacked by the Holy Beasts. Now, there were still many people who were blocked outside the Ghost Divine Pond. Even if they were to fight, they would probably lose more than win. However, when they saw that Ling Xiao's slap just now was quite satisfying, they were secretly grateful to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if they were to be ambushed by the people of the Heaven Tiger region while they were condensing their souls, they would probably be wiped out in one fell swoop. Yu Yong covered his face, glared at Ling Xiao and roared, "I will definitely kill you." Just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, a person had already blocked his path and said faintly, "You are not his match, step down." Once this person spoke, Yu Yong did not dare to refute, he could only glare at Ling Xiao unwillingly, and did not say anything else. This person was very young, not even 100 years old, he was probably in his 90s, but he was already at the demigod king realm, and he did not look like he had just entered the demigod king realm. From his aura, he was already very close to the strength of a low-level god king. His face was resolute and cold, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and he wore a set of black divine armor. His entire person looked majestic and extraordinary. Jiang Huahu, the new generation leader of the Devil Tiger sect, was also an outstanding descendant of the Devil Tiger race. "Your strength is not bad, as long as you are willing to submit to me and follow me, I can spare your life," Jiang Huahu said very coldly. Chapter 1154. Overbearing, arrogant. These were the best words to describe Jiang Huahu. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Ling Muxin had already rushed to the front and shouted, "Devil Tiger scum, you're really arrogant. Do you really think you can defeat us?" Ling Muxin could increase his combat strength by 27 times. Apart from Ling Xiao, he was definitely the strongest person in Dragon Gate. Even Chang Haoyou or Lei Xingyang might not be his match. Kim people's people were never afraid of others' provocation. Although Ling Muxin knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, he still wanted to stand up for Ling Xiao and shock the scene. Jiang Huahu looked down at Ling Muxin condescendingly and said, "Only trash like Kim people dares to insult our Devil Tiger clan like this. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Remember, the one who killed you is Ling Muxin." Ling Muxin exclaimed, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. A flood dragon at the peak of the 9th stage suddenly appeared and hovered around him, looking exceptionally powerful. The eyes of the heavenly dragon sex people became filled with reverence. They were all disciples of major forces, and they knew how strong Kim people was. When Ling Muxin directly challenged Jiang Huahu, they were very confident in Ling Muxin and believed that Ling Muxin would definitely be able to kill Jiang Huahu. Alright, I'll give you guys a chance. Whoever can win against the 10 of us in a one-on-one fight will have a chance to live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. Jiang Huahu possessed the bloodthirsty and warlike bloodline of the Devil Tiger race. He made such a crazy decision. Then, he shouted to the people behind him, "Ah Tai, Ah Jiang, the 9 of you fight." "Yes, boss." The 9 of them stood up together and shouted. "Ah Tai, I'll leave this trash of Kim people to you. Remember, I only want him dead, not alive," Jiang Huahu said with a cold smile. A bald brawny man stood up. His iron tower-like body was full of explosive power, and his arms were wrapped with thick iron chain hammers. A peak rank 9 Huang Gonghu appeared beside him, roaring non-stop. Jiang Taihu, an outstanding genius of the Devil Tiger race's branch family. His strength was second only to Jiang Huahu's. Jiang Taihu licked his lips and looked at Ling Muxin as he said, "Alright, I'll make sure he's as dead as he can be." At this time, the two groups of people retreated, making space for the two of them to fight. The people from the Sky Dragon territory had no choice for the time being. If they were to fight with the people from the Sky Tiger territory, they would be the ones who would suffer. If they could suppress these 10 people, they might have a chance to turn the situation around. Ling Muxin did not expect that Jiang Huahu would not fight but send someone else to fight him. He was very unhappy. "Let's fight. I will let you know that we, the Kim people, will always be the strongest." Ling Muxin shouted as he charged at Jiang Taihu with his golden spear and his dragon. Jiang Taihu let out a tiger-like roar and said, "Bullsh *T, let's see if I can kill you." The two men and two beasts collided at the same time, making earth-shattering sounds of battle. The two of them used their full strength from the beginning. Every move was executed with their full strength. The dragon-shaped tiger's shadow kept churning in the sky, and the power kept splashing out. The two different powers kept colliding, and the power that could destroy the heavens and the earth was shocking and dazzling. The people from both sides were enjoying the battle. These two people were the strongest among so many people, and their battle was extremely fierce. However, the mentality of the two sides was different. The people from the Sky Dragon territory hoped that Ling Muxin would win this life and death battle, while the people from the Sky Tiger territory did not seem to be worried about winning or losing, because they had the initiative. Ling Muxin did not expect the defense of the person in front of him to be so strong that even he could not break it in a short period of time. His opponent's battle strength was also quite extraordinary, making him feel a bit of pressure. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. However, this did not mean that Ling Muxin thought that Jiang Taihu had the strength to defeat him. He could only win this battle. Ling Muxin's strength increased once again. A golden light kept flashing, and a peerless true dragon roared non-stop. It looked very mighty and extraordinary. "You have no right to challenge me." Ling Muxin's battle strength increased to the extreme, and the golden light turned into shadows of true dragons that roared towards Jiang Taihu. 100 Dragons Resonance. Ling Muxin's strength had increased by many times, and had already far surpassed the power of a demigod king. Jiang Taihu knew that this move was not easy to deal with. He roared, and balls of yellow dipper appeared on his body. His defense kept increasing, and at the same time, he slashed out with the divine weapon in his hand. Tiger's Shield Punishment Kill. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerful moves clashed, and produced a shocking explosion. The golden dragon roared, and the yellow tiger was bloodthirsty. A dragon and a tiger fought fiercely, and waves of dazzling yellow light were released. In the end, the peerless true dragon still suppressed the yellow tiger in terms of strength, and it ruthlessly bit the yellow tiger. The two of them temporarily separated. Ling Muxin's body was covered in wounds, and the golden light kept flowing. His breathing was ragged and messy. Fortunately, he had the help of the ancient emperor divine technique, and his wounds gradually recovered. Jiang Taihu's injuries were much more serious than Ling Muxin's. There were many bloody holes on his body, and one of his hands was crippled, and a lot of blood was flowing out. When the people of the Sky Dragon district saw this, they could not help but exclaim, as if they had won the battle themselves. However, the heavily injured Jiang Taihu did not show any signs of fear. Instead, his eyes turned red, and waves of murderous intent rose non-stop. Tiger Shield Chi. This was the demonic tiger clan's unique method to increase battle strength. It could allow any member of the demonic tiger clan to enter a state of frenzy and bloodthirsty, and they would be able to display extraordinary battle strength. It was as if Jiang Taihu was possessed, and he kept attacking Ling Muxin with the divine weapon in his hand. Waves of invisible tiger shield chi caused people to feel terrified, and their strength was greatly reduced. If it was an ordinary demigod king, they would be scared out of their wits. However, as a member of the Kim people, Ling Muxin knew a lot about the demonic tiger clan. Moreover, many of their seniors were enemies with the demonic tiger clan, so he was naturally not afraid of the tiger shield chi. It was just that it was much more difficult to deal with it than before. Trash from the Kim people, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Jiang Taihu activated all his murderous intent, and he became reckless. He used his most powerful move, and was ready to fight to the death with Ling Muxin. Ling Muxin also sensed how terrifying Jiang Taihu's move was. He did not care about anything else, and once again raised his battle strength to its peak, vowing to stab Jiang Taihu with his spear. Between life and death in one move. Everyone was staring intently at this moment. No one wanted their side to lose. Rumble, rumble. The two moves forcefully collided, and once again set off a yellow wave of air. Everyone thought that this move would last for a while before the final victor could be decided. However, during this clash, the power of the golden dragon instantly suppressed the power of the yellow tiger. The ferocious yellow tiger seemed to have turned into a sick cat in an instant, and was directly bitten to death by the golden dragon. Jiang Taihu's body had already been pierced through several large holes, and his internal organs had all rotted away. A large pool of blood splattered everywhere, and his lifeless eyes were wide open, as if they were filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. Ling Muxin panted heavily, his battle strength had also become much weaker. However, he was puzzled as to why Jiang Taihu suddenly showed signs of stopping, allowing him to succeed in one move. Could it be that he was already at the end of his strength? Ling Muxin wondered in his heart. In this battle, Ling Muxin was the winner. The people of the Divine Tiger region did not have any expression of mourning. However, Jiang Huahu's expression became somewhat gloomy. He sneered and said, "Very good, as expected of a race that is on par with my clan. However, Ah Tai is just a branch of our clan. Even if you win against him, it's nothing. We still have 9 battles on our side. Ah Jiang, come out." Jiang Xianghu was a man who looked extremely weak. His entire body was somewhat pale and sickly, but he also had the strength of a demigod king. His gentle eyes revealed a strong sense of bloodthirst at all times. He played with a short dagger in his hand, looking very casual, as if he had long felt that victory was already in his grasp. Jiang Xianghu lightly licked his lips and said coldly, "Which one of you is going to fight? Why don't all of you come at me together? I don't mind sending all of you to see the King of Hell." This was another arrogant person. Ling Muxin coldly snorted and said, "Why let others come? I'll kill all 10 of you by myself." Ling Muxin wanted to fight again, but Ling Muren stopped him in advance and said, "Let me fight this battle." After saying that, he rushed towards Jiang Xianghu. The golden light began to flicker non-stop, and the shadow of a peerless true dragon that was no weaker than Ling Muxin's appeared. Kim people's ancient emperor divine technique focused on offense and defense. Ling Muren could increase his combat power by 25 times, which was no joke. He was no weaker than any low-level god king. His physical body was also strong, but it was only at the level of a sacred artifact. It could not be compared to a divine artifact. Even so, the momentum that he created was no less than Ling Muxin's. Jiang Xianghu was not an earth elemental like Jiang Taihu, but a wind elemental. A wind-toothed tiger appeared behind him, and his protective spiritual beast was also a wind-toothed tiger sacred beast that was infinitely close to rank 10. Ling Muren's combat power was extraordinary. After increasing his strength, his speed was naturally much faster than before. However, Jiang Xianghu seemed to have comprehended the elementary realm of the movement technique, and Ling Muren could not find him. In the next moment, Jiang Xianghu appeared behind Ling Muren and sneered, "I will let you have a taste of death." The dagger in his hand mercilessly stabbed into Ling Muren's shoulder. Ah! This dagger was a divine tool that could cut through iron like mud. Even if Ling Muren's defense was strong, he could not withstand it, and a bloody hole appeared on his back. Ling Muren immediately counterattacked, but it failed to touch the corner of Jiang Xianghu's clothes. Jiang Xianghu unexpectedly appeared in front of Ling Muren again, and stabbed the dagger again and again. Pft pft. Ling Muren's strong defense was useless, and blood kept spurting out from the bloody holes. Ling Muren kept retreating, and he seemed to be a little panicked. "Muren, calm your mind, and use silence to fight," Ling Muxin reminded Ling Muren. After receiving Ling Muxin's reminder, Ling Muren quickly restrained his mind. While recovering from his injuries, he spread out his divine telekinesis, trying to lock on Jiang Xianghu's figure as soon as possible. Chapter 1155. Ling Muren had no choice but to be on the defensive, and he could not use his strength at all. However, his wholehearted defense reduced a lot of damage. He had the ancient emperor's divine exercise to increase his combat power, and his speed was definitely not slow. When he calmed down, he could catch Jiang Xianghu's traces, but he was always a little bit away from hurting his opponent. Jiang Xianghu could calmly arrange a new round of attacks, but Ling Muren could only passively fight back. Jiang Xianghu was best at the cold divine dagger. As the saying goes, 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger, and 1 inch shorter, 1 inch more dangerous. This cold divine weapon had unimaginable danger, and it was impossible to guard against it. Jiang Xianghu stimulated the most powerful power of this short dagger, and a series of dagger shadows like poisonous snakes kept stabbing towards Ling Muren's vital points. His forehead, eyes, throat, heart, genitals, and many other vital points were attacked by Jiang Xianghu again and again. The short dagger seemed to turn into a storm, dazzling people. There was no need to defend. Ling Muren had already tried his best to dodge, but he still felt that death had passed him by. The people of the Sky Dragon region were extremely nervous. Are we going to lose this battle? He's one of the Kim people. Aren't they invincible? So what if he's from the Kim people? The Demon Tiger clan is said to be the most powerful existence in the Sky Tiger region. The Kim people are evenly matched with them. If they want to fight to the death, no one can win. That's right. The Kim people can increase their combat power, but the Demon Tiger clan also seems to have this ability. It's just that the increase in combat power is not so terrifying. However, this person in front of us has the wind attribute, and he has some body techniques. With this speed alone, it's natural for him to temporarily gain the upper hand. No matter what, I still hope that the Kim people can win this battle. It was normal for the people of the Sky Dragon region to hope that Ling Muren would win, but the people of the Sky Tiger region all had a smug smile on their faces, as if they had already seen that Jiang Xianghu would definitely win. Heh heh, the blood of the Kim people is really comparable to a saint elixir. I can feel my blood boiling just by drinking it. Jiang Xianghu licked the golden blood on his dagger and sneered. Go to hell. Ling Muren was so angry that he almost went crazy. He stirred the golden spear in his hand and attacked with all his strength. A terrifying peerless true dragon appeared in the sky and charged directly at Jiang Xianghu. This was Ling Muren's most powerful attack. If he still couldn't defeat Jiang Xianghu, there was no other way. Jiang Xianghu also realized the dreadfulness of Ling Muren's move. His strength was much weaker than Ling Muren's, so it was not suitable for him to fight with Ling Muren head-on. The only way was to avoid Ling Muren's attack first and then turn around to give Ling Muren a fatal blow. Jiang Xianghu was prepared to push his movement technique to the extreme. No matter what, he had to avoid this move first. However, just as his body was about to move, a swarm of soul needles attacked his consciousness. Ah! As he screamed, Ling Muren's golden dragon's power roared and rushed to him, drowning him completely. Boom! The people of the Heaven Tiger territory were shocked. They didn't expect that Jiang Xianghu, who was unparalleled in speed, couldn't dodge Ling Muren's attack. How is this possible? Jiang Huahu exclaimed in his heart. His tiger eyes were bursting with a sharp light, as if he wanted to figure out what was going on. Ling Muren's attack was successful, but he didn't stop because he didn't know whether Jiang Xianghu was dead or not. He shouted and gathered his power again. One after another, golden dragon shadows bombarded Jiang Xianghu's direction. He only stopped when his power was almost exhausted. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. A person of the Heaven Tiger territory finally couldn't help but shout and rushed toward Ling Muren. However, before she could attack, she was held down by Jiang Huahu. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge Jiang. We, the Devil Tiger clan, can still afford to lose. It had to be said that Jiang Huahu was really a madman. He clearly had the advantage in numbers and could destroy the people of the Sha Tian Dragon territory, but he made this life and death competition and lost 2 of their generals. By the time the attack landed, Jiang Xianghu had already been sent flying to God knows where. Even his corpse had been blown to smithereens. No one expected that Jiang Xianghu, who had the upper hand all the time, would be defeated just like that. The people of the Sky Dragon territory felt that it was very unreal. But the truth was in front of them, and they could be considered to have seen the powerful existence of the Kim people. As for the disciples of the Dragon Gate, they were all proud, and their faces were full of joy. Only a few were not convinced. Chang Haoyou was already awe-inspiring. When he saw that the next one to fight was actually Yu Yong, he immediately jumped out and shouted, "I will fight this battle." Just now, Yu Yong was slapped by Ling Xiao, and his anger was already unbearable. Now that he saw his old opponent jump out, he immediately said coldly, "Loser, I will kill you today." Yu Yong was not a member of the Devil Tiger clan, but he was the most outstanding true disciple of the Devil Tiger sect, and his battle power was not inferior to Chang Haoyou. When he was young, Yu Yong was indeed a bit higher than Chang Haoyou in terms of realm, and Chang Haoyou cultivated two attributes at the same time. Ten Bin was also not weak. If not for Yu Yong using some tricks, it would be difficult for him to win against Chang Haoyou. Now that the two's battle power was equal, Chang Haoyou naturally had full confidence to take down Yu Yong. The two were evenly matched, and the battle situation was not the slightest bit more intense than the previous two battles. Every move was executed with all their strength, wanting to kill the other party. "Yu Yong, you are dead today." Chang Haoyou still remembered the humiliation he received when he was young. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. He grasped a slight opening in Yu Yong's defense and closed in on him. The two swords in his hands simultaneously slashed, wanting to cut Yu Yong in half. However, when Chang Haoyou closed in, Yu Yong revealed a cold smile. He was precisely waiting for Chang Haoyou to deliver himself to his doorstep. Just as Chang Haoyou was about to reach Yu Yong, a black mist instantly exploded. Bang! Chang Haoyou's expression instantly changed. He wanted to retreat, but he was already half a step too late and was entangled by the black mist. Origin Poison Qi. Chang Haoyou only felt dizzy. Even with his strength, he was actually unable to suppress the poison qi. That's right, the one who will die today will be you. You will always be my defeated opponent. Yu Yong very straightforwardly laughed. Despicable and shameless. Heavenly Dragon Domain's people already started cursing. Who would have thought that Yu Yong did not have the slightest bit of demeanor of an expert? He actually used the origin poison qi. This was an existence that even a god king would not be able to endure. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Chang Haoyou did not expect his old opponent to be so despicable. Knowing that it would be difficult to expel the poison qi from his body, he simply ignored it and attacked Yu Yong with his most powerful attack. Earth and wood energy intertwined with each other and burst forth. Two sword beams intertwined, forming a two-colored giant scissors that slashed towards Yu Yong. Before Chang Haoyou was hit, the poison had already quickly spread throughout his body. Although this attack contained his full strength, its power had already decreased by a lot. It was naturally not difficult for Yu Yong to dodge it. However, at this time, he was the same as Jiang Xianghu. He only felt pain in his sea of consciousness and let out a miserable shriek. His body stopped in place and was immediately bombarded by the two swords. Bastard! Jiang Huahu sensed that the situation had changed and shouted in alarm. He finally could not help but take action to save Yu Yong. However, someone blocked in front of him and said, "This battle is not over yet. Do you want to break the rules?" It was precisely because of this person that Jiang Huahu lost the opportunity to save Yu Yong. Yu Yong's head was sent flying by Chang Haoyou's two swords, blood spraying everywhere. Chang Haoyou was relying on his last bit of strength to hold on. Now that the origin poison qi had completely erupted, his body had become rotten and swollen. It looked like he would die soon. The people from Dragon Gate wanted to go and save him, but no one dared to touch the origin poison qi. Even if they were friends, they could not afford to lose their lives. However, at this moment, the figure of the person who had stopped Jiang Huahu flickered and gently scratched Yu Yong's corpse. He took out Yu Yong's spatial ring and scanned it with his divine sense. A pill appeared in his hand. Jiang Huahu was furious to the extreme. How dare you take Yu Yang's space ring in front of me? Die. A black tiger emblem appeared in Jiang Huahu's hand. He waved it with his bare hands and launched an attack that was already comparable to a low-level god king towards that person. Rumble. A powerful force exploded, and the resulting destructive power was astonishing. The two groups of people trembled in fear. Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They all stared in that direction, hoping that the person would be fine. When the black force dissipated, they found that there was no one left in the same place. Just when everyone thought that person had died, in another direction, another person had already hugged Chang Haoyou, whose body was festering. At this time, that person also stuffed a pill into Chang Haoyou's mouth. It turned out that that person was not dead but had gone to the other side to save others. After Chang Haoyou took the pill, the origin poison in his body gradually disappeared. Needless to say, this pill was the real divine pill. That person gave Chang Haoyou a few drops of holy liquid to help him recover from his injuries. After detoxifying the poison and taking the holy liquid, Chang Haoyou immediately regained some consciousness. When he saw the person who saved him, a trace of gratitude flashed across his face. Many, many thanks. Junior brother Ling Xiao. That's right, the person who helped Chang Haoyou just now was Ling Xiao. And the previous two battles were also because of Ling Xiao's intervention that they were able to win. Ling Xiao carried Chang Haoyou back to the side of the Dragon Gate people and said, "We are all fellow disciples of the same sect, there is no need to say such polite words." Chang Haoyou was powerless to say anything, but his eyes were filled with gratitude towards Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao handed Chang Haoyou to the hands of a Ling family disciple and asked him to take care of Chang Haoyou. In the past, the Ling family disciples would not be polite to their fellow disciples, but Ling Xiao was their great-uncle, so they naturally did not dare to go against his wishes. We, the Dragon Gate, are the representatives of the Sky Dragon region. We must all work together and not let others see us as a joke. Ling Xiao glanced at them and said firmly. Chapter 1156. Not many people knew who Ling Xiao was. Even the Heavenly Dragon sect's disciples didn't know about him. Even though Ling Xiao had defeated Wentail in the sect, most of these true disciples had been in seclusion and rarely paid attention to these matters of jealousy. However, when they entered the crack in the void, they all knew of the existence of Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao had suddenly used the Holy Sun Fist when Su Tian was fighting Ba Zhongxing. He had displayed the fist intent to the fullest, allowing Su Tian to feel the fist intent on a deeper level. In the end, he had made a shocking reversal and defeated Ba Zhongxing, who was stronger than him. Now, the people of the Sun Moon sect were also staring at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had long known that Dragon Gate was fighting internally, but no matter what the reason was, as a member of Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao had to do something within his power to change something. He had saved Chang Haoyou because of this, and now he was saying this for the sake of the overall situation of the sect. If Heavenly Dragon sect continues to compete generation after generation, sooner or later they will be destroyed in one day. Therefore, Ling Xiao planned to use his own strength to completely suppress these outstanding young talents. At the same time, he wanted to let them know that fellow disciples had to help each other. Yes, great uncle. Ling Muxin, Ling Muren, and the others said respectfully to Ling Xiao. They all knew that Ling Xiao's bloodline had long been activated to the peak, and even they couldn't compare. Moreover, Ling Xiao had defeated Wentail at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, proving his strength. Moreover, before entering the Ghost Divine Pond, Ling Xiao had displayed his full strength and blocked 2 10th-level holy beasts for them, which made them respect him even more. Alright, all of you, stay alert. There might be a fierce battle later, Ling Xiao said as he glanced at them. Then, he turned around and dashed towards Jiang Huahu, who was on the verge of going berserk. However, just as Ling Xiao arrived in front of Jiang Huahu, another figure flew out and shouted, "Let me take your place in this battle." The person who came was none other than the leader of the Sun sect, Su Tian, whom Ling Xiao had taught the state of fist intent. Su Tian looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. In the Sky Dragon district, apart from the Sun sect, no one else knew how to practice the Holy Sun Fist. However, the person in front of him was a member of the Dragon Gate. He actually knew the Holy Sun Fist and had already comprehended the fist intent to an unimaginable level. This was hard to imagine. He even suspected that Ling Xiao had dealt with a true disciple of the Sun sect and learned the chant of the Holy Sun Fist from him. Of course, it was only a suspicion. He didn't have the time to pursue this matter. It doesn't matter if you guys are in a hurry to die, but I want to know if you were the one who shot me just now. Jiang Huahu had already lost his patience. After losing 3 great generals in a row, he decided to fight this battle personally to boost his morale. At the same time, he noticed the strangeness of losing 3 rounds in a row. He stared at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. How arrogant. I alone am enough to take you down. Although the reputation of the Sun Moon sect couldn't be compared to that of the Dragon Gate, Su Tian had just deepened his comprehension of the state of fist intent. His battle prowess had already multiplied, and he was confident that he could fight against Jiang Huahu. Just when he was about to make a move, Ling Xiao forcefully pressed down on his shoulder and said, "Back off. You are not his opponent." Su Tian wanted to refute, but he felt the strong pressure from Ling Xiao's palm. He didn't say another word and obediently retreated. What kind of person is he? Su Tian thought to himself in shock. No matter what, he was the leader of the new generation of the Sun Moon sect. His cultivation of tenbin and battle prowess were not inferior to anyone in the Dragon Gate. Moreover, his strength had greatly improved. But just now, he was still suppressed by Ling Xiao to the point that he couldn't breathe. Only now did he really pay attention to Ling Xiao. Maybe Ling Xiao was really much stronger than him. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Huahu coldly. Provoking a war between 2 regions, your ambitions aren't small at all. I just hope that your ambitions are equal to your strength, and that you don't lose again. Otherwise, you'll have to find an excuse to say that someone else shot you in the back. Did you see it with your own eyes? It was obviously your people who were not strong enough, and you still have the nerve to show off here. Huh, good. You really have guts. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Jiang Huahu laughed wildly. Whether you kill nameless people or not has nothing to do with me. Tell your people to come together, so that you don't waste everyone's time. Ling Xiao contemptuously said. Another person with boundless arrogance. As soon as Ling Xiao said this sentence appeared in everyone's mind. Those who could be here were all outstanding talents of their respective forces. Their strength was about the same. Even if they were stronger than their opponents, it wouldn't be by too much. Ling Xiao planned to fight 7 people alone. This courage was indeed strong, but at the same time, it also made people feel that he was really arrogant. Jiang Huahu took a light breath. He pointed at Ling Xiao with the tiger hui in his hand and sneered, "You are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I hope your strength is as arrogant as yours." As his voice fell, a 10th order black demon tiger appeared beside Jiang Huahu. The black demon tiger looked up to the sky and roared, causing many holy beasts to tremble, giving them an impulse to surrender. The king of beasts, the black demon tiger, was a top-notch existence among the many tiger breeds. It was second only to the white tiger divine beast and was comparable to the heaven tiger. No one expected that Jiang Huahu would actually bring along a 10th order spiritual beast to protect himself. This was going to be troublesome. Under normal circumstances, it was already very impressive for a demigod king to have a 9th order peak stage holy beast. It was not easy to find a 10th order existence. In the Sky Dragon domain, no one had a 10th order holy beast. Just this 10th order holy beast alone was enough to give many people a headache. Moreover, this was not an ordinary 10th order holy beast. It was an existence with super strong attack power. They could only hope that Ling Xiao also had a 10th order holy beast. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would definitely lose. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He did not expect this fellow to actually bring out a 10th order holy beast. Looks like I can't even have a proper fight. Do you really want me to kill you instantly? Ling Xiao said regretfully. He could sense that Jiang Huahu's strength was very powerful. It was possible that he had already achieved divine soul like him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to detect that it was him who made a move secretly earlier. Ling Xiao originally wanted to have a proper fight with Jiang Huahu. But the other party already brought out a 10th order holy beast. Unless he summoned his divine soul too, the 3 spiritual beasts in his medicinal cauldron had not matured yet. It was impossible to summon them out to die in vain. Don't need to worry. It's just holding the line for me. Your people come together too. This battle should end too. Jiang Huahu revealed incomparably powerful confidence as he said. Ling Xiao did not expect Jiang Huahu to be so arrogant. Looks like the other party was also a rather confident person. Since that's the case, then cut the crap. I hope you don't regret your decision. Ling Xiao saw that Jiang Huahu had no intention of letting his holy beast fight. Then he would just have a good time with him. It was rare for him to encounter an evenly matched opponent. Ling Xiao would not let it go. The most outstanding freaks in the 2 camps finally had the most intense collision. Jiang Huahu held a black tiger emblem in his hand, dressed in black divine armor. His entire person was shrouded in black qi, as if a demon king was reborn, his aura awe-inspiring and threatening. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was dressed in a fluttering white robe, holding the ice and fire sword in his hand. A supreme sovereign's might suddenly appeared, carrying an aura that looked down on the world, very mighty and extraordinary. Ling Xiao was not courteous with Jiang Huahu and took the initiative to launch an attack. Extreme Ice Saber Art. This was the saber technique that Ling Xiao had just learned for 2 years. The saber force was boundless, the cold air pressing, freezing 10,000 miles. Jiang Huahu's black tiger emblem spun. A black tiger king suddenly appeared, directly shaking until ice fragments splattered everywhere. You're not Kim People's man? Jiang Huahu shouted in surprise. Jiang Huahu thought that the person who stood out was Kim People's man. Otherwise, why would Kim People and the others listen to him so obediently? However, the elemental power that he was using was ice. This was definitely not something that a direct descendant of Kim People could use. They were all metal elemental, unless the person in front of him was a collateral descendant of the Ling family. However, how could a collateral descendant make a direct descendant obedient? It doesn't matter if I'm Kim People's man or not, as long as I can defeat you. Ling Xiao sneered, his entire body bursting with extremely cold air again. Countless saber auras slashed in the air, each saber contained a powerful force, ordinary demigod kings would not be able to withstand it. Jiang Huahu was able to become the leader of the younger generation in the Tianhu territory. His strength was naturally extraordinary. He directly clashed head-on with Ling Xiao, blocking Ling Xiao's saber force one by one, and at the same time, retaliated fiercely. The ferocious black tigers glared at him with endless power, displaying their king's might. If that's all you have, I'll be very disappointed. Jiang Huahu said calmly. Ling Xiao smiled and said, since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure instantly changed. 108 figures appeared from all directions, attacking Jiang Huahu with the momentum of lightning. Facing the overwhelming attack, Jiang Huahu smiled with some interest for the first time. Insignificant skill. As soon as he said that, Jiang Huahu also used a magnificent move. 108 black demon tigers charged towards Ling Xiao's figure in different directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle between the 2 powerhouses caused powerful sparks to fly. Su Tian looked at the ice attribute that Ling Xiao used, and he was even more puzzled. He clearly knows my sect's holy sun fist, why is he using the ice attribute? Could it be that he cultivates both ice and fire? Sure enough, as Su Tian was lost in his thoughts, balls of fire swords burst out, and tens of thousands of sword rays slashed all the black demon tigers into nothingness. Jiang Huahu was also shocked by Ling Zhao's sudden change. However, this was not enough to frighten him. So, he cultivates both ice and fire, no wonder he has the ability to be arrogant. Jiang Huahu thought to himself, and his strength gradually increased. Tiger killing chi. The Demon Tiger clan's unique battle chi, not only could it increase one's combat strength, but it could also make people feel fear. Jiang Huahu did not plan to drag it out with Ling Xiao, so he used all his strength to attack, wanting to end the battle early. Tiger Ferocious Execution Chaos. Chapter 1157. Tiger Execution Ferocious Chaos. A black demon tiger pounced forward as if it had been starving for several days. Its long fangs contained a murderous intent, and it carried a strong sense of hostility and bloodlust as it pounced towards Ling Xiao. This move was accompanied by a strong murderous aura that directly attacked the hearts of the onlookers. Everyone in the surroundings felt the impact that came from the depths of their souls. One by one, they retreated quite a bit, and their faces turned pale. They were all geniuses with extraordinary mental fortitude, but in the face of this murderous aura, they were still shaken. It was clear that Jiang Huahu's murderous aura had reached an extreme level. Ling Xiao was also startled by the formless murderous aura. It was as if the black demon tiger before him was a real existence. The murderous aura, hostility, evil, murderous intent, and a series of other negative emotions pressed down on him. No one would be able to withstand it. However, how could Ling Xiao be compared to an ordinary person? He had experienced countless life and death situations. If he had been scared out of his wits by this black demon tiger, he would not have achieved what he had today. Before the black demon tiger's power reached him, Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. Roar! A terrifying sound wave that shook the heavens and the earth rushed towards the black demon tiger, and the black demon tiger was actually shattered into pieces. Jiang Huahu, who was preparing to attack continuously, was also shaken to the point that his eardrums were in pain. However, he did not reveal any flaws because of this. Instead, he took the opportunity to retreat some distance to prevent Ling Xiao from counterattacking. Dragon's Tenbin magic ability, Dragon Roar. Jiang Huahu secretly thought to himself. He had thought that Ling Xiao was not a true descendant of the Kim people, but now that Ling Xiao had used Dragon Roar, he became even more confused. In the end, he believed that Ling Xiao had refined the blood essence of other dragons, and that the Dragon Roar Tenbin that he had comprehended had little to do with the metal attribute. Ling Xiao laughed out loud, "Come, let me experience the power of the Devil Tiger sect." Ling Zhao's speed became unpredictable. Although he didn't use his movement technique, his speed of the wind attribute was enough to make him look down on everyone. The ice and fire sword in his hand continued to slash out. Sometimes it was ice, sometimes it was fire. Two completely different forces attacked Jiang Huahu from both sides. It was truly impossible to guard against. Jiang Huahu exclaimed, "As you wish." Jiang Huahu's strength increased explosively. His entire body was shrouded in black mist, and a pair of black wings actually grew out from his back. Demonic Tiger Heavenly Wings. The Devil Tiger Sect's Tenbin Divine Ability. This pair of black wings could increase Jiang Huahu's speed, making him as fast as Ling Zhao's wind attribute. This was the true reliance of the Devil Tiger sect, and only direct descendants or people with rich bloodlines could produce it. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Huahu in astonishment, then revealed a stern look of battle intent as he muttered, "This is more interesting." The two of them collided, and three different kinds of power shook the space in the area, causing it to collapse. It also forced the onlookers to retreat far away. The two of them had far surpassed the demigod king realm, and it was already no different from the mid-level low-level god kings. The onlookers were speechless. These two are too insane. Is this power really something a demigod king can possess? Their foundations are quite solid, and their strength is not something anyone can compare to. Once they become god kings, there will definitely be a place for them in the Sinjin of Goguryeo in the future, and they will definitely be at the top. That Ling Xiao doesn't just cultivate the ice and fire dual cultivation, his speed is shockingly fast. Could it be that he cultivates the wind attribute? The experts of the Devil Tiger sect are indeed not to be underestimated. That Devil Tiger heavenly wing speed is unparalleled. It seems like it's hard to say who is stronger. Ling Xiao's extreme ice saber technique and sky-scorching sword technique were constantly changing, and the attacks came wave after wave, overwhelming the onlookers. The two completely different forces were equally unbearable, as if they were in a world of ice and fire. Jiang Huahu's strength was extraordinary, but he also felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, Ling Xiao's speed was unpredictable, and he left many sword marks on his divine armor, which made him very angry. He was one of the princes of the Devil Tiger clan, and he was destined to be promoted to a crown prince in the future. How could he be injured by a nobody like this? The divine skill that Jiang Huahu cultivated was definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao's saber sword technique. Under his tiger aura, many black energies transformed into black demon tigers that charged out, and the tiger baleful chi increased its killing power. Furthermore, his pair of Devil Tiger heavenly wings allowed him to catch up to Ling Xiao's speed without a problem. At the same time that Ling Xiao caused Jiang Huahu to suffer, he was also struck by Jiang Huahu's tiger aura a few times. Fortunately, the tiger aura did not directly hit his body, and only the force of the attack came crashing over. With his physical body that was comparable to a divine artifact, he was still able to withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would probably die immediately. The more Jiang Huahu fought, the more irritated he became. His strength had already risen to 80%, and even if it was Ling Muxin who was fighting with Jiang Taihu earlier, he was confident that he could take him down with this strength. However, he was unable to do anything to the brat in front of him, which made him feel very depressed. I admit that you are much stronger than those other trash. Let me ask you again, as long as you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you can die right now. Jiang Huahu asked coldly. I will also return these words to you. Submit to me and I will spare your life. Ling Xiao replied. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Huahu said coldly, and his strength finally increased by another level. Tiger Roar World. A sound wave that was not inferior to a dragon's roar rushed out. A peerless ferocious tiger was born, its might shook the world, and all beasts submitted to it. The terrifying might of the tiger was definitely 2 or 3 times stronger than any of his previous moves. Its strength was close to the peak of low-level God King. This part of the world was shaken violently like a tsunami. The huge ferocious tiger carried a thick blood qi, which made people tremble in fear. Ling Xiao was caught off guard, and his movements became slightly sluggish. Immediately after, he was swallowed by this peerless ferocious tiger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ferocious tiger continued to wreak havoc in all directions, shaking the space here several times. Granduncle. The people of Kim people could not help but exclaim when they saw such a terrible destructive force. A few of them wanted to go forward to help Ling Xiao, but they were stopped by Ling Muxin. Don't worry, Granduncle has not done his best yet, Ling Muxin said. When Ling Muxin said this, everyone remembered that Ling Xiao had not used the ancient emperor divine technique yet, and their hearts calmed down a lot. Chang Haoyou, who was next to Ling Muxin and the others, was shocked when he heard them call Ling Xiao Granduncle. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a high status in the Kim people, but Ling Xiao was still so young. It seems that Ling Xiao is a monster that the Kim people have hidden. Chang Haoyou thought to himself. Lai Rui and Zhou Zhijing, who were not far away, had their hearts in their throats. Their faces were full of worry, and they could not wait to rush up to help Ling Xiao, but they knew that such impulsiveness would not help. If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I, Lai Ruyu, will wipe out the demonic tiger clan one day. Lai Ruyu bit her lips and swore. She had the body of the fire god. As long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely be able to advance to the supreme level in the future. She made such a heavy oath, and it was definitely not nonsense. The others also thought that Ling Xiao was really going to die. With such a terrible attack, even if the people present were wearing divine armors, they did not have the confidence to escape. However, at this time, another terrible sound wave rushed out, followed by a mighty golden dragon soaring into the sky. The dragon's body was hundreds of meters long, the pair of bell-like mighty dragon eyes, and the purple golden dragon aura all gave off a terrible divine power that was hard to shake. The aura that lingered around the dragon forced the bodies of the others to lower a lot. They all had the feeling of a subject meeting a king, and they wanted to bow down and worship it. This is the movement caused by the ancient emperor divine technique of the Kim people. Could it be that that person is really one of the Kim people's people? But just now, he used the ice and fire attribute. Could it be that he is still hiding the metal attribute? There's no way I'm wrong. This golden dragon is even more frightening than the one used by the two gold race members. Just what kind of monster is this guy? This aura is too frightening. It seems that we still have a chance of winning this battle at the edge of the Sky Dragon domain. As long as we take down the leader of the demonic tiger clan, I believe that the others will not dare to act recklessly. That's right, Ling Xiao had not used his full strength. To be precise, he had only used 70% of his strength. His conception, his combat prowess, and his trump cards had not been fully revealed yet. Now that Ling Xiao had forcefully dispersed Jiang Huahu's powerful move, his entire body rose into the air, flashing with golden light and the roar of the dragon's shadow. He looked especially mighty and extraordinary. At this time, the ice and fire sword in his hand had already disappeared, but a pair of golden gloves had already been put on his hands. Hee, come on, now I will let you see my true combat power. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure immediately disappeared. When Jiang Huahu wanted to sense Ling Xiao's existence, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside him. Bang bang. Ling Xiao mercilessly slapped Jiang Huahu's body. The power of the dragon's subduing palm was not ordinary, and it directly cracked Jiang Huahu's divine armor. Pfft! Jiang Huahu could not withstand the terrifying impact and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Jiang Huahu wanted to reorganize his formation, Ling Xiao's palm shadows had already covered the sky and the earth and slapped towards him. Jiang Huahu had no time to react at all, and he was immediately drowned by the palm shadows. At this time, the people of the Heaven Tiger domain finally moved. Jiang Huahu was the strongest existence in their hearts, but now he was actually being suppressed by someone else. They could not even wrap their heads around it. Damn it, Demon Tiger, come over here. Jiang Huahu could only feel the pain from the beating. His internal organs had already been shaken to the point of dislocation. If this went on, he was afraid that he would die. He could only use his remaining consciousness to summon his protective spiritual beast over. He had to catch his breath first before reorganizing his formation. The black demon tiger, who had been staying nearby, finally made its move. It roared, its voice shaking thousands of miles. It turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The speed of a 10th-order holy beast was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head, its terrifying mouth already enveloping Ling Xiao. Chapter 1158. The black demon tiger was incomparably ferocious, and the baleful aura it emitted was even more hair-raising. That sinister mouth was filled with a thick bloodlust, and those long fangs were even more chilling. An ordinary person would have their legs go soft in front of such a terrifying saint beast. But would Ling Xiao back down? That was simply a joke. He wasn't the type that could be considered stout, but his courage was definitely much greater than an ordinary person's. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to use his divine sense to deal with the black demon tiger, but after thinking about it, he decided to hide it a little longer. Perhaps Jiang Huahu still had some tricks up his sleeves. Ling Xiao's figure flickered, dodging the black demon tiger's attack. The black demon tiger didn't immediately chase after him. Instead, it stayed by Jiang Huahu's side to prevent others from launching a sneak attack. Jiang Huahu's appearance was a bit miserable. His divine armor was already mostly tattered, and palm prints covered it. He looked exceptionally battered and exhausted. His hair was a mess, and there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Even his black wings had been broken, and he no longer had the slightest bit of his previous domineering and arrogant appearance. "Didn't I tell your people to come at me together? Do you regret it now? Your meager skills are nothing in front of me." Ling Xiao shrugged with a smile. Even if the other party had an army of thousands, Ling Xiao wasn't necessarily afraid of them. If he couldn't beat them, could it be that he couldn't escape? Jiang Huahu really wanted to vomit blood. He had always believed that it was difficult to find an opponent in the same realm as him, but now such a fellow had appeared. He was completely helpless against him, and his confidence had suffered a setback for the first time. A few people from the Heavenly Tiger territory stepped forward, and one of them said to Jiang Huahu, "Prince, why don't we all attack together and kill them?" Jiang Huahu took a deep breath, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "Do you think I'm inferior to him?" That person took a step back from Jiang Huahu's glare, and he nervously said, "And no. All of you, stand down." Jiang Huahu waved his hand, and then added, "Listen to my orders at any time." The men responded with a few terrified noises, and then retreated. Jiang Huahu did not let his black demon tiger attack. Instead, he used his unique divine art to recover from his injuries. At the same time, he stared at Ling Xiao and said, "I admit that you are very strong, but you will still lose to me. Thanks for the compliment. Actually, I'm just a so-so. It's just that you're too trashy." Ling Xiao smiled modestly. Jiang Huahu's strength was increasing, and the divine power in his body was constantly surging and circulating. He was going to use all of his divine power to unleash a sure-kill move. But before he made his move, a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. This forced Ling Xiao to be on his guard. The surging power continued to gather, and in front of Jiang Huahu, there were already layers of thick black power. This power was shockingly great, causing the surrounding people to retreat again and again, not daring to get too close. This was all of Jiang Huahu's divine power, a terrifying energy that could destroy everything. Jiang Huahu made his move. He raised one of his palms up high, and a large amount of black divine power rose up and then quickly slammed down. Demonic Heaven Palm. The terrifying palm print descended like the collapse of heaven and earth. The power was terrifying to the extreme, and all the air in the surroundings was compressed into nothingness. Countless layers of space collapsed. Ling Xiao felt the pressure. He could sense that the power of this palm was quite terrifying. Even if he could withstand it, he would probably be seriously injured. The palm came very quickly, but with Ling Xiao's speed, he could still dodge it. However, at this critical moment, something appeared in Jiang Huahu's hand and attacked him. It was a beam of black light that flashed by at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao was distracted by the demonic heaven palm, and the black light came too suddenly. It was too late for him to dodge. He was afraid that this beam of light would have a unique divine power like Europhase Stillness Mirror. If that was the case, he was dead for sure. Fortunately, this beam of black light did not possess the divine power of stillness. Instead, it possessed the strange power to attack one's consciousness and soul. This power rushed into Ling Xiao's sea of wisdom. At the same time, the sky-shaking palm silhouette also attacked, completely submerging Ling Xiao. However, Jiang Huahu did not intend to let it go just like that. The hu hui in his hand danced rapidly, and waves of energy blasted towards Ling Xiao. You are still far from being able to fight with this king. Jiang Huahu said happily. This change happened too quickly. The people of the Sky Dragon domain were all shocked. But was Ling Xiao going to die just like that? This was obviously impossible. Others would be fearful of energy that attacked one's sea of wisdom. However, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the ancient Emperor Divine Technique's 6th transformation, refined consciousness, to the perfect stage. This transformation could defend one's sea of wisdom from attacks on one's soul. Moreover, he cultivated the soul manipulation technique, so he was immune to such attacks. Therefore, Jiang Huahu's attack only made Ling Xiao hesitate for a moment. It did not hurt his soul. However, the power of the demonic heaven palm was indeed terrifying. It shook Ling Xiao until he was dizzy. If he had not advanced to a demigod king and his body was comparable to a divine weapon, this palm would have been enough to send him to hell. Ling Xiao's chest caved in. Many of his bones and organs were shattered. However, he did not die, so he could recover quickly. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who reappeared and was in an uproar. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was in such a miserable state, they thought to themselves, he's not dead even after that. That's insane. The people of the Jin clan all revealed arrogant expressions because they had the ancient emperor's mystic art, which gave them a monstrous defense and a fast healing effect. This was something that only the Kim people's unique divine technique could do. What other tricks do you have? Show me. Ling Xiao said to Jiang Huahu with a sneer as he healed himself with all his might. Jiang Huahu looked at Ling Xiao's sarcastic smile and felt strangely suffocated. You're fine. Jiang Huahu said while gritting his teeth. Once again, he used all his skills to attack Ling Xiao. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched continuously. His hidden demonic mirror also attacked from time to time. However, it was all in vain. Ling Xiao's movement technique was like a swimming fish. He could always dodge the attacks easily. Ling Xiao did not fight back. He needed time to recover from his injuries. On the other hand, Jiang Huahu's crazy attack gave him a chance to catch his breath. Jiang Huahu sensed Ling Xiao's intentions and knew that he could not do anything to Ling Xiao. He roared crazily, all of you, attack together and kill this kid. Jiang Huahu finally put down his arrogant face. He could not let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he would definitely become a huge threat to the demonic tiger clan in the future. Jiang Huahu's order was not for all the people in the Tianhu territory to attack. Instead, it was for the few people he had personally selected to attack. Jiang Huahu and the other 6 people moved at the same time. Every demigod king's aura was released, sealing off all the areas where Ling Xiao could dodge, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to escape. Seeing this, Ling Muxin immediately shouted in shock, "Let's go help granduncle." After saying that, he wanted to bring Kim people's people to kill Jiang Huahu and the others. Don't come over, I alone am enough to deal with them. Ling Xiao roared in shock. All of his battle prowess had finally been pushed to the peak, and his divine soul clone had also been summoned at this moment. The two identical Ling Xiao made people feel strange, but what was even stranger was that the clone's power was actually much stronger than his real body's power. This made people unable to understand what kind of godly skill this was. His true body and divine soul both possessed the power of a low-level god king. When the power of the two figures erupted at the same time, the power that the 7 of them had sealed off was immediately blasted away. When the people from both sides saw this scene, they could not help but cry out in alarm. What? This? What kind of clone is this? It's actually so terrifying. That seems to be a divine soul clone. Could it be that he has already condensed a divine soul? But why is the power of this divine soul so much stronger than the power of his true body? This shouldn't be possible. Maybe this is a type of secret cloning technique. Maybe it can only last for a while before disappearing. That's true, but I feel that this clone's power is very terrifying. It's actually not weaker than that stage 10 holy beast. Ling Xiao did not plan to hide his strength anymore. His divine soul wielded the ice and fire sword and directly went to find Jiang Huahu's stage 10 Black Fiend Tiger. This stage 10 Black Fiend Tiger's killing power was the strongest. Only by delaying it would Ling Xiao be able to kill the others. Jiang Huahu saw that Ling Xiao was even more powerful, and the killing intent in his heart intensified. He no longer cared about face and led the others to surround and kill Ling Xiao. "I'll let you know what a true soul attack is," Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The soul-controlling art that he cultivated had finally begun to show its might. The divine soul attack that he had cultivated for 2 years burst forth at this moment. The divine soul needle pierced towards the first opponent to attack. Before that person could even reach Ling Xiao, he let out a miserable scream as his body froze. It was also at this moment that Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme and directly slapped the person's face with the dragon-subduing palm, bursting his head. Ling Xiao did not stop there after his successful move. The divine soul needle split into two and rushed towards the other two people at the same time. They had no way of defending at all. While their souls were injured, they definitely could not control their bodies. In a short moment, Ling Xiao had already killed 3 demigod kings. Jiang Huahu, who was rushing forward, immediately stopped and looked at Ling Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. "You. What secret technique did you use?" Ling Xiao did not have the time to talk nonsense with him as the divine soul needle rushed towards him. Jiang Huahu mobilized all of his defensive power and wrapped himself in layers, while the Hu Hui in his hand continuously attacked Ling Xiao in an attempt to stop Ling Xiao's attack. However, the divine soul needle was invisible and hard to detect. It directly penetrated the layers of defense and directly attacked Jiang Huahu's consciousness. Jiang Huahu had already condensed his divine soul, but his divine soul was not as powerful as Ling Xiao's. However, he already had the ability to defend. Unfortunately, when he blocked Ling Xiao's first wave of divine soul needle attack, Ling Xiao immediately transferred more power to attack. At the same time, his figure appeared next to Jiang Huahu like a ghost. "Go to hell," Ling Xiaoyu coldly said, and ruthlessly slapped the back of Jiang Huahu's head. Chapter 1159. Ling Xiao's true body and divine soul were separated separately, but a third of the soul power still existed within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It was absolutely impossible to completely drain it. Otherwise, how could his true body possess combat strength? And this third of soul power was something ordinary demigod kings could not compare to. Even Jiang Huahu's divine soul could not do it either. Ling Xiao cultivated the soul-controlling art after all. At the same time, he was also a great saint master. This third of soul power was enough to blast through Jiang Huahu's divine soul defense. When Jiang Huahu sensed that Ling Xiao possessed a soul power attack, he was already terrified to the extreme. This made him think of a race that should have been extinct, the soul race. Except, his fear already came too late. Ling Xiao's dragon-subduing palm already smashed heavily onto the back of his head mercilessly. Bang! His head split open, fresh blood splattered wildly, a ghastly sight. Everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths wide, looking at the decisive, cold and ruthless Ling Xiao. They all felt their scalps go numb. That insufferably arrogant Jiang Huahu just now died tragically just like that. Weren't the two evenly matched just now? Why did the battle suddenly become one-sided? Jiang Huahu actually seemed so unable to withstand a single blow. Everyone realized that Ling Xiao had been hiding his strength all along, and only now did it truly erupt. What are you still standing there for? Finish off all these Heaven Tiger region trash for me. Ling Xiao shouted to the people behind him, then charged towards the Heaven Tiger region's people recklessly. Ling Xiao was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He and his divine soul attacked at the same time, killing those people practically 1 second at a time. The Heaven Tiger region's people lost their backbone, and were also scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao's perverse killing hand. They actually did not all join forces to attack Ling Xiao for a moment, and were all scared until they scattered. On the other hand, the people from the Sky Dragon Domain's morale soared. With Ling Xiao's roar, everyone summoned their protective spiritual beasts and charged at the people from the Sky Tiger Domain. They knew that only by seizing this opportunity to expel the people from the Heaven Tiger Domain would they be able to condense their souls here with peace of mind. The people of the Heaven Tiger Domain originally had the advantage, but now, all the advantages were gone in an instant. They couldn't deal with Ling Xiao at all, and without Jiang Huahu as their leader, everyone was like a plate of loose sand, constantly retreating. This was because among these people, apart from a portion of them being from the Devil Tiger sect, there were also people from over a dozen other forces. They were originally forcefully roped in by the Devil Tiger sect. With Jiang Huahu dead, they naturally wouldn't stay together with the Devil Tiger sect's people anymore. The group battle started quickly, but it also ended quickly. The Heaven Tiger Domain's people didn't dare to continue fighting and directly fled in the direction they came from. On the other hand, the people from the Sky Dragon territory chased them all the way, forcing them all out of the void crack. Once anyone went out, there would no longer be a chance to enter inside again. The people from the Sky Dragon territory obtained a great victory, beheading many people from the Heaven Tiger Domain, but their losses were extremely small. Everyone revealed joyous smiles. Their gazes looked towards one person and faintly revealed incomparable reverence, while many women had traces of affection, throwing flirtatious glances at that person non-stop. Everyone returned to the Ghost Divine Pond again, but no one took the lead to enter the Divine Pond. Instead, they looked at that person in unison, their eyes faintly having some sort of anticipation. Ling Muxin said to Ling Xiao, "Granduncle, please enter the pond first." Ling Muxin's eyes revealed a respectful look, while the people from the Dragon Gate revealed proud looks. This was because Ling Xiao was from the same sect as them, and in this battle, he undoubtedly displayed combat strength that far surpassed ordinary people. He had already faintly become the leader of this generation in the Sky Dragon territory. "Don't look at me. Whoever wants to enter the Divine Pond can go first. I guarantee that no one from the Heaven Tiger Domain will come to cause trouble," Ling Xiao said as he rubbed his nose. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so easy to talk to, and their expressions all relaxed. "Thank you, brother. Otherwise, the people of the Sky Dragon region would have been ambushed by the people of the Sky Tiger region. From now on, you are my friend. If you need any help, just say it. I will definitely not say anything." "Yes, yes. Although we aren't as strong as you, there are some things that we can help you with, as long as you don't mind. If there's anything you need in the future, we will naturally do our best to help. I will remember this kindness. I hope that I will have the opportunity to repay benefactor in the future." These people all politely spoke to Ling Xiao before entering the Divine Pond to once again condense their divine souls. They had no choice but to be disrespectful to Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't even know how they were killed, let alone condensing their divine souls here. As a member of the Dragon Gate's god system, Yao Meihong came to Ling Xiao's side. She wasn't very beautiful, but she had already cultivated to the demigod king realm. Her temperament made her look even more charming and alluring than the average beautiful woman. "What's the matter?" Ling Xiao noticed that Yao Meihong kept staring at him, and he asked with a hint of fear in his heart. A smile appeared on Yao Meihong's indifferent face. "You're very powerful. Junior brother Lei was also killed by you." Whoosh! As soon as Yao Meihong finished speaking, Ling Xiao appeared in front of her in a flash and grabbed her neck with one hand. "What did you just say?" Ling Xiao's face was cold as he looked at Yao Meihong. Yao Meihong didn't expect Ling Xiao to make a move just like that. He didn't allow anyone to resist at all. Looking at his fierce eyes, she knew that he would definitely do something cruel to this flower. Yao Meihong blushed and said with difficulty, I didn't mean anything else." Don't be angry." Ling Xiao let go of Yao Meihong, and his face instantly turned into a gentle smile. "Senior Sister Yao, what's the matter? Yao Meihong looked at Ling Zhao's strangely beautiful face. It was hard to imagine that he was the one who disguised that fierce look. From now on, senior sister will follow junior brother Ling Zhao's lead. Yao Meihong bowed slightly and said with respect. Yao Meihong and Lei Xingyang were the leaders of the new generation of the Divine Body faction. However, Lei Xingyang had the Thunder God's body, so he was the leader of the faction. Yao Meihong's wind attribute was not as important. But now, Ling Zhao's display of strength and his natural leadership aura had deeply convinced Yao Meihong. The most important thing was that Ling Zhao had perfected his movement technique. Yao Meihong was of the wind attribute. If she could receive Ling Zhao's teachings, her speed would increase by more than one level. So, even if she was from the Divine Body faction, it wouldn't stop her from defecting to Ling Zhao. Let the faction fight go to hell. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Moreover, once Ling Zhao grew up, she was afraid that no one in the same generation would be his opponent. Ling Zhao smiled, a smile that was bewitching to death. Senior sister, you're too serious. If we can't follow the faction's orders, we should follow the faction leader's lead. Ling Zhao said. Yao Meihong's eyes trembled slightly, and then she also laughed. Junior brother is right. Senior sister will not disturb you then. After saying that, she turned into a gust of wind and fell into the divine pond. When she left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already come to his side. Lai Ruyu said with slight jealousy, "Who was that woman just now?" Ling Zhao wrinkled his nose and said, "She's a senior sister in the faction." "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Lai Ruyu was a little embarrassed. Then she asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I have some recovery pills here." After saying that, Lai Ruyu took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Ling Zhao. Divine pills, each one was extremely precious. They were heaven-defying pills that could help a god king recover. Lai Ruyu could casually take out a bottle and give it to Ling Zhao. She was indeed a little rich woman. Ling Zhao was a little moved. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't forget that I'm from the Kim people. We have the most powerful healing divine arts." "So what? What if there are hidden injuries?" Lai Ruyu took it out. There was no reason to take it back. Ling Zhao knew that if he didn't take it, this little rich woman would probably be unhappy. He immediately accepted the bottle of pills. "You can go now. Hurry up and condense your divine soul," Ling Zhao said. Zhou Zhijing asked, "What about you?" "I've already achieved divine soul. I'm just here to see if there are any divine items that are suitable for my cultivation." "You don't need to care about me," Ling Zhao said. The two women didn't say anything more. They looked at Ling Zhao with admiration and then went back into the divine pond. The people of the Sky Dragon territory had already entered the divine pond. Ling Zhao also landed on the surface of the pond. He didn't enter the divine pond because it didn't have much effect on him. "All of you, come out." As soon as Ling Zhao said that, a few figures appeared beside him. These figures were Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xian Yuyi. "All of you go in and soak. It can help you condense your divine soul," Ling Zhao said to the three of them. Sha Tian and Xian Yuyi didn't need to say anything more. They plunged into the divine pond. "Xiao, did you fight again just now?" Yuro Fei looked at Ling Zhao's tattered clothes and said with heartache. Ling Zhao gently caressed Yuro Fei and said, "This is a void crack. Of course, it takes a lot of effort to come in. But it's okay. When you become divine soul, he will become divine king in the future. This is nothing." Yuro Fei hugged Ling Zhao and kissed him. She didn't say anything more and went into the divine pond. She knew that only when she became stronger could she help her man. Otherwise, she could only follow behind him forever, or even be pulled away from him. This was what she didn't want to see. "It should be quiet now," Ling Zhao murmured. He looked into the depths of the divine pond. He had a vague feeling of uneasiness in that direction. Based on this feeling, he believed that the divine spring he needed might be in that direction. He used his divine will to cover that direction. However, he couldn't find anything. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart, but he still decided to check it out. This time, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out a defensive armor from the cauldron and put it on, just in case. After that, he carefully went deeper into the divine pond. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.